Chapter 14:14. To the west of the village, more than 2,000 miles away, there was a dense jungle. However, there was not a single beast in the jungle. It was dead silent. Swoosh. But suddenly, a piercing sound could be heard. A young man in white entered the sky above the jungle. It was Qin Feiyang. And as soon as he arrived at the sky above the jungle, Qin Feiyang felt that something was wrong. Not only were there no beasts in the jungle, there was not even a flying insect. Moreover, there was a stench in the air. But it was very faint. Qin Feiyang was unable to distinguish what was emitting the smell for a while. He continued to fly forward. The trees here were very thick. There were even some ancient trees that could not be surrounded by more than a dozen people holding hands. The thick vines were like horned dragons, and they were filled with a vigorous aura. But that stench was getting more and more obvious. Qin Feiyang gradually frowned. This stench made him suddenly think of something. Feces. The deeper he went into the jungle, the stronger the stench was. It was simply disgusting. Finally, Qin Feiyang could not help but cover his nose, hold his breath, and murmured, "Did I come to the wrong place?" But the Devil Cliff that second grandpa said is in this direction. He was a little puzzled. So he went deep into the jungle for dozens of miles. Suddenly, a giant mountain came into sight. The giant mountain was more than 10,000 feet high. It was completely black. There were no plants on it. It was completely bare. And under the giant mountain, there was an ancient and dilapidated stone tablet. There were 3 bold words engraved on the tablet. Devil Cliff. This is Devil Cliff? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He raised his head and glanced at the giant mountain. He slowly discovered that the pungent stench actually came from Devil Cliff. Swoosh. When Qin Feiyang approached Devil Cliff, the stench was simply overwhelming. Even the smell was crazily drilling into his pores. What exactly is this thing? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He slowly approached Devil Cliff. So he discovered that the entire surface of Devil Cliff was covered with a layer of sticky stuff. What is this? Qin Feiyang frowned. However, when he was about to reach the Devil's Cliff, his expression changed. He quickly stopped and retreated. That sticky thing was actually feces. He stood in the distance and looked at the Devil's Cliff, the corners of his mouth twitching. So this was Devil's Cliff. It was no wonder that Lu Zheng and the children in the village changed their expressions when they heard about Devil's Cliff. Only a ghost would want to come to such a place. "Second cousin, where are you? Come out, we're leaving." Qin Feiyang shouted, not daring to get any closer. "Bastard!" Immediately, a furious roar exploded halfway up the Devil Mountain, like rolling thunder, resounding through the sky. Following closely, he then saw Lu Zheng flying through the air in an aggressive manner. When Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good, he quickly turned around and fled. "Qin Feiyang, I'm not done with you today." Lu Zheng stared at Qin Feiyang's back, gnashing his teeth. He looked as if he wanted to skin Qin Feiyang alive. "Second cousin, let's talk nicely," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng shouted, "There's nothing to talk about, unless you go to Devil's Cliff and stay there for 2 days. "I won't do it." Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. If he had known in advance that Devil's Cliff was such a place, he would not have come even if he was beaten to death. Lu Zheng suddenly burned with anger and shouted, "You also know that this is not a place for people to stay, then why did you cheat me?" "I didn't know." Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. "Is not knowing a reason? How can there be such a good thing in the world?" Lu Zheng angrily chased after Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not fight back. He fled without looking back. On one hand, it was because he was in the wrong. On the other hand, it was because Lu Zheng also had a stench on him. The two of them chased one after the other. After about an hour, a vast sea came into sight. The Lu family was in the Reincarnation Sea. This was just a very big island. Qin Feiyang looked at the sea and frowned. Although he had not entered the sea, he could already feel the terrifying aura. And these auras were basically from 9-star combat emperors. It could be seen that the sea ahead was definitely not a place where ordinary people could set foot. He slammed on the brakes and stopped in the void. He turned around and looked at Lu Zheng. He said angrily, Are you done yet? If his second grandpa had not asked him to bring Lu Zheng along, he would not have bothered to take so long. I'm not done. Lu Zheng rushed toward Qin Feiyang with monstrous anger. The morning court in the throne room has already begun. I don't have time to mess around with you now. If you continue to pester me like this, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Feiyang covered his nose and raised his eyebrows. Lu Zheng had stayed on the Devil's Cliff for 2 days. He really smelled like a pile of feces. Seeing Qin Feiyang cover his nose, Lu Zheng was undoubtedly even more annoyed and almost lost his mind. Boom! Qin Feiyang did not waste any more words. His emperor's aura rolled out and directly sent Lu Zheng flying. He said, "When you calm down, come to the Imperial Palace to find me." After that, Qin Feiyang then opened the teleportation gate and rushed in without looking back. "Don't go!" Lu Zheng roared and immediately rushed toward the portal. Boom! But just as he was about to reach the portal, a surge of purple-gold dragon chi roared out of the portal like a tide. Lu Zheng was blasted away again. When he stabilized his body and rushed toward the portal again, the portal had already dissipated. "Bastard, I won't let you go," Lu Zheng roared again and again. He was so angry that the sea beasts in the sea ahead were frightened. The Imperial Palace. Civil and military officials, as well as the marquises, gathered in the throne room. But at this moment, the entire throne room was dead silent. The ministers standing in the main hall all lowered their heads and seemed to be deep in thought. Above, the little prince, wearing a dragon robe and a dragon crown, sat on the dragon throne. Although he had just succeeded the throne a few days ago, he already had the temperament of an emperor and was much more mature than before. Next to him, the imperial preceptor stood upright with his hands behind his back, glancing at the people below with sharp eyes. However, at this time, the most eye-catching person was a young man in purple. He stood in front of the ministers, his body straight and his eyes straight, exuding a threatening aura. That's right. He was Zhuge Mingyang. The imperial preceptor raised his eyebrows, looked at everyone and shouted, "Why are you all so silent? Zhuge Mingyang is the only son of the Marquis of Zhuge. Is there a problem with him inheriting the position of Marquis?" Civil and military officials, the various marquises, you look at me, I look at you, none of them daring to be the first to stand out and express their stance. Suddenly, Marquis Xiao took a step forward, looked at the imperial preceptor and said, "The Zhuge family has been killed by Qin Feiyang, and only Zhuge Mingyang is left. There is naturally no problem for him to inherit the position of Marquis, but I would like to ask the imperial preceptor, does Emperor Hong agree to this? Such an important matter, how dare this imperial preceptor make his own decision? Of course, with the consent of Emperor Hong." The imperial preceptor said expressionlessly, but there was a hint of killing intent hidden in his old eyes. Marquis Xiao said, "Since Emperor Hong has already agreed, then as subjects, we naturally do not dare to have any objections." With that, he retreated. "All right. Marquis Xiao has already agreed, what about you?" The imperial preceptor looked at the others. Marquis Xiao raised his eyebrows, extended his hand and said, "Lord Imperial Preceptor, let me correct you. I only said that I have no objections, I did not say that I agree." "Old thing, you're courting death." Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows, turned his head to look at Marquis Xiao, and a trace of killing intent lurked in his eyes. The imperial preceptor also flew into a rage out of humiliation. He stared at Marquis Xiao and said, "What do you mean?" Marquis Xiao glanced at Zhuge Mingyang, then raised his head to look at the imperial preceptor, and said indifferently, "Marquis Wu inheriting the throne is not a child's play, can I reserve my opinion?" "Yes, of course." The imperial preceptor nodded and smiled, but his smile was very terrifying. The threat in his eyes was no longer concealed. The officials were terrified. However, Marquis Xiao turned a blind eye to it and said indifferently, "Zhuge Mingyang's talent is obvious to all, but as a martial marquis, what you need is not only talent, but also loyalty." At this point, Marquis Xiao's gaze turned, looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "Zhuge Mingyang, tell this marquis, are you loyal to the great Qin?" The imperial preceptor's face darkened. Zhuge Mingyang couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. "If you are truly loyal to the great Qin, then swear in front of us right now, in the name of your Zhuge family's ancestors, that you will forever be loyal to the great Qin. If you betray us, then the heavens and earth will destroy you. Do you dare? Marquis Xiao shouted with a stern expression. Zhuge Mingyang's gaze trembled. Could it be that this Marquis Xiao knew something? Marquis Xiao, your words are a bit too much. Zhuge Mingyang is a subject of my great Qin, how is he not loyal? Suddenly, a martial marquis looked at Marquis Xiao with dissatisfaction. This person was Marquis Qianwu. Marquis Xiao said, I only want him to swear an oath, what's so difficult about that? Marquis Qianwu said, there's no problem with swearing an oath, but I just feel that your attitude is too aggressive, and I feel that you are targeting Zhuge Mingyang. I think so too. Marquis Xiao, do you have any enmity with Zhuge Mingyang? Why are you targeting him like this? Another martial marquis stood up to speak up for Zhuge Mingyang. This person was Marquis Enwu. Marquis Xiao frowned. Marquis Enwu glanced at him indifferently and said, actually, there's not much meaning in swearing an oath. I only want to say one thing as long as you have a clear conscience. With that, he raised his head to look at the imperial tutor and the little prince, and bowed. Imperial tutor, your majesty, this subject agrees that Zhuge Mingyang should inherit the title of Marquis of Zhuge. This subject also agrees. Marquis Qianwu followed. This subject agrees as well. Another 3 martial marquis stepped out in unison and said to the imperial tutor and the little prince. These 3 people were the Marquis of Qi Wu, Marquis Mo Wu and Marquis Gu Wu who had been bribed by the imperial tutor. The imperial tutor nodded his head in satisfaction and looked at the others. Who else has any objections? If not, this imperial tutor will announce it. As he spoke, he took out an imperial edict. Marquis Xiao looked at the other marquis and ministers, his brows tightly knitted together. The marquis and ministers all expressed their opinions one after another, and in the end, none of them objected. Qin Feiyang, hurry up and show yourself. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop the imperial tutor, Marquis Xiao muttered to himself. The imperial tutor coldly glanced at Marquis Xiao, waved his hand, and opened the imperial edict. All the civil and military officials immediately knelt on the ground, including the Marquis of Xiao. When the imperial edict was read, no matter who it was, they had to kneel down and listen. This was a rule that had been left behind since ancient times, and even a martial marquis could not violate it. However, just as the imperial tutor was about to read the imperial edict, a man in white suddenly descended in front of the door of the throne room. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? Looking at the imperial tutor who was about to read the imperial edict, Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Following that, he sneered, strode into the throne room, and said, Zhuge Mingyang inherits the throne. Have you asked for my opinion, Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang. Chapter 14-15. Qin Feiyang. Why is he here? At the same time, there was an uproar in the throne room. All the marquises and ministers looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Zhuge Mingyang, the state preceptor, and the young prince also looked at Qin Feiyang with hatred in their eyes. The young prince suddenly shouted, outsiders are not allowed to enter the throne room during the morning court. Stop him. The Kirin army guarding the throne room didn't dare to stop Qin Feiyang, but after hearing the young prince's order, they could only brace themselves to stop Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the little prince. The hatred in his eyes was clearly visible. Hating me is the right thing to do. Because only hatred can make you grow quickly. Qin Feiyang murmured. Looking at the Kirin army in front of him, he lightly said, get out of the way. This is His Majesty White Sky's decree. We have to do it. Don't make things difficult for us, okay? The Kirin army looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one and nodded, okay, I won't make things difficult for you. The Kirin army sighed in relief. However, right at the moment when they thought that Qin Feiyang would retreat, Qin Feiyang suddenly waved his hand. A strong wind rose, and they were immediately blown away. Impudent! A Kirin army shouted angrily. Are you stupid? He already showed mercy. Why are you still shouting? If it weren't for the fact that we're commanders, we would have already gone to hell. Shut up. Anyway, we've already stopped him. It's not disobeying His Majesty White Sky's order. What happens next has nothing to do with us. The other members of the Chilean army immediately shouted at that person. Inside the hall, Qin Feiyang stepped in front of the ministers and stood next to Zhuge Mingyang. He cupped his hands and said, "This commoner Qin Feiyang greets His Majesty White Sky. I don't want to see you. Get out of here at once." The young prince stood up and shouted. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "After I've finished dealing with the matters here, this commoner will naturally leave without the need for your majesty to say anything. In addition, you are now the ruler of a country, so you must pay attention to your image. Try not to do something like yelling and shouting in the imperial court again." The little prince angrily stared at Qin Feiyang. In the end, he coldly snorted, clenched his two small hands, and returned to the dragon throne. "Qin Feiyang, although you and His Majesty White Sky are brothers, you've already been expelled from the imperial palace. Please leave immediately." Marquis Qianwu's eyes flashed as he stood up and shouted at Qin Feiyang. He would never forget the death of his son. In the past, because he was afraid of Qin Feiyang, he did not dare to say a word. But now, with the imperial tutor, a peak false god, supporting him, he was no longer afraid. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Marquis Qianwu with a playful look in his eyes. "Did I say something wrong? This is the most sacred throne room. How can a commoner like you barge in?" Marquis Qianwu coldly shouted, then looked at the ministers around him and said, "All of you, tell me, am I right?" Obviously, he was fanning the flames. But the result disappointed Marquis Qianwu. No one present dared to say a word. Even Marquis Enwu, Marquis Mo Wu, Marquis Gu, and Marquis Qi Wu, who were in the same camp as him, remained silent. Qin Feiyang laughed in ridicule, looked at the ministers and said, "There's something I suddenly forgot. Can any of you remind me, how many times have I destroyed the throne room?" Everyone's heart trembled. From his tone, was he going to destroy the throne room again? If it was anyone else, they would definitely not think so. Because no one dared to be impudent in the throne room. But Qin Feiyang was a person who could not be treated with ordinary eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at Marquis Qianwu and sneered, "I even dared to destroy the throne room. Do you think I would be afraid of you fanning the flames here?" Marquis Qianwu's expression froze. The imperial tutor suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Qin Feiyang, what exactly do you want?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked at the imperial tutor and said, "Last night, the ancestor gave me a dream. Do you know what it was?" The imperial tutor raised his eyebrows. "The ancestor told me two things. The first is about Zhuge Mingyang inheriting the marquis title. The ancestor said that this Zhuge Mingyang has disloyalty to the great Qin and cannot be allowed to inherit the marquis title." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Ridiculous. Let's not talk about whether your dream is real or not, just your words are not credible." The imperial tutor sneered. "Of course my words are not credible. However, I wonder if Lord Imperial Tutor still remembers that I told you that I have a recording of your conversation with the Grand Valley Master?" Qin Feiyang teased. The Imperial Tutor's pupils constricted as he sent a voice transmission. "Don't think that you can threaten me with that recording?" "Did I threaten you?" Qin Feiyang asked back. "If that's not a threat, then what is?" The Imperial Tutor said angrily. Qin Feiyang laughed. "I just want you to understand a principle. As long as I, Qin Feiyang, am here, you can't do whatever you want." The Imperial Tutor clenched his fists. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned to look at the officials and said, "Everyone must be thinking, isn't it just a dream? What is there to believe? But I want to tell you that this is a dream from the ancestor. Even if it is not credible, you have to consider it carefully." "Ridiculous, this is too ridiculous." Marquis Qianwu roared with righteous indignation. Qin Feiyang changed the topic and said angrily, "You even dare to question the ancestor? Blaspheme, are you courting death?" Marquis Qianwu's body trembled. This was a serious crime, and hurriedly said, "I don't dare to blaspheme the previous emperor, but who knows if your dream is real or fake? Only I know about dreams. Of course I can't verify whether it is real or fake." But we don't know if Zhuge Mingyang has any disloyalty. Therefore, I suggest that Zhuge Mingyang's succession of the marquis title be postponed for the time being. I wonder if anyone has any objections? If there is, don't hesitate to say it. After all, Qin Feiyang, am a very democratic person. I respect everyone's opinion. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Democracy? Respect. Hearing this, many people snorted in their hearts, but no one dared to show it, because they didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the Zhuge family. Zhuge Mingyang could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. He stared at Qin Feiyang and roared, "Don't go too far. How can such a kind person like me bully you? I'm doing this for the sake of the great Qin, and for your own good. Because everyone is now wondering if you have any ulterior motives. So I have to investigate as soon as possible and prove your innocence. Moreover, if you really don't have any disloyalty, then the marquis title will be yours sooner or later. What are you afraid of?" Qin Feiyang teased. Zhuge Mingyang said angrily, "Who said I'm afraid? You're just spouting nonsense." Qin Feiyang laughed. "There's a good saying, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Since you're not afraid, then cooperate with my investigation. Don't try to twist words. Who do you think you are? Why should I cooperate with you?" Zhuge Mingyang was unable to restrain his anger. Seeing that the situation was not good, the state preceptor shouted, "Shut up." Zhuge Mingyang was not convinced. He looked at the state preceptor and said angrily, "Lord State Preceptor, this is the throne room. You're just going to let him mess around like this? Stupid. Can't you see that Qin Feiyang is setting a trap for you? He wants to provoke you on purpose, make you lose your mind and say those things you shouldn't say, understand?" The state preceptor shouted. Hearing this, Zhuge Mingyang's eyes trembled slightly. He looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily and said, Zhuge Mingyang, have a clear conscience. You can say whatever you want." Qin Feiyang glanced at the state preceptor. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. He had seen through his schemes so quickly and woke up Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the civil and military officials and said impatiently, "All of you, say something. I propose to postpone Zhuge Mingyang's succession as the martial marquis. Do you have any objections?" Marquis Xiao's eyes flashed and said, "This marquis agrees to postpone it." Heard of it? The state preceptor and Zhuge Mingyang immediately looked at Marquis Xiao, the killing intent in their hearts unprecedentedly strong. Marquis Qianwu raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Marquis Xiao, what do you mean? Could it be that you have already been bribed by Qin Feiyang? Impudent. Is this something a marquis dares to say?" Marquis Xiao glared at Marquis Qianwu. Marquis Qianwu said indifferently, "This marquis is only voicing the doubts in my heart." What a joke. Before Qin Feiyang appeared, this marquis had already said that Zhuge Mingyang had ulterior motives, so this marquis only agreed with his own point of view and has nothing to do with Qin Feiyang. If you continue to spread rumors that this marquis is colluding with Qin Feiyang, then this marquis has reason to suspect that you are the same as Zhuge Mingyang and also have ulterior motives towards the great Qin. Marquis Xiao said. Marquis Qianwu was so angry that he was actually bitten back. All right, the two of you stop arguing. Since everyone can't agree on this matter, then let's discuss it later. Let me first talk about the second dream that the ancestor gave me. Qin Feiyang said. Everyone couldn't help but frown. What kind of trick was this kid playing now? Especially the state preceptor. At this moment, there was an indescribable sense of irritation in his heart. Qin Feiyang laughed. This second dream is related to some martial marquis. The various martial marquis immediately became nervous. The ancestor told me that recently there have been some martial marquis who have been very dishonest. They are clearly taking our great Qin's salary, but they colluded with some old bastard and colluded with him. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze across the group of martial marquis with a playful expression. The group of martial marquis, other than Marquis Xiao, were all somewhat flustered, because they all knew who the old bastard Qin Feiyang was talking about was. And during this period of time, they had more or less interacted with the state preceptor. Of course, the ones who were the most flustered were Marquis Qianwu and the other four, because they had already sided with the state preceptor. Marquis Xiao glanced at the state preceptor, and a cold smile flashed across his eyes. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he pretended to be confused and said, "Qin Feiyang, can you speak more clearly? We don't understand." "All right. I'll make it clearer. As a martial marquis of the Great Qin Empire, who should you be loyal to? Naturally, you should be loyal to the Great Qin and His Majesty the White Sky. But some people have made the wrong choice and pledged their loyalty to an old bastard. Marquis Qianwu, Marquis Anwu, Marquis Mo, Marquis Chiwu, Marquis Gawu, the five of you are the most senior marquis in my Great Qin. Why don't you answer me, how should I deal with such a marquis?" Chapter 14:16. Marquis Qianwu and the other four who were called out immediately panicked. "What are you panicking for? Could it be that the ancestors' dream is true, and those dishonest martial marquis are you?" Qin Feiyang looked at the five of them suspiciously. "Don't spout nonsense. Our loyalty to Great Qin, to His Majesty White Sky, is witnessed by the heavens and earth." The five of them glared at Qin Feiyang angrily and said. Qin Feiyang said impatiently, "Then tell me, how should we deal with those martial marquis who are not loyal to Great Qin and His Majesty White Sky?" Marquis Qianwu said, "If there really is such a person, he should immediately be stripped of his position as a martial marquis." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What's wrong?" Marquis Qianwu frowned. "Towards these disloyal and unjust martial marquis, only by killing them without mercy will we be able to uphold the imperial court and enforce the law." Qin Feiyang said word by word, killing intent surging in his eyes. Before he could finish, Thunder Leopard, Seahorse, Seal, Wang Yangfeng, and Wang Yishan appeared out of thin air. Impudent! The imperial tutor had always been paying attention to Qin Feiyang, because he knew that Qin Feiyang would definitely cause a ruckus today, so when he saw Thunder Leopard, the other two beasts, and Wang Yishan appear, he realized that something was wrong and immediately attacked Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang ignored him, pointed at Marquis Qianwu and the other four, and shouted, "Kill them all! Old thing, this emperor has long disliked you, die." Lei Bao looked at Marquis Qianwu and laughed, then turned into a bolt of lightning and flew over like lightning. Seahorse, Seahorse, Wang Yishan, and Wang Yangfeng also immediately charged towards Marquis Anwu and the other three. Seeing this situation, the other marquis, ministers, and Zhuge Mingyang all ran outside as if they were running for their lives. Marquis Qianwu and the other four also wanted to escape, but would Thunder Leopard, the other two beasts, and Wang Yangfeng give them a chance? Obviously not. "Lord Imperial Tutor, save us!" The five of them desperately called for help from the Imperial Tutor. The state preceptor rushed towards Qin Feiyang and roared, "Tell them to stop, or don't blame me for being merciless." But suddenly, an old figure appeared in front of the Imperial Tutor without any warning. It was Old Man Qin. As soon as Old Man Qin appeared, he struck out with his palm. The Imperial preceptor was caught off guard. Even though his cultivation was higher than Old Man Qin's, he still suffered a great loss. His entire body was sent flying and crashed into the wall beside the dragon throne. With a loud bang, a large hole was instantly created in the wall. Meanwhile, under the thunderous attacks of the Thunder Leopard, and Wang Yangfeng, Marquis Qianwu's group of five died on the spot without any suspense. Dead? It's not enough to kill Zhuge Wu Ho, he actually killed another 5 martial marquis, too presumptuous. Is there no one who can control him? The marquises, ministers, Kirin army, and Zhuge Mingyang standing outside were all dumbfounded. This bastard had no regard for the law. One had to know that this was still in the throne room. Done. Thunder Leopard, and Wang Yangfeng returned to Qin Feiyang's side and laughed. Well done. Qin Feiyang nodded. Old Man Qin also retreated to Qin Feiyang's side and said in a low voice, "Killing Qianwu Marquis and the others in front of him, the Imperial Preceptor will definitely go crazy." Sure enough, it was as expected. Just as Old Man Qin finished speaking, the Imperial Preceptor's angry roar sounded out. "Qin Feiyang, even if you want to release that video, this Imperial Preceptor will not let you off today." Boom! A terrifying divine might erupted, causing the entire throne room to shake violently and immediately begin to collapse. Following closely, the imperial preceptor rushed out of the hole like a crazed beast, charging towards Qin Feiyang's group. "Quick!" Old Man Qin urged. At this moment, the imperial preceptor gave off a great sense of fear. Qin Feiyang did not dare to hesitate and immediately prepared to bring everyone into the castle. But at this moment, his expression changed drastically, because he suddenly realized that the little prince was still sitting on the dragon throne. Moreover, the roof of the hall had already collapsed, and a huge beam was smashing towards the little prince. The little prince had just started cultivating, and with his weak body, if he was hit, there was no doubt that his blood would splatter on the spot. However, the furious imperial preceptor was completely unaware of the little prince's current danger. Of course, with the imperial preceptor's current state, even if he saw the little prince's situation, he might not necessarily care. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Thunder Leopard, and Wang Yangfeng to the ancient tower. Then he rushed towards the little prince like lightning and roared, "Old Man Qin, stop him!" Qin Feiyang's sudden action puzzled Old Man Qin. But when he saw the little prince, he immediately understood and immediately rushed towards the imperial preceptor. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang rushed to the little prince's side and smashed the beam with his palm. He lowered his head and glared at the little prince, shouting, "Why didn't you leave just now? Do you want to die?" The little prince did not say a word and only looked at him coldly. Qin Feiyang could not help but feel helpless. He picked up the little prince and turned into a ray of light. He smashed the roof of the hall with his fist and rushed up into the sky. Boom! The divine might of Old Man Qin and the imperial preceptor shocked everyone. Figures continued to soar into the sky and looked towards the imperial palace. It's Qin Feiyang. What is he doing? Did he kidnap Emperor Hao Tian? Heavens, what is he trying to do? No matter what, Emperor Hao Tian is still his younger brother. How can he be so heartless? Looking at the little prince in Qin Feiyang's hand, everyone immediately roared with righteous indignation. It's the young lord. He really has broken through to the 4-star combat emperor realm. Damn it, this speed is too heaven-defying. At the same time, among the crowd, there were 8 young men and women. It was Wang Zicheng and the others. At this moment, they looked at Qin Feiyang from afar with disbelief. After the 2 continents were connected, there were now many people from the Forgotten Continent in the Imperial City. Of course, in the Central Divine Kingdom's Divine City, there were also many people from Great Qin. It's really Qin Feiyang. This bastard is indeed a star of calamity. Wherever he goes, he brings disaster. However, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape this time. Is there even a need to say that? The Mu family, the main pagoda, Great Qin, and the mysterious madam are all looking for him. When they receive the news and rush over, even if this bastard has heaven-defying abilities, only death awaits him. Everyone was discussing. No matter if it was Great Qin's people or Forgotten Continent's people, they all had a gloating attitude. However, Qin Feiyang did not have the time to care about all of this. He looked nervously at the imperial palace below. Boom! Suddenly, Old Man Qin flew out of the throne room like a meteor and smashed into a large hall several li away. Following a loud explosion, a huge crater appeared in the ground. The surrounding palaces also collapsed one after another. Countless palace maids and eunuchs were affected. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He did not expect old Qin to be injured so easily by the imperial tutor. The gap between the peak of the semi-divinity realm and the semi-divinity realm was too big. Qin Feiyang, you son of a bitch, I'll definitely kill you today. Following a furious roar, the imperial tutor rushed into the sky with a monstrous aura. Boom! The shattered imperial palace also completely collapsed, turning into ruins. The throne room was once again destroyed because of Qin Feiyang. Can't that bastard stop for a bit? Isn't that right? It was fine in the past because there were no people from the Forgotten Continent. However, with so many outsiders watching, isn't he embarrassing Great Qin? Don't wash your dirty linen in public. He's really embarrassing us. Everyone was indignant, and their expressions were filled with disgust for Qin Feiyang. However, why did Qin Feiyang do this? Wasn't it to protect Great Qin and them? They did not know anything, so what right did they have to criticize Qin Feiyang? I didn't expect young master's situation to be so bad in Great Qin. Yeah. It's worse than when he was on the Forgotten Continent. It's really hard on him. He has to protect Great Qin while being cursed by Great Qin's people. If it were me, I would have already turned on him. However, he silently endured it. Who can understand the pain in his heart? Wang Zicheng and the others could not help but sigh inwardly. Although they did not know the real situation, based on their understanding of Qin Feiyang, it was not difficult to guess that Qin Feiyang did this for the sake of Great Qin. Qin Feiyang. The imperial tutor flew into the sky and charged towards Qin Feiyang immediately. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Old Qin rushed out of the deep crater. Seeing the situation, his expression changed and he anxiously roared. Qin Feiyang glanced at old Qin and smiled coldly at the imperial tutor. He was about to put down the little prince and enter the ancient castle. However, at this moment, a strong sense of danger rose in his heart. Immediately after, he felt a tearing pain in his lower abdomen. He lowered his head and saw that a dagger had appeared in the little prince's hand at some point in time. The dagger was very short, only about half a foot long. It was like a toy knife, but it was very sharp. The tip of the dagger had already pierced through Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. Qin Feiyang immediately frowned. He raised his other arm and snatched the dagger from the little prince's hand. Although the little prince's actions were unexpected, the dagger did not pierce through his qi. However, Qin Feiyang's expression darkened. He lowered his head to look at the little prince. The little prince also raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. There was no fear on his tender little face. The imperial tutor, old Qin, and the surrounding civil and military officials were stunned on the spot when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that the little prince would attack Qin Feiyang. But then, everyone couldn't help but become nervous. Because they all knew Qin Feiyang too well. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. For Qin Feiyang, anyone who wanted to harm him, he would not let them go. The first prince and the others in the past were the best examples. Feiyang, don't be impulsive, old Qin murmured. His palms were sweating. He was afraid that Qin Feiyang's slap would end the little prince's life. After the imperial tutor came back to his senses, his eyes flickered. Qin Feiyang, stop. Suddenly, Emperor Hong's voice came from afar. Emperor Hong was like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the sky. In less than 3 breaths, he had arrived in front of Qin Feiyang. But Qin Feiyang ignored him. He lowered his head and stared at the little prince with a cold light in his eyes. Emperor Hong was also extremely nervous. He is your younger brother after all, and he is young and ignorant. Why do you have to bother with him? Let him go. Take it as great-grandfather begging you. Great-grandfather? Chapter 14:17. It could be said. Qin Feiyang did not hold back when he said those words. In front of so many people, being ridiculed like this in front of everyone, Emperor Hong also had a face full of shame, unable to show his face. What is it? Nothing to say? Qin Feiyang sneered. Emperor Hong said, this old man doesn't care what you say, as long as you can let Haoyin go. You care about him that much? Qin Feiyang was startled, then grinned and said, then do you know that what I like to do the most is to destroy the things that others care about the most? You dare? Emperor Hong immediately glared at him. Do you think I don't dare? Qin Feiyang chuckled, playing with the dagger that the little prince had used to attack him. The sharp blade gleamed with a cold light. Emperor Hong's body and mind tightened, and he hurriedly said, don't hurt him, this old man. I beg you. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, what did you say? Say it again, I didn't hear it clearly just now. Emperor Hong stared at Qin Feiyang, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. This old man begs you. Qin Feiyang laughed out loud. He actually put down his pride to beg him? If it was in private, with only the two of them, it would be fine. But now, there were a lot of people looking at them. Wasn't this old fellow afraid that he would become the laughing stock of everyone in the future? I beg you. Emperor Hong opened his mouth again, his eyes bloodshot. As the son of the Qin emperor, and also the second-generation emperor who ruled the Great Qin, he was also Qin Feiyang's great-grandfather. But now, he was so humble in front of Qin Feiyang. It could be imagined that he did not feel good in his heart. But at this moment, he had no choice but to endure it. Originally, I was quite angry, but looking at your funny face, I feel much better. All right, seeing that you are so sincere, I will return the little prince to you. But I have a condition. Qin Feiyang said. Speak. Emperor Hong said. Before entering the divine site, you and the imperial advisor are not allowed to do anything to me or the people around me. As Qin Feiyang spoke, he pointed to old man Qin in the distance and added, including him. Lord Emperor Hong, you can't agree to it. The imperial preceptor's expression changed as he hurriedly said. If you don't agree to his conditions, do you have any other way to save Haotian from him? Emperor Hong was inwardly vexed. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he nodded and said, This old man promises you. Don't go back on your word. Qin Feiyang said. Emperor Hong said in a deep voice, with so many people watching and listening, this old man can't afford to lose this face. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. He lowered his head to look at the little prince and said, Grow up quickly because with your current ability, you can't even get close to me, let alone avenge your mother. One day, I will personally send you to hell. The little prince enunciated each word clearly. Your courage is commendable, but it depends on whether or not you have the strength. Qin Feiyang laughed disdainfully, then picked up the little prince and threw him to Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong hurriedly extended his hands and caught the little prince. He asked with concern, Are you all right, child? I'm fine. The little prince shook his head. It's good that you're fine. Emperor Hong heaved a sigh of relief. With a light wave of his hand, the little prince landed safely on the ground. A group of Kirin army immediately surrounded him and carefully protected him. The imperial preceptor looked at Emperor Hong and said, My lord, you have to think twice. Not only did he kidnap the little prince, he also killed 5 martial marquis in the imperial court. Kidnap? Qin Feiyang laughed coldly, looked at the imperial preceptor and said, If I hadn't saved him, he would have been smashed to death by the beam. I would like to ask, what were you doing at that time? Have you ever worried about his safety? That was also caused by you. If you didn't have people kill Qianwu Marquis and the others, would Imperial Preceptor be so angry? To the point of losing his mind? The Imperial Preceptor coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang said, So to say, saving him is still my fault? The Imperial Preceptor laughed sinisterly. It was your fault to begin with. Emperor Hong asked, Which martial marquis did he kill? The Imperial Preceptor looked at Emperor Hong and said truthfully, Qianwu Marquis, and Wu Marquis, Mo Wu Marquis, Ge Wu Marquis, Qi Wu Marquis, all the civil and military officials can testify. How preposterous! Emperor Hong was furious. With a wave of his hand, a vast and mighty pressure surged out and enveloped Qin Feiyang in an instant. Old man Qin's expression changed as he roared, Emperor Hong, you are the son of the previous emperor. Just now, you personally agreed to Qin Feiyang's conditions. I hope you can take care of your face and be a man of your word. You've already made this old man lose all his face. Would this old man still care? Moreover, this boy held the Son of Heaven hostage, killed loyal people and committed all kinds of evil. If this old man continues to ignore it, how will the world talk about this old man behind his back? They will definitely say that this old man cares about family ties, bends the law for personal gain, and covers up and connives at Qin Feiyang. This crime is even greater. This old man doesn't want to be a sinner for all eternity. Therefore, this old man will place righteousness before family today and get rid of this malignant tumor, returning peace to Great Qin. Emperor Hong said, his words righteous and awe-inspiring. The imperial preceptor praised. That's right. This kind of evil person should be eliminated as soon as possible. Lord Emperor Hong, we all support you. The entire Great Qin's people also support you. Some martial marquis also roared, filled with righteous indignation. Emperor Hong looked at them one by one, his old face full of gratification. Following that, he looked at old man Qin and shouted, "Did you see that?" Qin Feiyong's actions these few years have long aroused public indignation. If this old man doesn't kill him today, how will I account to the world? Old man Qin lamented, "Lord Emperor Hong, the older you get, the more muddle-headed you become. Preposterous, you still dare to humiliate this old man. You colluded with Qin Feiyong, plotted to usurp the throne. Your crime is also unforgivable. Imperial Preceptor, immediately arrest him. If he dares to resist, execute him on the spot." Emperor Hong roared. The Imperial Preceptor responded respectfully, turned to look at old man Qin, and said with a cold smile, "Old man, today is your doomsday." Boom. Finished speaking. Divine might surged out, charging towards old man Qin. "Ha! My dignified great Qin actually doesn't have a reasonable person, letting wolves rule the road. How lamentable! Great Qin is not far from destruction." Old man Qin raised his head and laughed wildly, incomparably sorrowful. Deceiving the public with lies, damn it. A strong killing intent flashed in the Imperial Preceptor's eyes. "Bastard, this old man won't let you continue to be so insolent. Today, even if my body is smashed to pieces, this old man will drag you down to hell together." Old man Qin smiled sinisterly, his divine might erupting with a bang, carrying a sense of determination as he faced the Imperial Preceptor. "Old man Qin, what are you going to do?" Qin Feiyong said in shock and anger. "Don't worry about me. If there's a chance, run away. But you have to promise me, after you become strong, you must pacify the chaos of Great Qin and protect the rivers and mountains left behind by the previous emperor. If someone dares to stir up trouble, even if it's a relative whose blood is thicker than water, please don't show mercy." Old man Qin roared. This sentence was already very obvious. This family whose blood was thicker than water was undoubtedly referring to Emperor Hong and the emperor these people. Old man Qin was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. To be able to make him harden his heart to say these words, it could be seen how disappointed he was with Emperor Hong at this moment. "I will." Qin Feiyong said silently, then looked at Emperor Hong and said, "Cancer? Righteousness over family? You're really good. Cut the crap, this old man will send you on your way now." Emperor Hong shouted coldly, took a step forward, and mercilessly slapped towards Qin Feiyong's head. On the other side, State Preceptor and old man Qin also collided. "Old bastard, die with this old man." Old man Qin laughed sinisterly, a destructive aura rushed out of his body, and the void immediately shattered crazily. This, State Preceptor's body stiffened, and he immediately turned around to flee, roaring, "Emperor Hong, he's going to self-destruct, run." "What? Self-destruct?" Emperor Hong's body and mind trembled. How could he have thought that old man Qin would actually do such a crazy thing? False god self-destruct. Even if he was a supreme existence of the peak false god realm, it would be difficult to escape death. This was not the main point. The main point was that once old man Qin self-destructed, the entire imperial palace and imperial city would instantly be reduced to ashes. No one here would be spared, and they would all die. "Old man Qin, I'm sorry, I caused your death. If I didn't have to save the little prince, how could you fall to such a state?" Qin Feiyong closed his eyes in pain, 2 drops of tears silently falling from the corner of his eyes. False god is going to self-destruct, everyone run. At the same time, whether it was the imperial palace, the temple, or the major cities, they were all in a panic at this moment. Everyone scrambled to open the teleportation gate and escape. False god self-destruct? Damn it, this is a bit too much. Wang Zicheng's group of 8 also fled at the sight of the wind. Never would they have thought that the situation would become so serious. However, at this moment, above the imperial palace, a cold snort suddenly sounded. As the people fled, they hurriedly glanced around and found that it was a mysterious man in white. His figure was tall and imposing, and his entire body exuded an astonishing aura. It was not difficult to determine that he should be a young man. However, he wore a white mask on his face, covering his true appearance. No one knew who he was? However, sensing this person's aura, Qin Feiyang immediately became spirited and transmitted, "Old man Qin, there is a turning point, don't self-destruct." However, Old man Qin turned a deaf ear. Qin Feiyang anxiously shouted, "If you self-destruct now, you may not be able to kill the imperial advisor. Don't die in vain, you are a loyal person of my great Qin. I don't want you to die, and I don't want you to lose your life for a damn old bastard. It's not worth it." Old man Qin's body trembled slightly and suddenly woke up. He quickly stopped self-destructing, and that destructive aura also retreated like a tide. Stopped self-destructing? Everyone was surprised. The imperial advisor also stopped and looked at Old man Qin suspiciously. Emperor Hong's brows also tightened. But the next moment, everyone raised their heads in unison and looked at the masked man in white. As soon as this person appeared, Old man Qin stopped self-destructing. It was enough to see that this person was definitely related to Qin Feiyang, and might even be the reinforcements that Qin Feiyang had found. It's really a false alarm. If Old man Qin really self-destructed, not to mention the imperial advisor and Emperor Hong, people like us will definitely die. Yet, although I haven't seen a fake god self-destruct with my own eyes, I can imagine how scared it is. Wang Zicheng's group of 8 also heaved a sigh of relief. Their clothes were soaked in cold sweat. This was too crazy. Chapter 14:18. The white-clothed man stood proudly in the air, his body as straight as an iron pine, his thick black hair fluttering in the wind, his clothes fluttering. He was like a god descending to the world, his eyes filled with a hint of arrogance that looked down on all living things. Swish! Under everyone's gazes, he took a step forward and landed beside Qin Feiyang, looking at the imperial tutor opposite him. Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission. "Big cousin, aren't you consolidating your realm? Why are you here?" That's right. This person was the Lu family's monstrous genius, Lu Jijin. Although Lu Jijin was wearing a mask, his voice did not change at all. Therefore, Qin Feiyang recognized him at once. "Not long after you left, Second Grandpa sent me a message, saying that you would definitely cause a ruckus in the imperial palace. He was afraid that something would happen to you, so he asked me to come and help you. Fortunately, I came in time, otherwise, my great Qin would have lost a loyal person." Lu Jijin thought. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and sighed. Second Grandpa really knows things like a god. Lu Jijin smiled, looked at the imperial tutor and said coldly, "I don't want to talk nonsense with you, immediately withdraw your pressure, or else I will flatten your imperial city." This was a completely commanding tone. "Impudent." Emperor Hong was furious. Lu Jijin said arrogantly, "So what if I am impudent? I have the capital to be impudent, because as long as I am willing, I can destroy your great Qin empire in an instant." Domineering. Everyone's hearts trembled. Who was this, to actually dare to show such an arrogant side in front of Emperor Hong? Emperor Hong's face was as gloomy as water. "So lively." Suddenly, another mocking voice sounded. 2 figures flew out from the space-time gate, flying above the imperial palace like lightning. Lu Xingchen, Mu Changyun. Emperor Hong's gaze turned, looking at the 2 gloomily. "This is not good." The imperial tutor muttered, ignoring old Qin, quickly rushed to Emperor Hong's side, looking at Lu Xingchen and Mu Changyun vigilantly. Seeing this, old man Qin quickly flew to Qin Feiyang's side. Lu Xingchen chuckled and said, "I just received news that someone is bullying Qin Feiyang, so I came to see who has the guts to bully this Lu Xingchen's brother." Lu Xingchen and Qin Feiyang have such a good relationship? Have they already reached the stage where they call each other brothers? Everyone was shocked. First, there was an arrogant and mysterious man. Now, there was Lu Xingchen leading reinforcements. Qin Feiyang's backer was not simple at all. Emperor Hong said in a solemn voice, "This is my great Qin's family matters. You all don't have the qualifications to interfere. You hurt my brother and I can't intervene? Do you think you're the god of creation?" Lu Xingchen laughed disdainfully. He glanced at Lu Jijin curiously, then looked at Emperor Hong and said, "Didn't you hear what this brother said just now? Immediately put away your tortoise's might, or I'll get angry. If I get angry, your great Qin will really be finished. Emperor Hong glanced at Lu Jijin and Lu Xingchen, his expression uncertain. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows and said, "Looks like you have to force me to make a move. Changyun, immediately go and call your big brother out of seclusion." Mu Changyun responded respectfully. He smiled coldly at Emperor Hong and turned to rush towards the spatial gate. Mu Changyun's big brother was naturally Mu Changfeng. The two brothers were both supreme existences at the peak of the false god realm. Damn it! Emperor Hong clenched his fists and quickly withdrew his pressure. Lu Xingchen laughed mockingly and said indifferently, "Come back. He's still tactful. There's no need to alarm your big brother." Hearing this, Mu Changyun turned in the air and landed beside Lu Xingchen. Emperor Hong swept his gaze across the group of people and said gloomily, "Can you all scram now? We don't dare to leave now. You're too despicable. What if you attack Brother Qin again after we leave? Don't make any promises to us. We won't believe you. Because of what happened before, the people below have already told me. You clearly agreed to Qin Feiyang's conditions, but in the end, you went back on your word. You even said that you would place righteousness above family. Such a hypocritical thing, only a shameless old thing like you can do it. So, your credibility with us is already zero." Lu Xingchen mocked. "Then what do you want?" Emperor Hong said angrily. Lu Xingchen laughed and said, "That depends on Brother Qin. He can do whatever he wants." Emperor Hong looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light and said, "You didn't expect that the situation would change so quickly, right?" Emperor Hong clenched his fingers tightly, making cracking sounds. How can such a lively scene be missing from my main pagoda? At this time, another hoarse cold snort sounded in the sky. Main pagoda. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked over. They saw an old man rushing out of the space-time gate, his aura incomparably powerful. He seems to be called Wang Su, a senior figure of the main pagoda, with an important position. But what is he doing here? Everyone was suspicious. I didn't expect that a mere Qin Feiyang could actually cause such a huge commotion in the Great Qin Empire. Is the Great Qin Empire without the Qin Emperor so weak? After Wang Su appeared, another voice came from the spatial gate. This time, there was a hint of mockery in this voice. This was a woman's voice. The next moment, a woman in white flew out of the space-time gate and entered everyone's line of sight. Who is she? I've never seen her before. The people of Great Qin were shocked. However, the people of Forgotten Continent said, "You haven't seen her before, but you must have heard of her name." What name? The people of Great Qin were bewildered. "Mysterious Madam," the people of Forgotten Continent said. What? She is the Mysterious Madam? What is she doing here again? Could it be that she's here to settle the score with Qin Feiyang? Wait. The main pagoda and Qin Feiyang also have a deep grudge. Could it be that she's also taking the opportunity to kill Qin Feiyang? Everyone whispered to each other, discussing animatedly. High up in the sky, Wang Su looked at the mysterious madam, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The mysterious madam said, "You'd better not look at me like that again, or else I'll dig out your eyeballs and feed them to the dogs." So arrogant. Even the senior figures of the main pagoda are not in their eyes. They are indeed as lawless as the rumors say. People muttered. Pumph. Wang Su snorted through his nose, turned around, and swooped down, flying towards the place where Qin Feiyang and the others were. The mysterious madam smiled contemptuously and flew down as well. Not good. Last time in the Endless Sea, young master set a trap for the main pagoda and the mysterious madam and stole the god crystal. They definitely won't let this go. Wang Zicheng frowned. That's right. And I also received news that the main pagoda master and the imperial tutor are colluding to kill young master together. The black monkey said in a deep voice. Indeed, before the first wave has subsided, another wave has risen. Young master's situation will probably be even more dangerous than before. The 8 of them were all worried. They really wanted to help. But facing the main pagoda, the mysterious madam, and a colossus like Great Qin. They wanted to help but were powerless. At the same time, seeing the mysterious madam and Wang Su appear one after another, Qin Feiyang's heart sank. Let's not talk about Wang Su first, let's talk about the mysterious madam. He understood this woman quite well. She was a person who would not take revenge. The most important thing was, behind this woman, in addition to the teacher of the myths of the Dragon Phoenix House, there was also a peak false god that even Mu Changyun was afraid of. Swish! Wang Su and the mysterious madam descended one after another. The mysterious madam immediately looked at Qin Feiyang, the anger in her eyes undisguised. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but panic in his heart, and said, "Big cousin, this woman is not a good person, let's retreat." Lu Zheji nodded. But the mysterious madam knew Qin Feiyang too well, and instantly saw through Qin Feiyang's plan, and said coldly, "Boy, if you dare to move, I will slaughter the people of Great Qin." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He never doubted what the mysterious madam said. The imperial tutor looked at Qin Feiyang coldly and said, "Emperor Hong, the situation has reversed, and it's on our side." "What do you mean?" Emperor Hong was surprised. The main tower and that woman have a deep hatred with Qin Feiyang, and they also have a grudge with the Mu family. So I concluded that they must have come to help us this time. The imperial tutor secretly said, "That's really good news." Emperor Hong was overjoyed, looking at the mysterious madam and Wang Su. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "This old man is the son of the Qin Emperor, Qin Hong." The mysterious madam glanced at Emperor Hong and said, "Since you are the son of the Qin Emperor, you are also Qin Feiyang's elder, but why did you make such a fuss?" "It's a long story. These years he has done evil things in the Great Qin, but this old man couldn't bear to do anything to him, but he turned this old man's patience into capital. This time, it's even more excessive. Not only did he kidnap the emperor, but he also killed 5 of my Great Qin's marquis, causing the anger of both men and gods. This old man couldn't help it, so he hardened his heart and planned to put justice before family. But who would have thought that he actually had so many henchmen? The existence of this child is really a shame of my Great Qin." Emperor Hong sighed. "This Qin Feiyang really deserves to die." The mysterious madam nodded, killing intent flashing in her eyes. Seeing this, Emperor Hong and the imperial tutor were relieved. Wang Su and the mysterious madam were here to kill Qin Feiyang. But at the same time, hearing Emperor Hong's words, old man Qin was unable to restrain his anger and roared, "Emperor Hong, please touch your conscience when you speak. The one who should touch your conscience and repent is you. You are the pillar of my Great Qin, but you are in cahoots with Qin Feiyang. Are you worthy of our trust in you?" Emperor Hong rebuked angrily. Old man Qin was mad with hatred. Qin Feiyang reached out to hold old man Qin down and comforted him. "Don't talk nonsense with him, it's useless." The imperial tutor sneered, "Qin Feiyang, you didn't expect that the situation would change so quickly." Qin Feiyang glanced at the imperial tutor, looked at the mysterious madam and Wang Su, and said, "I will find a time to settle the grudges between you and me in the future, but for now, please don't interfere in the matters here." "Who do you think you are? If you tell me not to interfere, I won't interfere?" The mysterious madam sneered. Wang Su did not speak, but his old face was filled with killing intent. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became solemn. Emperor Hong glanced at the 3 of them, his eyes flashing slightly, and said to the imperial tutor, "How is the strength behind Wang Su and the mysterious madam?" "Very strong. According to my inquiries, there are 3 false gods in the main tower, and the mysterious madam herself is a false god, and there is a peak false god behind her." The imperial tutor said. Emperor Hong thought, "Then with us, we can definitely fight with Qin Feiyang and the others? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And if we kill Qin Feiyang now, we can also snatch the 3 kinds of pill fire from him." The imperial tutor thought, his killing intent rising. Chapter 1419. Emperor Hong's heart skipped a beat. If he could snatch all 3 types of pill fire from Qin Feiyang's body, then this time Great Qin would have 3,000 people enter the miracle. Thinking of this, Emperor Hong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he shouted, "Do it!" The Imperial Preceptor had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Hearing Emperor Hong's words, he immediately attacked towards Qin Feiyang. Really stubborn. Lu Xingchen smiled coldly and waved his hand. Mu Changyun, who was standing behind him, immediately rushed out and slammed his palm towards the Imperial Preceptor. Boom! The two of them each retreated a few feet and then took a step into the sky. Without saying a word, they began to fight at the top of the clouds. Emperor Hong looked at Wang Su and the mysterious madam, cupped his hands, and said, "The two of you, since we are already allies, then I ask the two of you to quickly return and invite the experts around you to kill these black sheep." Finished. Emperor Hong waved his hand, and the power of the false god rolled out, carrying a world-destroying aura as it pounced towards Qin Feiyang's group. Lu Jijin's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he shouted, "Old Qin, accept the challenge." Old Qin nodded. Boom! The two of them attacked at the same time. Two waves of false god power emerged, like two huge waves, sweeping through the sky and colliding with Emperor Hong's false god power. Puff! Old Qin and Lu Jijin immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered, and kept retreating. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. Lu Jijin had just broken through to the false god realm, so he was definitely not Emperor Hong's opponent. As for Old Qin, although he was a veteran false god, compared to Emperor Hong, who was at the peak of the false god realm, he was still far from it. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "It seems that you have to go back and call Mu Changfeng to help." Lu Xingchen glanced at Emperor Hong, then looked up at Mu Changyun and the Imperial Preceptor who were fighting at the top of the clouds. He waved his hand and smiled, "No need." Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Lu Xingchen said, "Actually, Mu Changfeng has always been by my side. Just now, when I told Mu Changyun to go back and call him, it was purely to tease the Imperial Advisor and Emperor Hong." Ugh! Qin Feiyang was stunned. Had he always been by Lu Xingchen's side? Why didn't he see Mu Changfeng? But very soon, Qin Feiyang was suddenly enlightened. Mu Changfeng should be in Lu Xingchen's spatial divine item. Emperor Hong repelled Old Man Qin and Lu Jijin with one move, and his confidence immediately soared. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen, he said proudly, "As long as I don't give you the chance to call Mu Changfeng over, with this old man's and Imperial Preceptor's abilities, it's enough to kill all of you." Really? Lu Xingchen smiled playfully. Before he finished speaking, an old man appeared in front of Lu Xingchen out of thin air. Who else could it be but Mu Changfeng? Sure enough, he's inside the spatial divine item. Qin Feiyang muttered, "How is this possible?" Emperor Hong's face was filled with disbelief. Lu Xingchen sneered, Lu Xingchen, have never done anything that I am not sure of. Since I will bring Mu Changyun here, I will naturally bring Mu Changfeng along as well." Emperor Hong said in shock and anger, "Then before, why did you let Mu Changyun go back?" "I was just teasing you. Did you really take it seriously?" Lu Xingchen laughed mockingly, looked at Mu Changfeng and said indifferently, "You know what to do." Mu Changfeng nodded, looked at Emperor Hong and said, "A father's debt is repaid by a son. Today, you will pay for the sins your father committed." Boom. After he finished speaking, a monstrous killing intent shot out from Mu Changfeng's eyes. "Damn it!" Emperor Hong cursed, raised his head to look at Wang Su and the mysterious lady, and roared, "What are you still standing there for? Go back and call for help." However, whether it was Wang Su or the mysterious lady, they were both indifferent, as if they didn't hear anything. What's going on? Emperor Hong was bewildered. Qin Feiyang also looked at the two of them suspiciously. The mysterious lady glanced at Qin Feiyang, looked down at Emperor Hong condescendingly, and said indifferently, "Who said I would make a move?" Emperor Hong was taken aback and said, "Don't you have a grudge with Qin Feiyang?" The mysterious lady said contemptuously, "I do have a grudge with Qin Feiyang, but I didn't say that I would help you kill him. It's you who thinks you're smart, who thinks that I'm your ally." This, for a moment, Emperor Hong's mind was in a mess. At the same time, when the Imperial Advisor heard the mysterious lady's words, his face also changed. How could this be? An uneasy premonition arose in his heart. He hurriedly pushed Mu Chongyun away with his palm and landed beside the imperial advisor. He looked at the mysterious lady and said, "You're not here to kill Qin Feiyang, then what are you here for?" The corner of the mysterious lady's mouth lifted and said, "I'm here to protect him." What? Emperor Hong and the imperial advisor were dumbstruck. In the distance, Wang Zicheng and the rest also looked at each other. Qin Feiyang himself also had a look of astonishment. Lu Xingchen, Mu Chongyun, Mu Chongfeng, and Wang Su also had faces full of astonishment. Clearly, they did not expect that this woman was actually here to protect Qin Feiyang. Especially Wang Su and Lu Xingchen, three people. Because they all knew that Qin Feiyang had snatched the divine crystal from the mysterious lady's hands in the endless sea. Logically speaking, with the mysterious lady's personality, she would definitely find Qin Feiyang to settle the score. But now, she actually wanted to protect Qin Feiyang instead? What was this woman thinking? After the imperial advisor came back to his senses, he looked at the mysterious lady and said, "Didn't you say before that Qin Feiyang really deserved to die? Why do you still want to protect him?" Deserves to die is one thing, and protecting him is another. In short, with me here today, no one can even think of hurting a single hair on his head. The mysterious lady said domineeringly. Everyone's heart trembled. This tone, this attitude, was enough to show that she was determined to protect Qin Feiyang. What kind of trick are you playing this time? But Qin Feiyang had an indescribable irritation in his heart. If it were someone else, he might not think too much. But this woman, he knew too well that she would never do anything that would not benefit her. For what? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. What about you? The imperial advisor looked at Wang Su again. Wang Su glanced at the mysterious lady, looked at the imperial advisor and Emperor Hong, and said, "This old man is also under the orders of the chief tower master to protect Qin Feiyang." What? This time, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The mysterious lady came to protect Qin Feiyang, which was understandable. After all, in the Forgotten Continent, the mysterious lady had repeatedly helped Qin Feiyang. But why did the chief tower also want to protect Qin Feiyang? What was going on here? Why did all the super forces suddenly stand together with Qin Feiyang? In the distant void, Wang Zicheng and the others were also dumbfounded. The big barbarian bull muttered, "Do you think that the young master paid a huge price to buy them off? It doesn't look like it. If the young master really bought them off, then he wouldn't have been so nervous just now." Wang Zicheng shook his head. Then what's going on? The chief tower master is such a hypocrite. How could he let go of his grudges to help the young master? Did the sun rise from the west? The 8 of them were puzzled. Not only them, but the others also couldn't figure it out. However, everyone knew that the situation had completely tilted towards Qin Feiyang. The chief tower, the mysterious lady, the Mu family, and the mysterious masked man, the 4 forces had joined forces to protect Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and temporarily put down the doubts in his heart. Looking at the imperial tutor and Emperor Hong, he smiled and said, "This situation is really changing rapidly. So quickly, it's leaning towards me again. Don't you think it's funny?" The two's faces were gloomy to the extreme. They couldn't understand what kind of charm this Qin Feiyang had. It actually made the Mu family, the chief tower, and the mysterious lady would rather let go of their hatred to help him? Brother Qin, you're wrong. The situation has always been on our side. Just now, it was just their wishful thinking, a play of their own foolishness. Lu Xingchen chuckled. Cut the crap. The mysterious lady glared at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen, and said coldly, "Qin Feiyang, just say it, what do you want to do next?" Lu Jijin said, "Why don't we join forces to kill the imperial tutor, Emperor Hong, and the little prince, and push you to the throne of Great Qin?" "That's a good idea." I raised both hands in agreement. Lu Xingchen said with a smile. Hearing their conversation, the imperial tutor and Emperor Hong couldn't help but feel panic in their hearts. Several super forces were standing behind Qin Feiyang. If Qin Feiyang really had this idea, then no one would be able to stop him today. Qin Feiyang looked at Emperor Hong in silence. The imperial tutor's heart stirred, and he sent a sound transmission. Lord Emperor Hong, looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, it seems like he still has some feelings for you? Why don't you use this to get him out of the great Qin Empire? Emperor Hong frowned. The imperial tutor continued to instigate. Now, this is the only way to resolve this calamity. I've lived for so many years, but this old man has never been in such a sorry state before. I really deserve to die. Killing intent flickered in Emperor Hong's eyes as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, if you still think of me as your great-grandfather, immediately take these lackeys of yours and scram out of the great Qin Empire. Never come back. This again? Do you really think that you're very important in my heart? Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. Emperor Hong also flew into a rage out of humiliation. When I looked at you just now, I was just sympathizing with you, because you're like a pitiful worm right now. Also, Great Qin doesn't belong to you alone. If I want to stay, I'll stay. If I want to leave, I'll leave. You can't control it, and you don't have the qualifications to control it. Qin Feiyang scolded mercilessly. Emperor Hong could no longer hold back the anger in his heart as he roared, Great Qin was single-handedly built by my father. What does it have to do with an abandoned son like you? Abandoned son? Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled, and his hands involuntarily clenched tightly. The hatred and anger that had accumulated for many years in his heart was completely ignited because of Emperor Hong's words. Too much, Lu Zhijin muttered. Being abandoned by the emperor was the pain of Qin Feiyang's life. It even left a scar in his heart that was difficult to heal. Emperor Hong's words undoubtedly tore open this scar mercilessly, making Qin Feiyang's heart drip with blood. Lu Zhijin turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. Looking at Qin Feiyang's pained expression, a monstrous rage rose in his heart. There are some things that are inconvenient for you to do, so let me do it. Chapter 1420. The crisp sound of a slap resounded above the imperial palace, which was particularly ear-piercing. Similarly, Lu Zhijin's slap also shocked countless people. One must know. The one standing there was Emperor Hong. Not only was he the son of the previous emperor, but he was also the second-generation emperor. How could he dare to slap him in public? Emperor Hong himself was also stunned. The imperial preceptor was also shocked. Who was this person? He was actually so bold. The scene fell into a dead silence. Suddenly, Emperor Hong raised his head, stared at Lu Zhijin gloomily, and roared, You dare to hit this old man? Hitting you is considered light. Look at this world, how can there be a great-grandfather like you? Lu Zhijin snorted coldly, raised his arm, and slapped again. Emperor Hong's hostility overflowed, and killing intent burst out of his eyes. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and shouted, Old man, if you dare to move, I will let them kill everyone related to the Qin clan, and let the Qin clan have no descendants. Emperor Hong roared, Evil creature, don't forget, you are also a member of the Qin clan. Didn't you just say that I am an abandoned child? What does an abandoned child have to do with your Qin clan? Qin Feiyang sneered. Emperor Hong was furious. But at this time, Lu Zhijin's slap landed solidly on his face, and a blood-red palm print quickly appeared. This was not a slap on the face, but on Emperor Hong's self-esteem. In front of everyone, he was slapped twice in a row. How could he face the world in the future? He was about to go crazy in his heart. But he didn't dare to move. He didn't dare to fight back. Because what Qin Feiyang had just said was like a ghost, floating in his ears. Kill everyone related to the Qin clan. If because of his impulse, the Qin clan had no descendants, even if he died, it would be difficult to atone for his sins. Pa! Lu Zhijin's expression was cold. He raised his hand and slapped Emperor Hong's old face one after another. Not long after, Emperor Hong's entire face swelled up like a pig's head. However, he seemed to have become numb and did not make a sound. It's really sad that Qin Feiyang has a great-grandfather like you. In the end, Lu Zhijin shook his head and sneered. Then, he turned around and swaggered back to Qin Feiyang. Have you had enough? Did you vent your anger? Now that you've vented your anger, scram. Emperor Hong roared at the few of them, hysterical. The mysterious madam looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Do you want the throne of the great Qin or not?" In other words, if Qin Feiyang wanted it, he would immediately help Qin Feiyang get it. "What's the point of obtaining the throne? Can you reunite me with my mother?" Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, his eyes full of disdain. From the very beginning, he had no interest in the throne. It was just that Emperor Hong and the others thought themselves infallible and insisted on accusing him of usurping the throne. The mysterious madam said, "Since Qin Feiyang is not interested in the throne, then let's disperse. Don't make some people look too bad. After all, he is the famous son of the Qin emperor." Although she said that, the mysterious madam was even more ruthless than Lu Jijin. As soon as her voice fell, she flashed and appeared in front of Emperor Hong. With a palm strike, she shattered Emperor Hong's qi and then kicked Emperor Hong's lower abdomen. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Emperor Hong smashed downwards like a meteorite. "Lord Emperor Hong." The imperial advisor's face changed as he hurriedly chased after him. The guards in the palace, as well as the civil and military officials, all flew towards Emperor Hong, their faces full of worry. Boom! When Emperor Hong fell, there was a loud noise and a deep pit appeared on the ground. He was lying in the deep pit, his hair disheveled and his lower abdomen dripping with blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. "Your Excellency, are you all right?" The imperial advisor landed beside Emperor Hong and hurriedly helped Emperor Hong up. "Qin Feiyang, don't go too far. No matter what, he's still your elder. Even if you don't care about kinship, you still have to give face to the late emperor. After all, it was the late emperor who gave you the inheritance that made you who you are now. How can you collude with outsiders to harm the late emperor's own son?" The civil and military officials gathered around Emperor Hong and the imperial advisor, glaring at Qin Feiyang in the sky, feeling indignant. "Shut up. What do you all know? All these years, for the great Qin Empire, Qin Feiyang has done who knows how many things and suffered how many grievances, and you all? Every day in the imperial city, living like a prince. I want to ask you, what qualifications do you have to criticize him?" Old Qin said angrily. "He's arrogant and despotic, lawless and out of control. What grievances can he suffer? The ones who are wronged are us. If it weren't for him messing around in the imperial city all day long, would we have to be on tenterhooks every day? All these years, every day felt like a year to us. Old Qin, you used to be highly respected in the great Qin Empire, but why can't you figure it out and collude with Qin Feiyang? Aren't you afraid of bearing an eternal infamy?" Everyone roared angrily. "As long as we can protect the country left behind by the late emperor, what's the harm in bearing an eternal infamy?" Old Qin muttered, his eyes filled with determination. Protecting the great Qin Empire, protecting the people, was his belief. Qin Feiyang patted Old Qin's shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, no matter when, I will fight alongside you." Old Qin smiled in relief. Fortunately, there was Qin Feiyang now, or else the great Qin Empire would really be hopeless. An old official stood at the head of the crowd, looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said, "I won't let you hurt Lord Emperor Hong again, unless you step over my corpse. Then I'll fulfill your wish." The mysterious madam opened her mouth coldly, divine might pouring down like a waterfall. Emperor Hong pushed that old official away and roared, "Don't hurt the innocent. If you have any resentment, come at me." The mysterious madam said disdainfully, "How long can you last in your current state?" With his qi crippled, Emperor Hong was already reduced to a cripple. If the mysterious madam really wanted to kill him now, she could do it with a wave of her hand. "Lord Emperor Hong, the little prince has just succeeded the throne. Nothing can happen to you, or our great Qin will really be finished. Qin Feiyang, you're so ruthless, aren't you afraid of suffering the wrath of the heavens? I beg you, show mercy and let Lord Emperor Hong go. Our great Qin has already lost a wise emperor, we can't lose Lord Emperor Hong too." A group of officials cried out in grief. Some people even knelt on the ground, begging endlessly. Qin Feiyang swept his eyes over the group of people and asked, "Who is the wise emperor that you all are talking about?" A minister said, Of course it's you and His Majesty the White Sky's father. Ha! Qin Feiyang immediately laughed loudly and said mockingly, he can also be called wise? Want me to let Emperor Hong go? Sure, but I want him to kneel down. Dream on! Emperor Hong roared angrily. Qin Feiyang, you're really going too far. What ability do you have to make Lord Emperor Hong kneel down to you? Moreover, he's your great-grandfather, can you bear it? The people roared again and again. Qin Feiyang said, of course I can't bear it, but I'm not making him kneel down to me either. I'm making him kneel down to his ancestor. I want to repent in front of his ancestor's statue. Emperor Hong said angrily, what did this old man do wrong that I need to repent? Qin Feiyang said, you still haven't realized your mistake, you're really hopeless. I don't want to hear nonsense, just tell me, are you kneeling or not kneeling? Not kneeling, Emperor Hong said. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Thunder Leopard and the other two beasts appeared out of thin air, and said, go, capture all the princesses as well as the little prince. I will let the Qin clan have no descendants right now. No problem. Thunder Leopard laughed. Bastard, you really deserve to be cut into pieces. Emperor Hong was filled with grief and indignation. Qin Feiyang glanced at Emperor Hong, looked at Thunder Leopard and the other two beasts, and shouted, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. All right. The three beasts shouted and rushed down. Emperor Hong's gaze trembled as he hurriedly said, don't, quickly call them back. I'll kneel right away. Finished. He gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground with a thud. Come back. Qin Feiyang said. How boring. When Thunder Leopard and the other two beasts heard this, they immediately pursed their lips and returned to Qin Feiyang's side in extreme displeasure. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a wave of battle qi surged out, pouring into the ground below. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled and soil flew up. Not long after, a statue of a god holding a broken sword, which was more than 100 feet tall, condensed and stood in front of Emperor Hong. Looking at the statue, Emperor Hong felt sorrow from the bottom of his heart, and roared, Father, why did you give the inheritance to that unfilial bastard? The unfilial one is you. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, his gaze turned to the imperial preceptor, and said, you also kneel down for me. On what basis? The imperial preceptor was stunned and immediately flew into a rage. Qin Feiyang sneered, as a subject of great Qin, do you still need a reason to kneel to the late emperor? Or is it that the one who really wants to usurp the throne is you? The imperial preceptor's body trembled, holding back the anger in his heart, and knelt beside Emperor Hong. Qin Feiyang had already made it so obvious. If he still didn't kneel, it would be equivalent to admitting it in disguise. One had to know. Right now, all the officials in the imperial court, the people of the imperial city, were all watching. An old minister said, since we have to kneel, then we will also kneel and accompany Emperor Hong and Lord Imperial Preceptor. At this time, we must unite and face the outside world together. The other ministers nodded one after another, glaring at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Lu Xingchen shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect that the wise Qin Badian would actually give birth to such a muddle-headed son like you. How laughable. You are not allowed to blaspheme, father. Emperor Hong raised his head and looked at Lu Xingchen gloomily. I don't care. In the future, don't let me hear you bully Brother Qin in the imperial capital again, or else it won't end so easily like today. Changyan Changfeng, let's go. Lu Xingchen sneered, waved his hand, and left with Mu Changyun and Mu Changfeng. Wang Su glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, and also turned and left without saying a word. But the mysterious lady didn't leave. Lu Jiajin didn't leave either. Emperor Hong looked at Qin Feiyang, Elder Qin, the mysterious lady, and Lu Jiajin, and said, why aren't you scramming? I'll say it one last time, don't make a fuss in front of me. If you annoy me, even if the heavenly king comes down, he won't be able to save you. The mysterious lady looked down coldly at Emperor Hong and said, you? Emperor Hong blew his beard and glared. The mysterious lady smiled contemptuously, turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and said, "It's time to settle our accounts. There are too many people here, let's find a place where there's no one." Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. Chapter 1421. Lu Jijin saw Qin Feiyang's nervousness and sent a sound transmission, "Little cousin, don't be afraid. Although the power behind her is very strong, she is now alone. With me and old man Qin here, she wouldn't dare to do anything to you. That's right. If she dares to touch you, this old man will make sure she doesn't return." Old man Qin thought. Hearing the words of the two, Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Emperor Hong and the others, then looked at the mysterious lady and said, "Let's go to the restaurant." It was definitely impossible for him to bring this dangerous woman to the castle or the ancient tower. "But how long do we have to kneel?" Emperor Hong said angrily. "Kneel until I'm satisfied. If I find out that you're cheating, then don't blame me for being impolite." Qin Feiyang snorted from his nose, then turned around and left with the mysterious lady and Lu Jijin. Evil creature. Emperor Hong was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring, his body trembling crazily. As the second-generation emperor of the Great Qin dynasty and also Qin Feiyang's great-grandfather, he was actually forced to kneel in public. How could he have any face left? Seeing this, the imperial advisor hurriedly sent a sound transmission, "My lord, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Now, please endure it and stop shouting at them." "When did you become so spineless?" Emperor Hong glared at the imperial advisor angrily, then looked at Qin Feiyang's back and muttered, "I hope you can continue to be so arrogant." To him, what he had experienced today was the greatest humiliation in his life. Therefore, other than hatred, there was nothing else for Qin Feiyang. "How wonderful!" In the distant void, Wang Zicheng clapped his hands and laughed. To be able to turn danger into safety like this, young lord's methods are indeed not something we can compare to. The big barbarian bull sighed. Back then, when they followed Qin Feiyang, they were all forced and unwilling. But now that they looked back, being able to follow Qin Feiyang was also a good thing. As long as this person did not die, he would definitely have astonishing achievements in the future. They could also benefit from it. First District. Fragrant Moon Inn. Qin Feiyang and the other three arrived at the gate one after another. The waiter of the restaurant immediately welcomed them with a flattering smile. "Young Master Qin, Old Man Qin, and these two lords, please come in." In the meantime, the surrounding people also retreated to the side, as if they had seen a devil, and kept quiet out of fear. The street in front of the Fragrant Moon brothel instantly fell into a dead silence. The mysterious madam glanced at the Fragrant Moon Inn and nodded. "This place looks pretty good," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Of course we have to go to the best place to entertain our distinguished guests. And Fragrant Moon House is the most high-end restaurant in the imperial capital." "Stop flattering me." The mysterious lady glared at him. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly and looked at the waiter. "Take us to a secluded room." "All right." The shop assistant nodded and hurriedly led the way. Qin Feiyang had long been a taboo in the imperial capital. Furthermore, in the hearts of the people, his position was comparable to a super overlord like the Hong Emperor and the imperial advisor. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the restaurant's waiter or the restaurant's diners, none of them dared to be negligent. Entering the restaurant, the people inside all stood up and bowed. Although they all hated Qin Feiyang in their hearts, none of them dared to show it. 8th floor. In a private room. After the waiter brought Qin Feiyang and the other three in, he immediately left tactfully and closed the door. Inside the private room, there was a separate dining room, tea room, reception room, and bedroom. The decorations were extremely luxurious. "Everyone sit." Qin Feiyang directly entered the tea room and sat on the main seat without any trace of politeness. In order to protect Qin Feiyang, Old Man Qin and Lu Jijin sat beside Qin Feiyang, one on the left and one on the right. The mysterious madam looked at the three of them and snorted coldly. She walked to the opposite side of Qin Feiyang and sat down. She said, "I didn't expect your situation in the imperial capital to be so unbearable. How should I describe you? Fiend? Bane? This also proves that I have the ability. Qin Feiyang was instead proud. The mysterious madam was astonished. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "If I didn't have the ability, how could I have made the whole world my enemy?" The mysterious madam rolled her eyes and sneered. "I haven't seen you for a while and you've become more thick-skinned. You flatter me." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. He said, "Let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. I don't understand why you want to help me. Don't you care about divine crystals anymore? Don't mention divine crystals to me. When I think of being cheated by you, I'm so angry that I can't wait to kill you." The mysterious madam immediately turned hostile. Her eyes flashed coldly. Old Man Qin and Lu Jiajin immediately became vigilant. The mysterious madam glanced at the two of them and took a deep breath to calm her anger. She said lightly, "Don't be nervous. I won't touch him." Old Man Qin and Lu Jiajin looked at each other, but they didn't let down their guard. Qin Feiyang, however, had a bellyful of suspicions. He said, "Senior, can we not beat around the bush? I'll tell you directly. I helped you because of friendship. I didn't care about what happened last time because of friendship." The mysterious madam said, "Friendship? Friendship?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The mysterious madam said, "You'll know in the future that I came to you this time because of the 3 elixir fires." Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "Senior, you've already given me the elixir fires. Now you can't bully me and take them back." The flame of heavenly thunder, flame of frost, and flame of heavenly mystery were all given to him by the mysterious madam. The mysterious madam said angrily, "If I were to bully you, would I be sitting here discussing with you? It's good that you don't want to take them." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. The mysterious madam rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and said, "I only want 4 places." "No problem." Qin Feiyang didn't even think about it and nodded directly. In any case, the elixir fires were given to him by this woman. There was nothing wrong with giving her 4 places. The mysterious madam said, "Also, after we enter the divine ruin, I need you to do something for me." As expected, it's not that simple. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and asked, "What is it?" The mysterious madam said, "Take good care of my daughter. If anything happens to her in the divine ruin, I won't let you go even if you run to the ends of the earth." Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "Why do I have to take care of her? Are you not going in?" "Of course I'm going in, but I can't take care of her," the mysterious madam said. But Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Don't you know? The divine ruin has 2 levels. If combat thearchs enter, they will enter the 1st level. If false gods enter, they will enter the 2nd level directly. Simply put, combat thearchs and false gods won't be in the same space." The mysterious madam said, "There's such a thing?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. Why didn't Lu Xingchen tell him such an important thing? Did he deliberately hide it from him, or did he ignore this point? "I won't lie to you. Because 10,000 years ago, I entered the divine ruin. At that time, your ancestor, the Lu family's ancestor, and Mu Tianyang went in with me. But at that time, I was still very weak compared to them." The mysterious madam said, "There's such a thing?" Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. After Lu Jiajin came back to his senses, he looked at the mysterious madam and asked, "You mean, after we enter the divine ruin, we will be separated from Qin Feiyang?" The mysterious madam nodded. Lu Jiajin frowned. "What if we're in the castle? There's a mysterious power in the passage that connects to the divine ruin. This power is pervasive. Even if we hide in a spatial divine item, it's useless." I remember that back then, Qin the Arch and Mu Tianyang did this. They both had spatial divine items, but in the end, none of them succeeded in sneaking into the 1st level. The mysterious madam said, "That's not fun." Lu Jiajin muttered, "Let me tell you seriously, the divine ruin is not a place to play. It's full of danger. Even a false god, or even a war god, will lose their lives if they're not careful." The mysterious madam said in a deep voice, "Even a war god will die." Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. This was too terrifying. Old Man Qin asked, "Then in the divine ruin, is there a passage between the second and first level?" But this passage can only allow people from the first level to enter the second level. If people from the second level enter the first level, they will be bombarded by the thunder tribulation. Back then, Qin the Arch wanted to force his way into the first level because of someone, and he almost died under the thunder tribulation. The mysterious madam said. Qin Feiyang curiously asked, "Who is worth the ancestor taking such a risk?" The mysterious madam raised her eyebrows and said, "Does it have anything to do with you?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said helplessly, "I'm just asking out of curiosity. Is there a need to have such a big reaction?" But after saying that, he was stunned and pondered for a moment. Then he looked up at the mysterious madam and asked, "That person can't be you, right?" "How is that possible?" The mysterious madam said expressionlessly, but Qin Feiyang caught 2 blushes on both sides of her cheeks. What's going on? Could it be that this woman has something to do with the ancestor? Qin Feiyang's mind suddenly spun rapidly. He remembered that at the beginning, the mysterious madam tried every means to kill him, but later on, it was as if she had suddenly changed into a different person. Not only did she take care of him, she even gave him a large number of perfect battle arts. She even helped him train Fatso and the others. With the mysterious madam's temper and personality, she definitely wouldn't suddenly change. But why was that? Qin Feiyang began to recall. Scenes from the past kept flashing through his mind. Suddenly, his body trembled as he raised his head to look at the mysterious madam. The mysterious madam frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me?" Qin Feiyang said, "If I remember correctly, it seems that after you found out my true identity, your attitude towards me began to improve. I can't remember anything that happened so long ago." The mysterious madam looked flustered and pretended to be calm. "Senior, what is your relationship with my ancestor?" Qin Feiyang said with a sneaky smile. The mysterious madam's change must be related to the ancestor, because there was no other explanation. The mysterious madam's face darkened and said, "It's nothing, we just met a few times." "Really? Then why did you blush just now?" "Senior, it's normal to like someone. There's no need to hide it in your heart." Chapter 1422. The mysterious lady said angrily, "Kid, don't go too far. Be careful or I'll fall out with you." Although he had a vicious look on his face, his expression was very unnatural. Okay. I won't say any more." Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand, but his eyes were very ambiguous. He was now sure that the relationship between this woman and the ancestor was definitely not ordinary. However, he also knew that there was a limit to everything. The mysterious lady was not a kind person. If he angered her, even if Old Man Qin and Lu Jijin joined forces, they would not be able to stop the mysterious lady from killing him. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang looked at the mysterious lady and said, "Senior, I can help take care of your daughter, but I can only say that I will try my best. I can't guarantee 100%. After all, you just said that the divine sight is not ordinary. It must be 100%. There is no room for negotiation. There is one more thing you have to remember. If someone around you breaks through to the false god realm on the first floor, they will be directly sent to the second floor by the power of the divine sight. Also, be careful of Lu Xingqian. This time, the chief pagoda will help you because of Lu Xingqian." After the mysterious lady finished speaking, she did not give Qin Feiyang a chance to speak. She opened the window, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared without a trace. "What a strong woman." Lu Jijin shook his head and smiled. "Isn't that so? I am afraid of trouble, but she threw me such a big trouble. It seems that after entering the divine sight, I will have to value her daughter's life more than my own." Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Lu Jijin shook his head and asked, "Have you seen her daughter?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "How is her cultivation?" Lu Jijin asked. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, "I remember the last time we met, she had broken through to the 9-star combat emperor realm." Lu Jijin was surprised and said, "She is so strong, what are you worried about?" Maybe at a critical moment, she can help you. I hope so. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then he frowned and said, but I don't understand. Why did she say that the main tower came to help me because of Lu Xingchen? Elder Qin pondered for a moment and said, could it be that after Lu Xingchen went to the Forgotten Continent, he secretly reached some kind of agreement with the tower? This shouldn't be. The hatred between the Mu Jia and the HQ is as deep as the sea. If you say that Lu Xingchen brought people to attack the HQ, I can still believe it. But I don't believe that he reached some kind of agreement with the HQ. Qin Feiyang pondered. Lu Jijin said, you must know that there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal benefits. Benefits? Qin Feiyang murmured. He suddenly stood up and said with a smile, let's go, we will sneak into the main tower and take a look. You guys probably haven't been to the Central Divine Kingdom before, so I will take you guys for a stroll. He had to investigate this matter thoroughly, or else he would feel uneasy. Imperial Palace. Some people's legs were already numb from kneeling. One of them said, Emperor Hong, Imperial Preceptor, are we really going to keep kneeling like this? Emperor Hong said, if you can't kneel, then get lost so as not to be an eyesore here. The man's gaze trembled, and he hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say a word. At this moment, a figure broke through the air and landed beside the Imperial Preceptor. It was Yen Wei. Yen Wei looked at the Imperial Preceptor and Emperor Hong with schadenfreude, and then whispered a few words in the Imperial Preceptor's ear. Of course. This schadenfreude, he definitely didn't dare to show it. What? After hearing Yen Wei's words, the Imperial Preceptor suddenly stood up, his old face full of shock. What? Emperor Hong looked at him suspiciously. The Imperial Preceptor hurriedly moved closer to Emperor Hong's ear and whispered, my subordinate reported that His Majesty Hao Tian just took a potential pill. Emperor Hong's face froze, and he suddenly roared, why did he do this? Does he not want to live? The Imperial Preceptor said in a deep voice, now is not the time to be angry. We must hurry up and save him, or else he will definitely explode and die. Swish. Emperor Hong immediately got up and tore through the air like lightning. The Imperial Preceptor also brought Yen Wei and quickly chased after him. What happened this time? Why are you in such a hurry? Seeing this scene, everyone present was bewildered. Someone asked, then do we still have to continue kneeling? The two lords have already left, what are we still kneeling for? Hurry up and leave, lest Qin Feiyang bump into us, we won't have a good fruit to eat. Hearing this, everyone bowed to the statue one after another, then got up and opened the teleportation gate, fleeing for their lives. Central Divine Kingdom. Deep in the main tower, in a courtyard, Chief Pagoda Master, Gong Sun Bei, and Wang Su sat around a stone table, their faces gloomy, silent, as if they were waiting for something. Swish. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, a young man cut through the sky and landed in the courtyard. It was young Master Hao. After experiencing that incident, the current young Master Hao had undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only did his cultivation become stronger, but his whole person also seemed mature and steady, exuding a threatening aura all over his body. Father, Elder Wang, Brother Gongsun, I just received news that you went to the imperial capital to help Qin Feiyang. As soon as young Master Hao appeared, he angrily walked toward the three. Chief Pagoda Master looked up at him and nodded. Why do you want to help him? Wasn't the lesson from back then enough? Young Master Hao roared. Chief Pagoda Master clenched his hands and didn't say anything. Gong Sun Bei glanced at Chief Pagoda Master, then looked at young Master Hao and sighed. If we had a choice, we wouldn't help him. What do you mean? Who's forcing you? Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows. Shut up. Chief Pagoda Master slapped the stone table and suddenly stood up. Like an angry beast, he stared at young Master Hao and said, What qualifications do you have to meddle in our affairs? Get lost and go back to cultivate. Young Master Hao was also angry and roared, I don't have the qualifications to meddle in your affairs, but at least I know that a person must have a backbone. Backbone? If you really have a backbone, why do you still keep those potential pills that Qin Feiyang gave you? If you have the ability, throw them all away. Chief Pagoda Master shouted. Master, your words are a little too much. Junior brother, Master didn't mean it. Don't take it to heart. Seeing that the situation was not good, Gong Sun Bei quickly stood out to persuade him. Young Master Hao remained silent, but his hands were tightly clenched together, and his face was ashen. Look at yourself. After cultivating for so long, you only broke through to the 4-star Battle Saint realm. Look at Qin Feiyang. How long has it been? He has already broken through to the 4-star Battle Emperor realm. A 4-star Battle Saint and a 4-star Battle Emperor is a whole realm apart. Do you know what this means? All day long, you still want to take revenge on Qin Feiyang. Do you have the ability? Can you catch up to Qin Feiyang? The Chief Pagoda Master became angrier and angrier as he spoke. In the end, he was almost roaring. Young Master Hao's body and mind trembled, and his face was full of pain. Gong Sun Bei couldn't bear it and was about to comfort him, but Wang Su reached out and stopped him. He transmitted his voice, "Don't worry about it. This child has to go through this to stimulate his potential." Gong Sun Bei thought to himself, but isn't using such a method a little too cruel? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Although he may hate Chief Pagoda Master now, when he grows up and matures, he will understand Chief Pagoda Master's painstaking efforts today. Wang Su said. Sigh. Gong Sun Bei sighed. From a fair point of view, he didn't think that young Master Hao could catch up to Qin Feiyang. Because Qin Feiyang's speed of growth was obvious to everyone. To catch up to him, one had to be a peerless genius that was rarely seen in a million years. Although young Master Hao's talent wasn't bad, he was still a long way from such a peerless genius. However, he couldn't say these words out loud. Firstly, he was afraid of angering the Chief Pagoda Master. Secondly, he was afraid of hurting young Master Hao's confidence. Seeing young Master Hao standing there motionlessly and not saying anything, the Chief Pagoda Master became angry and shouted, "Why aren't you getting lost? Do you want me to personally send you out?" Young Master Hao let go of his hand, looked up at the Chief Pagoda Master, opened the portal and walked in without looking back. It seems that he has suffered a big blow this time. Gong Sun Bei sighed deeply. If he doesn't understand and work hard, he won't just suffer a blow, he'll die. In fact, I don't expect him to catch up to Qin Feiyang now. After all, his talent is still far from enough. And this time, Qin Feiyang will also enter the divine sight. When he comes back alive, his talent will definitely be even more amazing. But I just can't accept it. Why is Qin Beishan's descendant so outstanding and my descendant so weak? I don't want to lose to Qin Batian again. Do you understand? The Chief Pagoda Master looked at the two and roared in pain. Gong Sun Bei and Wang Su looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. Don't want to lose to the ancestor again? What kind of grudge does he have with the ancestor? In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang looked at the Chief Pagoda Master on the screen and frowned. He knew where the Chief Pagoda Master lived, so as soon as he entered the Central Divine Kingdom, he immediately drove the ancient castle and rushed here. Therefore, he heard the Chief Pagoda Master's words. Old Qin looked at the Chief Pagoda Master and the other two, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Did the late emperor stay in the Forgotten Continent for a long time?" "I'm not sure about that. However, on the Divine Island in the Blue Sea, there was a murderous intent left by the Mermaid Emperor. The barrier in the Inland Sea was also set up by the ancestor. And in the inheritance place of the Chief Pagoda, there is a statue of the ancestor. In short, there are many clues about the ancestor left here." Qin Feiyang said. "The Mermaid Emperor." Old Qin's eyes trembled slightly. This legendary existence was the most powerful war god by the side of the late emperor. If he was lucky enough to see the real face, he would die without regrets. Time passed little by little. About half an hour passed. Suddenly, an old figure descended in the sky above the courtyard. "It's him." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The person who came was Mu Changyun. This Mu family and the Chief Pagoda actually colluded? Old Qin frowned. At the same time. Chapter 1423. Lu Xingchen, I'd like to see what kind of tricks you are playing. Qin Feiyang murmured. Mu Zhangyun took a step forward and landed in front of the three people. The three immediately greeted him. The Tower Lord said, "I have done what I promised you." "Where is it?" Mu Zhangyun said. "Don't worry, bring the Lord here first." The Tower Lord said, "Can you trust the Mujia people? What if you go back on your word when I bring the Lord here?" "Is my Mujia as bad as you say?" Mu Zhangyun snorted. The Tower Lord said, "We have been together for so many years. Do you think I don't know? Good. This old man will give it to you first." Mu Zhangyun's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he took out an iron box from his arms. The iron box was palm-sized, as if it was made of divine iron. It was full of a hard texture. "What you want is inside." After Mu Zhangyun finished speaking, he waved his hand and threw the jade box to the chief tower master. The Tower Lord quickly caught it in his hand. He looked quite excited as he opened the iron box. A cluster of alchemy fires suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Heat waves rolled. "Heavenly astral flame." Wang Su and Gong Sun Bei murmured. "With this flame, your tower can let people enter the miracle. Speaking of which, you are making a profit." Mu Zhangyun sneered. "Don't make sarcastic remarks. The heavenly astral flame, including the other 9 kinds of alchemy fire, originally belonged to our tower. It's you who shamelessly robbed us. Otherwise, it's not me begging you now, it's you begging me." The Tower Lord roared. When he thought of this matter, his heart felt suffocated. "The strong are respected, don't you understand?" Mu Zhangyun smiled disdainfully. "Hurry up and bring the Lord here. Don't play tricks, otherwise, your tower will definitely suffer in the end." The Tower Lord's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Gong Sun Bei, bring him here immediately." Although Mu Zhangyun's words were a threat, he could only be threatened. Because now the world knows that the relationship between Lu Xingchen and Qin Feiyang is very good, and the relationship between Qin Feiyang and the mysterious madam is also very complicated. In other words, if they become enemies with Lu Xingchen, the tower will face a 3-way attack. With the combined might of the 3 parties, his main pagoda was unable to deal with them. Gong Sun Bei nodded and soared into the air, quickly disappearing. Chief Pagoda Master withdrew the heavenly astral flames and looked at Mu Zhangyun. "There's something I don't understand." Mu Zhangyun coldly said. Chief Pagoda Master said, "Last time, Qin Feiyang tricked your Mu Jia so miserably, why are you still helping him now? You even let my tower?" "This is the decision of the higher-ups. I can't interfere, and I don't dare to interfere." Mu Zhangyun said. "Of the tower? Could it be Lu Xingchen?" The chief tower master frowned. "Shui," Mu Zhangyun nodded. "Who is he? Even you have to be so respectful to him?" The Tower Lord was suspicious. "He is the lord of my Mu Jia. His decision is our decision. By the way, don't think about dealing with the Lord. Otherwise, my Mu Jia will use the power of the whole family to fight against your tower." Mu Zhangyun said. The Tower Lord and Wang Su looked at each other. They didn't expect that Lu Xingchen's position in the Mu Jia's heart was so high. They also investigated Lu Xingchen's identity. But the result of the investigation was only Lu Xingchen's identity and deeds in the Great Qin Empire. They didn't know anything about his relationship with the Mu Jia. Gong Sun Bei carried a middle-aged man in ragged clothes and landed beside the 3 of them. "Ancestor Yun." Looking at Mu Zhangyun, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted excitedly. "This person is Mu Qing's father, the lord of the Mu Jia. From his appearance, it can be seen that he has been tortured in the tower during this time. This old man came to pick you up on the orders of the Lord." Mu Zhangyun said and looked at Gong Sun Bei. Gong Sun Bei looked at the Tower Lord. The Tower Lord nodded. With the Tower Lord's permission, Gong Sun Bei let go of the Mu Jia's lord. The Mu Jia's lord immediately ran behind Mu Zhangyun and stared at the Tower Lord with eyes full of hatred. "Let's go." Mu Zhangyun looked at the Tower Lord and opened a portal and said to the Mu Jia's lord. When the Mu Jia's lord heard this, he quickly ran in. Just as Mu Zhangyun was about to enter the portal, the Tower Lord suddenly spoke. "Is there anything else?" Mu Zhangyun stopped and asked without turning his head. The Tower Lord said in a deep voice. I hope you can keep the matter of the past a secret. This depends on the Lord's intention. This old man can't make the decision. After Mu Zhangyun finished speaking, he stepped into the portal. The teleportation gate soon dissipated as well. Gong Sunbei retracted his gaze and asked suspiciously, "My lord, what did you just say?" Wang Su also looked at him suspiciously. "No matter what, don't ask, just do your job well," and the Tower Lord looked at Wang Su and said, "You go to the imperial capital in person and ask the state preceptor. I think he should know the details of Lu Xingchen." Wang Su nodded. "Go back." The Tower Lord waved his hand. Gong Sunbei looked at each other and turned around and strode away. The chief tower master stood alone in the courtyard with his hands tightly clenched together. He looked up at the sky, and a trace of hostility that could not be dissipated crept up his forehead. "Qin Fiang, Lu Xingchen Mu Jia, you just wait, I will make you pay the price sooner or later." Inside the castle, Old Man Qin suddenly said, "It turns out that they didn't cooperate, it's just a deal." Qin Feiyang also breathed a sigh of relief. But then, his brows wrinkled. "What's the problem?" Seeing this, Old Man Qin and Lu Jijin looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then he raised his head to look at the two people and said, "I know Lu Xingchen too well. He wouldn't care about someone like the Mujia's patriarch, but why would he exchange the heavenly star flames with the main tower? You know, one more pillfire is equal to 1,000 more spots. Is there such a possibility? He used the heavenly flames to trade with the Tower Lord, mainly to help you rescue the Mujia's Lord. Is it just an additional condition?" Lu Jijin said. "Impossible. If he wants to help me, Mu Changfeng and Mu Changyun's strength is more than enough, there's no need to ask the Tower Lord. So I concluded that asking the Tower Lord to help me is an additional condition. He really wants to save the Mujia's Lord." Qin Feiyang said. Speaking of this, he suddenly seemed to think of something. His face showed a look of understanding. He smiled and said, "I think I know why." "Why?" Old Man Qin and Lu Jijin were puzzled. "It must be for the sake of Mu Qing. Mu Qing's eye of heaven is the most important thing to the Mujia. If Lu Xingchen doesn't save the Mujia's Lord, it is very likely to cause Mu Qing's dissatisfaction and even rebellion. So, in order to appease Mu Qing, he reluctantly gave up the pill fire in exchange for the Mujia's Lord." Qin Feiyang smiled. "It makes sense. If it were me, I would also meet all the conditions of Mu Qing." Lu Jijin nodded. Old Man Qin also nodded in agreement, suddenly looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Where is the Mujia's nest? Want to see it?" Qin Feiyang said. Old Man Qin nodded. "It's useless. Even if I take you there, you can't enter the Mujia. Because the entire Mujia is protected by a barrier. Although I sneaked into the Mujia last time and got a key to open the barrier, they will certainly rearrange it in order to prevent me from entering the Mujia again. In other words, the key on my body is useless now." Qin Feiyang said. "That's a pity." Old Man Qin said with disappointment. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I will take you to the island and the inner sea to see the killing intent of the Mermaid Emperor, as well as the barrier arranged by the ancestors. This can be done." Lu Jijin was surprised. His face was full of longing. Immediately, Qin Feiyang steered the ancient castle and silently left the main tower. Soon after, he opened the teleportation gate and entered the mythical island. At the same time, the Mujia. Mu Changyun brought the Mujia's Lord back alive. The happiest person was Mu Qing, because the Mujia's Lord is the only person closest to him in this world. After seeing Lu Xingchen, the father and son left happily. Mu Zhangyun stayed by Lu Xingchen's side. "Is there anything else?" Lu Xingchen looked at him suspiciously. Last time, although Qin Feiyang was the mastermind, the one who did it was the main tower. The blood feud must be avenged. "Father, do you think we should announce the matter of that year to the world?" Mu Changyun asked. Lu Xingchen was silent. "If the world knows that the previous generation's lord was murdered by the current lord, I think whether it is the people of the main tower or the major tribes, they will all go to crusade against him." Mu Changyun sneered. Lu Xingchen said, But don't forget that you also killed the previous generation's lord. This doesn't matter, right? With the strength of the Mujia, even if the world knows, they won't dare to do anything to us. But the Lord is different. Once this matter is exposed, the situation he will face will definitely be one of betrayal and isolation. Only death awaits him. Mu Changyun said, I think it's better to put this matter aside for now. The miracle is about to open. I don't want to make any trouble at this time. After all, Qin Feiyang is not a person who is easy to deal with. If we fall out with the main tower, he will definitely take the opportunity to intervene. This way, it will not benefit our Mujia at all. Moreover, there is still a trace of a bond between Qin Feiyang and the main tower that is difficult to cut off. Lu Xingchen said, Qin Feiyang and the main tower have fallen out, what else can there be? Mu Changyun was suspicious. Young Master Hao Wang Yi. According to my investigation in the past 2 days, although Qin Feiyang had a falling out with them, he gave them medicinal pills that could open the door to their potentials when they were falling out. This is enough to show that Qin Feiyang still cares about them. In addition, there is also Gong Sun Bei. Although this person is attached to the Lord, he is much smarter than the Lord. With him, we won't be able to gain any advantage. At most, both sides will suffer. Lu Xingchen said. Understood. Mu Changyun nodded. Lu Xingchen waved his hand and said, Okay, you go do your work. There are some things I have to think about. Yes. Chapter 1424. The Island. Although a long time had passed, there was no change here at all. When Qin Feiyang brought Old Man Qin and Lu Jijin to land on the island, they went straight to the lake below. At the bottom of the lake, the stone engraved with the mermaid pattern was still there. However, no matter what the three of them did, they couldn't make the mermaid emperor's killing intent appear. Helpless, they could only leave and enter the inner sea. However, not long after entering the inner sea, Qin Feiyang's image crystal suddenly rang. He stopped above the sea and took out the image crystal. Yan Wei's shadow quickly appeared. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the other two, Yan Wei immediately asked, Where are you now? Inner sea, what's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Inner sea? Yan Wei was stunned and said in surprise, The inner sea is in the central divine kingdom. I am in the imperial capital, and I can actually send you a message. Hearing Yan Wei's words, Qin Feiyang was also stunned. Old Man Qin thought, it should be related to the space-time gate. Space-time gate? Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that this was the only explanation. The space-time gate connected the imperial capital and the central divine kingdom, connecting the two continents together. It seemed reasonable that the people on both sides could now communicate with each other. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and looked at Yan Wei. Why are you looking for me? From the looks of it, you seem to be in a hurry? Yan Wei said in a deep voice, It's not a hurry, it's extremely urgent. The little prince is in the imperial palace and secretly took a potential pill. What? Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Old Man Qin and Lu Jijin also trembled. How is he now? Old Man Qin asked. Not good. Just now, because of the cracks in his body, he has already fainted. The imperial advisor and Emperor Hong are thinking of various ways to save him. But whether or not they can save him, I still don't know. After Yan Wei finished speaking, he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Do you want to come back and take a look? Of course. Before Qin Feiyang could say anything, Old Man Qin spoke first. We'll go back now. Qin Feiyang stopped Old Man Qin. Old Man Qin turned around and looked at him in confusion. Calm down. Qin Feiyang comforted him. He looked at Yan Wei and asked, Do many people know about this? Not much. Just me, Emperor Hong, and the imperial advisor. Yan Wei said. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Old Man Qin. Then we can't go back now. But Old Man Qin frowned. Because only the three of them know. If we rush back now, the state preceptor will immediately suspect Yan Wei. It wasn't easy for Yan Wei to gain the trust of the state preceptor. I don't want his identity to be exposed because of this. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. Old Man Qin was stunned and said with a wry smile, It's really chaotic because of concern, but are we just going to ignore it? The state preceptor and Emperor Hong are both peak semi-divinity realm existences. They will definitely have a way. You don't have to worry too much. Qin Feiyang comforted. Little cousin, that's not necessarily true. But before Qin Feiyang's voice faded, Lu Jiajin suddenly said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Lu Jiajin didn't answer but asked instead, let me ask you first. Have you experienced the pain of failing to open the door of potential before? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Not only him, but the people and beasts around him also didn't. Using the small creation pill to open the door of potential was one thing, but the small creation pill and the potential pill were two completely different concepts. Even if the small creation pill failed to open the door of potential, it wouldn't have any impact on the self. Lu Jiajin said, you haven't experienced it, but someone in our village has. What happened to them in the end? Qin Feiyang asked. He couldn't help but feel uneasy in his heart. I believe you also know that using the potential pill and the potential pill to open the door of potential, once it fails, one's cultivation will be crippled and one's vitality will be greatly damaged. In the worst case, one's body will explode and blood will splatter on the spot. Lu Jiajin said. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although it said so, after failing, the probability of losing one's life is extremely high. Since ancient times, there should be 200 to 300 people who failed, but in the end, there are less than 10 who succeeded and survived. As for those who died, Second Grandpa also tried everything to save them, but in the end, it didn't work at all. You have to know that they are all people with cultivation and meet the conditions to open the door of potential. Even they will die, let alone the little prince. Right now, the little prince has probably just come into contact with cultivation. In other words, he's just an ordinary child. And he's still so young. With his weak body, he won't be able to withstand the enormous energy of the potential pill. So I think that even with the Imperial Preceptor and Emperor Hong here, the little prince's life will be difficult to protect this time. Lu Jiajin said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's heart couldn't help but sink. He didn't expect that after failing, the chances of survival would be so small. Feiyang, the little prince is your younger brother. You can't just ignore him. Moreover, if you're not interested in the throne, then someone has to manage the great Qin Empire in the future, right? And right now, His Majesty only has you and the little prince, 2 sons. If the little prince dies, what will happen to great Qin in the future? Old man Qin said anxiously. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang comforted her. He looked at Yen Wei and said, go back immediately and keep an eye on him. If the situation becomes more and more serious, immediately think of a way to spread this matter. Only when it reaches the point where everyone knows about it, can I go and help him. That's simple. Yen Wei smiled confidently, and the phantom quickly dissipated. Lu Jiajin asked, little cousin, if the little prince's situation really reaches an irreversible point, how do you plan to help him? I don't know either. I really don't understand why he was so impulsive. Isn't this treating his life as a game? Qin Feiyang was very angry. Old man Qin sighed. He's still so young, how can he understand these things? I reckon that he must have been blinded by hatred. I think so too. Lu Jiajin nodded, looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, he hates you and wants to avenge his mother. Moreover, back then, Emperor Hong personally announced that you killed the emperor. His hatred for you must be getting stronger and stronger. But your cultivation is too high, he has no chance to take revenge. So, he yearns to become stronger quickly, so he secretly took the potential pill. And he's so young, probably no one told him the consequences of using the potential pill carelessly. Lu Jiajin said, is this still my fault? Qin Feiyang frowned. It's not your fault, because no matter who it is, they would do the same. It's that woman who's wrong. As the Empress of Great Qin, she actually didn't abide by the virtue of a woman. It's Emperor Hong who's wrong. If he didn't slander you for killing the emperor, the little prince's hatred for you wouldn't be so strong. Old man Qin said gloomily. Emperor Hong and that woman were the culprits of all this. But after saying that, Old Man Qin suddenly thought of something. His body trembled slightly, looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Jiajin, and said, "I thought of a way that can definitely save the little prince." What? The two looked at him in surprise. "Fire of life." Old Man Qin said word by word. "Yeah, how could I forget it?" Qin Feiyang's spirit was shaken, but then it dripped down again and said, "I used to have a fire of life, but it was fused by me, mother, or fatso, where can I find it now?" But Qin Feiyang didn't notice that when he heard the words fire of life, Lu Jiajin's eyes flickered. And when Old Man Qin heard Qin Feiyang's words, his expression also became dejected. That's right. Fire of life was such a precious thing. Either it had not been discovered in some dangerous place, or it was in the hands of some expert. This kind of thing was completely dependent on chance and luck. It couldn't be forced. Lu Jiajin looked at the two of them, hesitated for a moment, and said, "My Lu family has 2 clusters of fire of life." What? The two of them immediately looked at Lu Jiajin. Lu Jiajin said, "In the hands of second grandpa. Please, you must save the little prince." Old Man Qin was wild with joy, even forgetting his identity, directly kneeling in the air, begging Lu Jiajin. Lu Jiajin immediately went forward to support Old Man Qin and said, "Senior, don't be like this. This junior can't bear it." Old Man Qin stood up, firmly holding onto Lu Jiajin's hand, unwilling to let go, his eyes begging. Lu Jiajin laughed helplessly, turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Think about it carefully. Are you sure you want to save the little prince? If you are sure, I will immediately go back and discuss this matter with second grandpa." "I'm sure." Qin Feiyang nodded, not considering it at all. Lu Jiajin looked deeply at Qin Feiyang and nodded. "All right, then let's go back." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened the teleportation gate. The three of them appeared in the air above an uninhabited forest outside the imperial city. Following that, Qin Feiyang brought the two of them into the castle, and then drove the castle towards the gate of time and space like lightning. Old Man Qin was very excited along the way. But suddenly, his expression froze as he turned to look at Lu Jiajin. Only now did he realize that he still did not know the identity of this person. Because Lu Jiajin had been wearing a mask the entire time, he had not revealed his true appearance. Of course, even if Lu Jiajin did not wear a mask, Old Man Qin might not be able to recognize him. After all, Lu Jiajin had never appeared outside before. Old Man Qin looked at Lu Jiajin and cupped his hands. "Oh right, I have yet to ask for your name? You should be able to guess it." Lu Jiajin laughed. "Can you guess it?" Old Man Qin was slightly taken aback as he lowered his head and pondered. Calling Qin Feiyang as his cousin, and also a member of the Lu family, and also a false god. Suddenly, Old Man Qin's gaze trembled as he raised his head to look at Lu Jiajin, and said in shock, "Are you Lu Jiajin?" "That's me." Lu Jiajin smiled and nodded. "How is this possible? If this old man remembers correctly, you and Zhuge Mingyang are the same age, but you have already broken through to the false god realm." Old Man Qin looked at him with his mouth agape. "Good luck." Lu Jiajin smiled. Old Man Qin heard this and shook his head with a bitter smile. To step into the false god realm in just a few hundred years, could this be called luck? This was called a peerless talent. "This old man has long heard of your name, but I didn't expect your talent to be so amazing. The world only knows that Zhuge Mingyang is the #1 monster in the imperial capital, but they don't know that the real #1 monster has been cultivating in a low-key manner. However, this old man admires your temperament." Old Man Qin laughed. "Senior, you are flattering me." Lu Jiajin waved his hand modestly. Old Man Qin shook his head with a smile and did not say anything else. He only sighed in his heart. Qin Feiyang was already a monster, and now there was Lu Jiajin. With these two brothers working together, who among the younger generation would be able to compete with them in the future? Chapter 1425. After returning to the imperial city, Lu Jiajin immediately opened the portal and returned to the Lu family. Qin Feiyang and Old Man Qin were waiting at the Black Dragon Pool. Qin Feiyang was fine, just a little worried in his heart. But Old Man Qin was like an ant on a hot pan, falling into an extremely anxious and uneasy state. He couldn't wait to run to the imperial palace and see the little prince's situation with his own eyes, but he didn't lose his mind. Time passed little by little. Buzz. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang hurriedly took out the image crystal, and Yen Wei's shadow appeared again. How is it? Old man Qin couldn't wait to ask. Yen Wei shook his head and said, the life fluctuations are already dissipating, and the Imperial Preceptor and Emperor Hong have already done their best. Damn it! Old man Qin roared. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, did you find a way to spread the news? Before, I secretly led a few palace maids and eunuchs, pretending to be unintentional, and entered the little prince's palace. Now the news has already spread in the imperial palace. Civil and military officials are also on the way. Yen Wei smiled. Well done. You go back and keep an eye on it, I'll be there later. Qin Feiyang said. Yen Wei nodded, and the shadow disappeared into thin air. He's been gone for so long, why hasn't he come back yet? Old man Qin anxiously glanced around. He just went back, how can he be so fast? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. In fact, he also understood that old man Qin was not concerned about the little prince, but the future of Great Qin. The little prince had just ascended the throne, and the turmoil had not yet subsided. If at this time, the little prince was killed again, then the people of Great Qin would definitely fall into a state of extreme panic. Of course, Qin Feiyang would not let the little prince have an accident, because in this way, the emperor was very likely to take the opportunity to come back and seize the imperial power. In short, as long as he was here, he would not allow the empire of Great Qin to fall into the hands of this incapable emperor again. At this moment, for old man Qin, a day was like a year. Swish. Finally, Lu Jijin appeared in front of them. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and asked, how is it? Lu Jijin took out a jade box from his bosom and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to reach for it, old man Qin snatched the jade box from Lu Jijin's hand and quickly opened it. Immediately, a majestic life force surged out of the jade box like a torrent. He looked inside the jade box again. A clump of flames the size of an infant's fist lay silently within it. It was completely dark green as if it was carved from a piece of divine jade, and it emanated a sparkling and translucent mist of light. Qin Feiyang glanced at the flame and nodded. It's the flame of life. In this world, there should be no one who understood the fire of life better than him. Hearing this, Elder Qin was ecstatic. He immediately closed the lid of the box and opened the portal. He said anxiously, let's go to the little prince's palace immediately. Qin Feiyang and Lu Jijin looked at each other, shook their heads and smiled, and then entered the portal one after another. The next moment, the three of them landed in the air above a palace. The palace had 2 floors. It was resplendent and tall. On the 2 thick stone pillars in front of the door, there were 2 lifelike 5-clawed golden dragons carved on them. The 5-clawed golden dragon was the symbol of the emperor. And at this moment, the palace gate was tightly shut. Yen Wei brought a group of palace maids, eunuchs, and guards to stand in front of the gate. Such a big thing has happened, yet you still hide it from us. Do the imperial tutor and Emperor Hong still care about us? Let us in. There's strength in numbers. Maybe we'll have a way to save His Majesty's life. It was very noisy here. A group of ministers gathered at the bottom of the steps outside the gate, staring angrily at Yen Wei. Yen Wei raised his eyebrows and said, without the orders of Emperor Hong and the imperial tutor, I really don't dare to let you in without permission. Please don't make things difficult for me. What are you talking about? Can't you see that we are concerned about His Majesty? You dog slave, relying on the support of the imperial tutor, you're like a fox pretending to be a tiger in front of us all day long. Let me tell you, we must go in today. If you insist on not moving aside, then don't blame us for being impolite to you. A few senior officials shouted at Yen Wei in a stern voice. Scram. But suddenly, a shout rang out in the sky. This voice, everyone's eyes trembled as they immediately raised their heads to look. Their expressions changed drastically. Qin Feiyang. Why would he come to the imperial palace? And at this time? Swish. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the main hall. Old Qin and Lu Jijin followed closely behind him. Qin Feiyang, what are you trying to do? Do you want to take advantage of His Majesty Hao Tian's crisis to snatch the throne? Stop dreaming. Even if His Majesty Hao Tian really unfortunately dies, even if you snatch the Imperial Jade Seal, wear the dragon robe and sit on the dragon throne, we will not admit that you are the Emperor of Great Qin. And you, old Qin, please don't help the evildoers anymore. The civil and military officials quickly blocked in front of Qin Feiyang and the other two, roaring with righteous indignation. Scram as far as you can. The little prince's life was at stake. How could old Qin be in the mood to talk nonsense with them? Boom. Woo-woo. Old Qin directly waved his hand, the wind whistled, and the people in front of him suddenly fell down. Then, the three of them walked up the steps. But at this time, Yan Wei suddenly opened his hands, blocking Qin Feiyang and the other two, shouting, "You are not allowed to go in." He still had to act. After all, the imperial tutor was inside. Old Qin looked at Qin Feiyang. If it was before, he would definitely not hesitate to attack Yan Wei. But now, he knew that Yan Wei was one of Qin Feiyang's men, so before he made a move, he had to first ask for Qin Feiyang's opinion. Bear with it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he secretly sent a message to Yan Wei. Then he took a step forward and slapped Yan Wei's chest with his palm. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, Yan Wei was like a meteor, directly smashing through the door of the palace, and then smashing into the ground inside the main hall. The ground immediately shattered, creating a huge crater. The moment the imperial tutor and Emperor Hong heard the commotion, they immediately turned their heads to look at Qin Feiyang and the other two, their eyes flashing with a fierce light. Yan Wei crawled up in a sorry state, ran to the imperial tutor's side, and said, "Master, I'm sorry, I really can't stop them." The imperial tutor said, "Retreat to the side." Yan Wei respectfully replied and quickly retreated to the side. While glancing at Qin Feiyang and the other two and the imperial tutor, he rubbed his aching chest and pursed his lips into a mocking smile. Qin Feiyang stepped into the hall. Old Man Qin and Lu Jijin followed behind Qin Feiyang, one on the left and one on the right, their eyes filled with vigilance. Emperor Hong stared at Qin Feiyang sinisterly and said, "This is the son of heaven's bedroom. No one is allowed to set foot in here, including you. Scram immediately." Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently, ignored him, and scanned the hall. So, he was right behind Emperor Hong and Emperor Hong. He saw the little prince. The little prince was lying on the ground, his body dripping with blood. His small face was also deathly pale, and his life force was extremely weak. He couldn't even feel it. If one didn't observe carefully, no matter who it was, they would think that it was a corpse. Actually, the current little prince was no different from a corpse. "Get out of the way." Qin Feiyang took a step forward, landed in front of the two of them, and shouted. The two of them were indifferent. Old Man Qin said angrily, "The little prince's life is at stake. If you don't get out of the way, I'm afraid there will be no hope." The two of them were bewildered. Old Man Qin said in a deep voice, "You didn't hear wrongly, we are here to save the little prince." The imperial tutor sneered, "Would you be so kind?" "I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you right now, Scram." Qin Feiyang enunciated each word clearly, his tone cold and bone-chilling. The killing intent in his heart also uncontrollably emerged. "You," the imperial tutor was furious. Emperor Hong suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the imperial tutor, pulled him to the side, and sent a sound transmission, "Let him try for now." "My lord, are you crazy? Even we are helpless, let alone him." The imperial tutor said in a low voice, his brows filled with disdain. Emperor Hong remained silent, looking at Qin Feiyang who was walking towards the little prince step by step, his eyes flickering. Old Man Qin and Lu Jijin had always been following behind Qin Feiyang, in case the imperial tutor suddenly attacked Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang stopped in front of the little prince, sizing up the little prince's situation. This imperial tutor would like to see what kind of heaven-defying methods you have to take back his little life from the hands of the Grim Reaper. The imperial tutor sneered secretly. Give it to me. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand. Old man Qin immediately handed the jade box to Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Emperor Hong and the imperial tutor also immediately looked at the jade box, their eyes filled with bewilderment. When Qin Feiyang opened the jade box, their gazes suddenly trembled, and their faces were filled with shock. It was actually the fire of life. Was he going to use the fire of life to save the little prince? The two of them couldn't believe it. The fire of life was such a precious treasure. How could Qin Feiyang be willing to take it out to save the little prince? Qin Feiyang ignored them, squatted on the ground, grabbed the fire of life, opened the little prince's mouth, and gently put it in. Boom! An astonishing life force, with the little prince as the center, immediately rolled out in all directions. And the little prince's cracked body immediately began to heal. The aura of life was also gradually recovering. He really used the fire of life to save the little prince? This little bastard, what exactly is he thinking? At this moment, Emperor Hong's heart was in a mess. Because from this, it could be seen that Qin Feiyang truly doted on this younger brother of his from a different mother. Was he really wrong before? He couldn't help but feel hesitant. Time passed bit by bit. About an hour later, seeing that the little prince's situation had stabilized and was gradually improving, old man Qin finally let out a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang also let out a long breath, got up, looked at the little prince, and muttered, I can save you once, but I can't save you a second time. Take care of yourself. Finished. Qin Feiyang then looked at old man Qin and Lu Jijin, and laughed, Let's go. The two of them nodded. But just as the three of them turned to leave, Emperor Hong suddenly blocked their way. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yan Wei also became nervous, afraid that Emperor Hong would burn the bridge after crossing the river. However, it wasn't impossible for this to happen. Chapter 1426. Qin Feiyang looked at Emperor Hong and frowned. What do you want to do? Let's talk in private? Emperor Hong asked. Let's talk. The imperial tutor's heart trembled. Could it be that because Qin Feiyang saved the little prince, Emperor Hong's heart was moved? Qin Feiyang was also rather surprised and said, What else is there to talk about between us? Emperor Hong said, The grudge between us is indeed very deep, but no matter what, you and I are both descendants of the Qin clan, there's no need to be so cold. Ha, a descendant of the Qin clan? Are you joking? If you really treated me as a descendant of the Qin clan, would you be so cruel to me? Compared to your indifference, what is this? Qin Feiyang laughed loudly, his eyes full of ridicule. Emperor Hong raised his eyebrows and said, It won't take up too much of your time. All right. I'll treat it as respecting the old and loving the young. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Looking at Qin Feiyang's arrogant and disrespectful attitude, Emperor Hong was rather annoyed, and said, Follow me. After saying that, he walked towards the second floor of the main hall. The imperial tutor immediately waved to Yan Wei and said, Come over and take care of Emperor Hao Tian, I will accompany Lord Emperor Hong. Without waiting for Yan Wei's response, Emperor Hong waved his hand without even turning his head. Taking care of Hao Tian is more important, there's no need to accompany me. But, the imperial tutor's face was filled with worry. There's no buts. With this old man's strength, he doesn't dare to act rashly in front of this old man. Moreover, we're upstairs. If something really happens, it won't be too late for you to catch up when you hear the commotion. Emperor Hong said. All right. The imperial tutor nodded, feeling unwilling in his heart. Seeing all of this, Qin Feiyang and the other two couldn't help but smile at each other, then turned around and followed. On the second floor, in a guest hall. Please sit. Emperor Hong stood in front of the main seat, looking at Qin Feiyang trio. Qin Feiyang said, If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste our time. Emperor Hong said angrily, As a descendant of the younger generation, is this the attitude you should have? Attitude? I've already given you enough face by coming up here. I advise you not to push your luck and take advantage of your seniority. Qin Feiyang said in disgust. Emperor Hong clenched his fists, anger rising in his heart. You're not going to tell me? Qin Feiyang asked. Who? Emperor Hong took a deep breath and said, "First of all, this old man is very grateful to you for saving Hao Yin. There's no need. I saved him out of my own will. It has nothing to do with you." Qin Feiyang said. "Even so, I still have to thank you. Secondly, this old man wants to know why you didn't hesitate to use your flame of life to save him." Emperor Hong looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang frowned impatiently and said, "He's my younger brother, is that enough?" Emperor Hong was stunned and muttered, "Is it that simple?" Although he was muttering to himself, Qin Feiyang heard every word, and anger rose in his heart. "Otherwise, why do you think I saved him? Greedy for the power in his hands? Or the throne under his feet? Let me tell you, the human heart is not as complicated as you think. I saved him because we're brothers." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Saving someone, and being suspected of having bad intentions? How could there be such a laughable thing in this world? Seeing Qin Feiyang angry, Emperor Hong frowned and nodded. "All right, this old man will believe you for now. As long as I have a clear conscience, do I need you to believe me? Who do you think you are?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Facing the naked ridicule, Emperor Hong's anger rose from his heart, but in the end he endured it. He looked at old Qin and Lu Jijin, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Can you let them leave first?" "No," Qin Feiyang said without any hesitation. His tone carried a tone that said there was no room for discussion. Emperor Hong fell silent. "Is there anything else?" "If there is, then say it quickly. My time is precious," Qin Feiyang said with a face full of irritation. Emperor Hong nodded fiercely, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "This old man has a request." "Speak." Qin Feiyang shouted, his patience reaching its limit. Emperor Hong said, "The miracle is about to open, but the 10 keys to open the miracle are all in the hands of you and the Mu family, so this old man hopes." At this point, Emperor Hong found it difficult to continue, and his expression was rather awkward. Qin Feiyang's face twitched and said jokingly, "You don't want me to give you a key, do you?" Emperor Hong hurriedly said, "I don't want you to give it to me. This old man can spend a lot of money to buy it. There are countless opportunities hidden in the miracle. Can you afford it?" Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. Emperor Hong said, "You can state your conditions." When he opened his mouth, he was already prepared to be slaughtered by Qin Feiyang. "I'm sorry, although you are very sincere, in my opinion, there is nothing more valuable than these keys in this world. Besides, what you have I have. What you don't have I have too. What else do you have that can arouse my interest? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously and turned to walk outside. "Stop. Let's put aside your identity for now, and just talk about the fact that you received my father's inheritance. If my father didn't give you the inheritance and let your bloodline revert to its ancestor, would you have today's achievements? But what about you now? Just because of some trivial matter, you don't care about the interests of my great Qin. Is this how you repay your kindness?" The Flood Emperor shouted with a stern expression. Qin Feiyang stopped in his tracks, and his 10 fingers gradually clenched. "The person must have a conscience. You must know kindness and be grateful," Emperor Hong said again. "That's enough. Being crippled by the Calamity Spirit pill and expelled from the imperial capital, is this a trivial matter? You slandered me in front of the civil and military officials and the people of the imperial capital for murdering the emperor and stealing the imperial jade seal. Is this a small matter? My mother suffered so much in the imperial palace. I relied on my own ability to walk out of the spiritual state step by step and return to the imperial capital, but you guys shouted at me to kill me. Is this a small matter? If this is a small matter in your eyes, then tell me, what is a big matter?" Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around and stared at Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong said, "This old man doesn't understand these things. This old man only knows that father has done you a favor, and you should repay it." "Repay it?" Qin Feiyang murmured, shook his head in amusement, and said, "If it weren't for the ancestor, do you think Great Qin would still exist?" Emperor Hong said, "Is your hatred for us so strong?" "It is so strong. I once thought of destroying this empire that I hate with my own hands. But I didn't do so because the ancestor has done me a favor. So, don't push your luck. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you the consequences. Qin Feiyang laughed coldly. This old man won't say much? Since you know how to repay the favor, then take out something practical. Don't play these empty games we can't see. Emperor Hong said. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed in anger. What he had, he could say as nothing. What was black, he could say as white. The level of shamelessness of this old thing was truly beyond imagination. In the end, don't you just want the alchemy fire? Alright. As long as you kneel in front of me and apologize to me, I'll give it to you immediately. Qin Feiyang said. In the past, no matter how much he had gone overboard, he would give Emperor Hong some face. But now, he didn't want to think about anything as long as he could vent the anger in his heart. He had also thought it through. The other party didn't even treat him as a relative, so why should he care so much? Looking at Emperor Hong again. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, his old face immediately turned ugly to the extreme. You're not going to kneel, are you? Then I'm sorry, even if I throw away these alchemy fires, I won't give them to you. Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, and turned to leave with old Qin and the other two. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, Emperor Hong's old face was full of struggle. Plop. Finally, he powerlessly lowered his arms, bent his knees, and knelt on the ground, saying in a low voice, I'm sorry. Qin Feiyang suddenly froze. Old Qin and Lu Jiajin also froze in place. Originally, they all thought that with Emperor Hong's self-esteem, it was impossible for him to do such a thing, but they didn't expect that he actually did it. Who? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, did not look at Emperor Hong, directly took out the sky profound flame, and directly threw it to Emperor Hong, saying, I hope you take care of yourself. Finished speaking, he left without looking back. If you knew earlier, why did you do it in the first place? Sigh. Old Qin turned his head to look at Emperor Hong, let out a long sigh, and also left with large strides. Perhaps this is the retribution that the people talk about. I hope you don't continue to be wrong. Lu Jiajin shook his head and also quickly disappeared. After the three of them left, Emperor Hong got up and grabbed the sky profound flame, his old eyes emitting a monstrous killing intent. Retribution? Hee, you guys can be proud of yourselves for now. Wait until one day in the future. The humiliation this old man suffered today will definitely be returned to you 10 times, 100 times. A sinister smile gradually crawled up his face, as if a demon was awakening. It was incomparably terrifying. Bright Heaven Palace. Qin Feiyang returned here once again. Although during this period of time, Qin Feiyang was being suppressed every day, no one dared to come to the Bright Heaven Palace. This place had always been empty, and no one cleaned it. On the ground, there were many withered yellow leaves, and the tables and chairs in the hall were also covered with a thin layer of dust, filled with a bit of loneliness and depression. Qin Feiyang stood in the center of the hall, scanning the surroundings, his eyes filled with emotion. A moment later, Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at old Qin beside him, and said with a smile, You go to the ancient tower to rest first. All right. Old Qin nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and old Qin immediately disappeared. Immediately. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Jiajin, cupped his hands and said, Big cousin, thank you, and also sincerely thank second grandfather for me. If not for the Lu family's help this time, the little prince would definitely have no way to survive. We're all family, what's there to be polite about? Lu Jiajin shook his head and smiled. Family. Chapter 1427. Him. Lu Jiajin shook his head and smiled. Thanks to you, he took a bath in a river next to the village to get rid of the stench on his body. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. I swear, I didn't do it on purpose. If I had known in advance that the Devil Cliff was such a place, I definitely wouldn't have cheated him like this. Lu Jiajin waved his hand. It doesn't matter. It's good to let him suffer a little. Then, are you going back to the village or? Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Jiajin said, I heard that the time rules in your castle are different from the outside. I want to take advantage of these few days to completely stabilize my cultivation. Qin Feiyang smiled. Sure enough, as second grandpa and Lu Zheng said, you're a cultivation maniac. How can I not cultivate? After all, this is a world where one's fist matters. Lu Zhejin said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Zhejin said, in addition, before entering the miracle, you have to take care of the people around you. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Lu Zhejin said, if I'm not wrong, you should be planning to bring the people around you into the miracle. Such a good opportunity, of course I'll take it. Qin Feiyang said. That's the problem. I heard from Lu Zheng that there are millions of people in your ancient tower, not counting the beasts. These people and beasts can't enter the miracle. Lu Zhejin said. But Qin Feiyang frowned. Because of the rule power of the miracle. Even if everyone hides in the ancient tower and castle, they can't escape the rule power's search. If you forcibly bring them in, whether it's the spatial artifact or the people and beasts inside, they will be mercilessly obliterated by the rule power. Lu Zhejin explained. This, Qin Feiyang's face was dull. Originally, he did want to bring everyone into the miracle, but he didn't expect there to be such a situation. You should only have 2 alchemy fires now, right? Then you can only bring 2,000 people or ferocious beasts into the divine ruin. You should think about who you should bring in. Once you've thought it through, if you can't find a place to settle them down, you can let them stay in my Lu family for the time being. Lu Zhejin said. That's troublesome. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. After sending Lu Zhejin to the castle, he entered the ancient pagoda and stood on top of a giant mountain peak. He scanned the village and the people of the Sky Tiger tribe below. The construction of the Sky Tiger tribe was 90% complete. Most of the people in the village were originally ordinary people. However, after the return of Wang Yangfeng and the others, those who had the talent for cultivation began to step onto the path of cultivation one after another. Some of them even became alchemists. All in all, whether it was the village or the Tianhu tribe, they were all thriving. Qin Feiyang shouted, Elder Wang, Elder Qin, Lei Bao, come over here, I have something to discuss with you. The sound was not very loud, but it was clearly transmitted into the village. Immediately, 3 streams of light flew out of the village and went straight to the mountain peak where Qin Feiyang was. What's the matter now? When they landed on the mountain peak, Elder Qin looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. After returning to the ancient pagoda, his but had not even warmed up yet. Qin Feiyang immediately explained the situation that Lu Zhejin had told him to the 2 men and 1 beast. There's such a thing? Lei Bao raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, so I want to ask, do you have any good suggestions? Fatso and the white-eyed wolf were the first people and beasts to follow him. He definitely had to bring them along. As for the people of the Sky Tiger tribe, the strongest was Yen Wei. The others were only battle saints. Hence, no matter what the result was, the miracle had nothing to do with them. Then, only the people in the village and the beasts in the ancient pagoda were left. Elder Qin pondered for a moment and said, actually, I think that having more people might not be a good thing. Qin Feiyang, Wang Yangfeng, and Lei Bao couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. Although the miracle is a place full of opportunities, not everyone can get these opportunities. On the contrary, the probability of sacrifice is very high. So, I think that we just need to choose some stronger people to go in. For example, Dan Wangkai can help refine all kinds of pills. Another example is the Spirit Snake Emperor. It has no aura and the advantage of changing the color of its skin. At the critical moment, it can play a key role. Another example is the Wolf King. Although his cultivation is not high, he can strip the fighting soul of all living creatures. Elder Qin said. That makes sense. More people might not be able to help young Lord. Wang Yangfeng nodded. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 and asked. My suggestion is that the people in the ancient pagoda should not go in, especially the people and beasts at the peak of the 9-star Battle Emperor realm. Because for the people and beasts at the peak of the Battle Emperor realm, comprehending the profound meaning of becoming a god is the most important thing. Although there are divine items, divine arts, and other treasures in the divine ruins, these things are not very helpful to becoming a god. Elder Qin said. I object. Wang Yangfeng raised his hand and said, if we don't go, then who will protect young lord? Elder Qin shook his head and said with a smile, Old Wang, do you think the current Qin Feiyang still needs someone to protect him? When the time comes, he will be distracted to protect you. Wang Yangfeng was stunned and couldn't find a reason to refute. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Qin and asked, what about you? I want to go. The late emperor had been to the miracle before. I want to see if I can find the footprints left by the late emperor. Elder Qin said with a determined light in his old eyes. Then it's decided. Except for Wolf King and the others in the ancient castle, no one should go. I will look for the old master later and give him the ancient pagoda. Everyone can cultivate here in peace. Qin Feiyang said. It was too much work to ask everyone to leave the ancient pagoda and move to the Lu family's island, so it was better to just give the ancient pagoda to the old master. In this way, everything in the ancient pagoda would be the same as usual. With the ancient castle, the ancient pagoda didn't mean much to Qin Feiyang. Wang Yangfeng frowned and said, Young lord, I'm really worried, don't worry about me. Just cultivate in peace and strive to step into the semi-divinity realm as soon as possible. Only when all of you step into the semi-divinity realm will I have the capital to fight against Great Qin, Lu Xingchen, and the main pagoda. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. All right, we will work hard and live up to your expectations. Wang Yangfeng nodded and solemnly promised. Qin Feiyang nodded. Boss Qin that, Lei Bao looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully. Don't try anything funny. My expectations for you are even greater. When I return from the divine site, I hope to see that you have stepped into the semi-divinity realm or even the peak of the semi-divinity realm. Qin Feiyang said. Boring. Lei Bao pouted. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He entered the ancient castle again and glanced at the white-eyed wolf, Lu Hong, and the others. After many years of cultivation, everyone's cultivation base had basically broken through to the combat emperor realm. For example, Fatso, the pangolin, the double-winged snow eagle, and the phantom snake emperor. Although the black dragon snake and Lu Hong had crippled their cultivation base and started anew, after these years of seclusion, they had caught up with everyone's pace. And now, the strongest one was undoubtedly the fire Qilin. Although it hadn't opened the door of potential, it relied on the bloodline power of the Qilin divine beast. After leaving the Mu family, it had advanced by a small realm. 6-star combat emperor. However, there were also people and beasts that didn't meet the requirements. That was Ren Wushuang and the giant python. Although Ren Wushuang had opened the door of potential, she hadn't cultivated in the ancient castle before. Therefore, her cultivation base had only reached the 6-star combat saint realm. As for the giant python, although it had also opened the door of potential after following Qin Feiyang and had eaten divine meat, transforming into a flood dragon and causing its cultivation base to soar to the 3-star combat master realm, before following Qin Feiyang, its cultivation base was too low. Therefore, its current cultivation base was the lowest in this small group. Currently, it had only broken through to the 9-star combat master realm. Therefore, Ren Wushuang and the flood dragon were unable to enter the divine site. Qin Feiyang sighed and stepped forward to look at Ren Wushuang. He said helplessly, Sis, and you little fellow, Qin Feiyang said as he bent down and held the flood dragon in his palm. This was because the flood dragon had shrunk its body in the ancient castle, making it look like a small earthworm. You all heard it too. It's not that I don't want to bring you to the divine site, it's just that I can't bring you in. Qin Feiyang said as he looked at the man and beast. Ren Wushuang opened his eyes and smiled helplessly. He stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang. It's okay, as long as you came back alive. The flood dragon also made a helpless expression, feeling rather regretful in its heart. Because of this, the gap between it and everyone else would grow larger and larger. Ren Wushuang naturally understood this logic, but the rules of the divine site were like this, and he couldn't force it. Qin Feiyang did not delay any longer and brought Ren Wushuang and the flood dragon into the ancient pagoda, descending in front of the medicine field's courtyard. Qin Feiyang, Is my father okay? Xiao Kaier was chatting with the old man and the others in the courtyard. When she saw Qin Feiyang appear, she immediately got up and ran over to ask. He's fine. Qin Feiyang smiled. Grandfather. Uncle Yen. Aunt. Ren Wushuang entered the courtyard and greeted the old man, Yan Nanshan, Luo Qinxue, and Lu Ji one by one. The four nodded. Qin Feiyang stood outside the courtyard and bowed to the four of them across the air. He then looked at the old man and said, "There's something I want to talk to you about." "What's the matter?" The old man got up and walked over. Qin Feiyang put down the flood dragon and appeared in the main hall of the Bright Sky Palace with the old man. He then explained the situation to the old man in detail. After the old man listened, he frowned and said, "Then according to what you said, Shuang can't enter the divine sight?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "What a pity. Do you know? Shuang swore in front of her father's grave that she would personally take revenge on Lu Xingchen, so she wanted to enter the divine sight more than anyone else. But now, sigh." The old man couldn't continue and could only let out a long sigh. "There's nothing we can do about it. The rules are as such." Qin Feiyang was silent for a while and said, "Yes. We mortals can't break the rules of the divine sight. Perhaps this is Shuang's fate. It's my fault. If I had let her follow you earlier, she wouldn't be a 6-star battle saint now." The old man's face was full of self-blame. "You don't have to blame yourself. Sister doesn't have to bear so much pressure. Because there's still me. Although sister and I aren't biological siblings, we're closer than biological siblings. Her business is my business. I'll settle the score with Lu Xingchen." Qin Feiyang said, his words cold and threatening. "Then I'll leave everything to you." The old man smiled. Chapter 1428. Lu family. No matter what happened outside, there would not be the slightest bit of change here. It was peaceful and quiet. Although the second grandfather's cultivation was strong, he was a good person. He was neither arrogant nor rash. Although the old man's cultivation was weak, he was neither servile nor overbearing in front of the second grandfather. The two of them had similar personalities. Thus, the moment the two old men met, they were like old friends and chatted happily. Qin Feiyang accompanied them for a while before leaving silently. "Feiyang, you're back. Xiao He has already sent us a message about what you did in the Imperial City. You killed 5 martial marquis and forced Emperor Hong and the Imperial tutor to kneel. I have to say, you're amazing." A few old men dressed in sackcloth saw Qin Feiyang and immediately laughed. "You're too kind." Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Although these old men were dressed in ordinary clothes, they were actually peak 9-star combat Emperor realm experts. "Don't be modest. In this world, only you would dare to kill Great Qin's martial marquis in the throne room. Although it's a bit arrogant, we agree. Because after this incident, the remaining martial marquis will definitely not dare to collude with the imperial tutor." The old men chuckled. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and asked suspiciously, "Who is the Xiao He you were talking about?" An old man said, "He is your second grandfather's disciple. You are a junior, so you can't call him Xiao He. You have to call him Uncle He." Second grandfather's disciple. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Your Uncle He opened a small restaurant in the first district of the Imperial City. He is specifically responsible for gathering news about the Imperial City. So no matter what happens in the Imperial City, we will be able to receive the news immediately. That small restaurant is called Lai Feng Lu. If you have any trouble in the future, you can go there and ask your Uncle He for help. A few old men said. Lai Feng Lu. Qin Feiyang silently remembered this name. Let's not talk about this anymore. Come with me to my house. There are a few jars of old wine at home that I can't bear to drink. Today, I'll let you have it. Old man, you only know how to drink all day. Don't you know that drinking is bad for your health? Child, Grandpa has some wild mountain tea that he brewed himself. It tastes pretty good. Go and try it. Everyone was as enthusiastic as ever. Qin Feiyang's initial plan was to look for Lu Zheng. After meeting with Lu Zheng, he would enter the castle to cultivate. But then he thought about it. Why was he forcing himself like this? He might as well take advantage of these few days to adjust his state of mind. After all, they were about to enter the miracle. Only by adjusting themselves to their best condition could they deal with all the unknown variables. Moreover, an appropriate amount of relaxation was also beneficial to one's cultivation. Hence, Qin Feiyang gave up on cultivating. In the morning, he followed the men in the village out to farm and graze. In the afternoon, he played with the children in the village. In the evening, he accompanied the elders in the village to drink tea and chat. The rest of the day passed peacefully. He wanted to completely let himself go. The next evening, Lu Jing appeared at the village entrance. The stench on his body had disappeared, but the anger in his heart was still there. Especially when he saw that Qin Feiyang was living so comfortably in the village, he was even more unhappy. He directly challenged Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't care. If he wanted to fight, then so be it. But when they fought, Qin Feiyang suppressed his cultivation. But even if he suppressed his cultivation, in the end, Lu Zheng was still beaten black and blue. The people in the village didn't stop him either. They all treated it as a show. The third day, Qin Feiyang finally met Uncle Black. This was a dark-skinned man who was very forthright. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. But late that night, after everyone finished drinking, Uncle Black left the village. Qin Feiyang didn't even have a chance to chat for a while. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the miracle's opening had finally arrived. Early morning. The sun rose from the east. It was full of vitality. Qin Feiyang opened the door and stood in the courtyard. He faced the morning sun and stretched lazily. For the past few days, he slept very soundly every night. He hadn't relaxed like this for a long time. He felt that every part of his body was incomparably comfortable. Suddenly, he smelled the aroma of rice. He retracted his gaze and looked at the stone table at the side. There were 5 or 6 delicious side dishes and 3 bowls of millet porridge neatly placed on it. "Get up. Go wash up and get ready to eat." The old master walked out of the kitchen with 2 plates of side dishes. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. The old master had been staying in the village for the past few days. Although his cultivation wasn't very high, because of Qin Feiyang, the villagers respected him very much. And second grandpa didn't treat him as an outsider. Not only did he let the old master stay in his house, but he also brought the old master around every day. It's better to come at the right time than to come at the right time. Just as Qin Feiyang and the others were about to eat, Lu Jing ran over and sat directly opposite Qin Feiyang. He picked up a bowl of millet porridge and wolfed it down. Second grandpa scolded, "Brat, don't you see that old Master Ren is here? You have no manners at all." Lu Jing quickly looked up at the old master and smiled. "Good morning, Grandpa Ren." Good. Eat more if you like." Old master smiled. "Of course I like it," Lu Jing said. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Zheng and said disdainfully, "You really don't stand on ceremony at all." Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Don't talk to me. I haven't forgiven you yet." "Do I need your forgiveness?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Old master and second grandpa looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Second grandpa looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Ask your eldest cousin to come out. Let's have breakfast together." Qin Feiyang moved his mind and Lu Jiajin immediately appeared beside him. Second grandpa. Grandpa Rin. Lu Jiajin behaved very well and was polite. Second grandpa nodded and asked, "How is your cultivation?" "After 40 days of meditation, it's almost stable." Lu Jiajin said, "That's good. Sit down and eat. Take it as us 2 old men sending you off." Second grandpa smiled. Lu Jiajin nodded and sat next to Qin Feiyang. Old master got up and brought Lu Jiajin a bowl of millet porridge. "Thank you, Grandpa Rin." Lu Jiajin took the bowl of millet porridge, looked at old master, and thanked him. Then he ate it in small bites. The time for the meal passed quickly. Second grandpa looked at the 3 of them and his face became extremely serious. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked up at second grandpa suspiciously. Second grandpa said, I only have one thing to say to you. You must come back alive. The three of them nodded heavily. Second Grandpa glanced at the three of them and then looked at Old Master. After a short silence, Old Master looked at Qin Fei Yang and the other two and said with a smile, "To be honest, with your cultivation, I'm really not qualified to preach to you." Lu Jijin said with a smile, "Grandpa Ren is Fei Yang's elder, which means you're also my and Lu Zheng's elder. There's no harm in speaking frankly. Then I'll take advantage of my seniority to say a few words. In terms of strength and intelligence, you're all the best of the younger generation. No one can even compare to you. But this time, it's not only the younger generation that's going to enter the miracle, but also the older generation. For example, the state preceptor, Mu Changyun, and so on. These people are all existences that you can't compete with now. So after entering the miracle, no matter what happens, you have to think twice before you act. Don't try to show off. The most important thing is that you have to be united. To paraphrase a popular saying, if brothers are of one heart, their sharpness can cut through gold. Also, like your second grandpa, I hope that you can all come back alive. Old Master said. Thank you for your teachings, Grandpa Ren. Lu Jijin did not look down on Old Master because of the difference in cultivation at all. Instead, he respected him. Second Grandpa waved his hand and said, when a bird grows up, it will eventually fly out. In the future, this world will be your stage. Go ahead and do whatever you want. Qin Fei Yang and the other two looked at each other and stood up one after another. Qin Fei Yang waved his hand, and Old Master Qin appeared out of thin air. Old Master Qin looked at Old Master and Second Grandpa. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Hello, both of you." The two of them smiled and returned the greeting. Immediately after, the ancient pagoda flew out from between Qin Fei Yang's eyebrows and flew to Old Master Qin, saying, "I'll leave everything in the ancient pagoda to you." Old Master Qin nodded. "Goodbye, Second Grandpa." "Goodbye, Grandpa Ren." The three of them bowed deeply and opened a teleportation door. Lu Jijin also took out the mask from his Qiankuan bag and put it on his face again. Lu Zheng was sent to the castle by Qin Fei Yang. Immediately after, Qin Fei Yang and Lu Jijin turned into streams of light and rushed into the portal one after another. Old Master Qin looked at Second Grandpa and said, "I don't know if I'll survive this trip. If I can come back alive, I'll definitely come back and drink with the two of you." "My pleasure." Second Grandpa and Old Master Qin laughed. Also, Old Master Qin looked at Second Grandpa and pleaded, "If there are any changes in Great Qin during this period, please help, Old Master Lu." "I will." Second Grandpa nodded. "Thank you very much then." Old Master Qin thanked him and turned around to step into the portal. It's a miracle. So many people's dreams, and so many people's graves. Is it worth it? Second Grandpa sighed. Whether it's worth it or not, only those who go in will know. We're not qualified to say anything. Old Master Qin laughed. Second Grandpa nodded. When Qin Fei Yang and the other two arrived in the sky above the square of the first district, countless people had already gathered in the first district. Everyone looked at the gate of time and space with a look of longing. Qin Fei Yang, Old Master Qin, and that masked man. They really came. But this time, so many experts have entered the miracle, and there are even pseudo-gods. It's probably a problem whether Qin Fei Yang can come back alive. Seeing Qin Fei Yang and the other two arrive, the people immediately whispered to each other. Qin Fei Yang and the other two didn't pay any attention to him. They directly soared into the sky and entered the space-time gate. The sky above the Imperial City and the main tower of the Central Divine Kingdom was also crowded and noisy. Chapter 1429. Qin Fei Yang stood proudly, sweeping his gaze across the Pil Pagoda Square below. Apart from those who came to join in the fun, there were three groups of people who attracted the most attention. On one side was the main pagoda. On one side was the Mu family. On the other side was the Great Qin. The three superforces stood on the square in a tripartite manner, all of them remaining silent. But the difference was that the Mu family only had three people, Lu Xingxin, Mu Changyun, and Mu Changfeng. There was no suspense. The rest of the Mu family must be hiding in a spatial divine object like Fatso and the others. Great Qin and the main pagoda did not have any spatial divine objects, so the people who were going to the miracle were gathered in the square, led by the main pagoda master and Emperor Hong. No more, no less, both sides had exactly 1,000 people. The imperial preceptor, Zhuge Mingyang, Yan Wei, and Wang Zicheng were all there. Wang Su and Gong Sun Bei were also there. And beside Wang Su, Qin Feiyang saw two extremely familiar faces. Wang Yu, young Master Hao. The two of them looked the same as before. One was peerlessly beautiful, like a beauty that could topple a country, and the other was handsome and tall, like jade. However, compared to before, the two of them seemed more mature now. Especially Wang Yu. In the past, she was a charming, youthful, and lively woman. But now, there was no expression on her face, and her entire body carried a coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly, brought Elder Qin and Lu Jijin, and landed beside Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen smiled and said, "I'm just waiting for you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked, "Where is the miracle?" Lu Xingchen said, "When the 10 keys are gathered, the miracle will naturally appear, but..." At this point, Lu Xingchen glanced at the imperial preceptor and Emperor Hong, frowning slightly, and sent a sound transmission. "Didn't we already agree not to give them the pill fire? Why are you still giving it to them?" Qin Feiyang said, "Didn't you also give the heavenly dipper flame to the main pagoda?" Lu Xingchen was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "Are you wondering how I know?" Lu Xingchen did not deny it. "Don't do it unless you don't want others to know." Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Xingchen shook his head and laughed. He said in admiration, "Brother Qin is indeed a difficult character to deal with. I can't hide anything from you." After saying that, he looked towards Emperor Hong and the main pagoda, and said, "Since everyone is already here, then take out the pill fire and summon the miracle." Emperor Hong immediately took out the profound sky flame. The chief pagoda master also took out the heavenly astral flames. Lu Xingchen waved his hand, and clusters of alchemic fire appeared. Different colors. There was also a bone-white alchemy fire. There was an alchemy fire that was as golden as gold. There were also alchemy fires that were as green as leaves. There were 6 clusters in total. Everyone took it out, but only Qin Feiyang remained indifferent. Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, "Brother Qin, why don't you take out the heavenly thunder flame and the ice-cold flame?" Qin Feiyang said, "I still have to wait for a few people." Everyone looked at him in surprise. The person who could make Qin Feiyang wait was definitely not a simple person. "When they come, you will naturally know," Qin Feiyang said indifferently, looking at Wang Yu and young Master Hao. The two also looked at Qin Feiyang. Young Master Hao's eyes were full of hatred. But Wang Yu's expression did not change at all. It was as cold as frost. No one knew what she was thinking at the moment. A moment later, young Master Hao retracted his gaze, turned to look at Wang Yu, and warned, "Sister, after going to the miracle, you must be careful." Wang Yu nodded. Young Master Hao glanced at Qin Feiyang again, snorted coldly in his heart, then turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the pagoda. His cultivation was not high enough, so he was unable to enter the miracle. He came here purely to send Wang Yu and the others off. As for Wang Yu, back then, when they went to the Blue Sea together, she was already a 9-star war saint. Moreover, before Qin Feiyang left, he even gave her the potential pill, and the small fortune pill. She must have already opened the door of potential. As a result, her cultivation had long since broken through to the War King. And judging from her current aura, she was still a 3-star war emperor. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and sent a sound transmission to Lu Xingchen. "Other than what you told me before, is there anything else I need to pay attention to in the miracle?" Lu Xingchen shook his head. "Really?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Lu Xingchen laughed. "Of course, why would I lie to you?" Qin Feiyang secretly snorted. This guy was really not honest at all. If Lu Jijin had not told him that the miracle would kill the living beings in the ancient pagoda, He would have really brought the ancient pagoda, as well as all the people and beasts in the ancient pagoda, into the miracle. And this point. As someone who had been to the miracle before, it was impossible for Lu Xingchen not to know. But why didn't Lu Xingchen tell him about such an important matter? There was no suspense. Lu Xingchen definitely wanted to use the rule force of the miracle to get rid of all the people and beasts around him. In this way, the forces that he had painstakingly cultivated over the years would instantly vanish into thin air, leaving him all alone. This bastard, his intentions were truly hateful. Swish! About 100 breaths passed. Suddenly, 4 figures descended from the sky. The leader was the mysterious madam. Next was the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, her teacher, and the middle-aged man that even Mu Zhongyun was afraid of. Although there were only 4 of them, none of the people present dared to underestimate them. This was because among the 4 of them, there were 3 false gods, and one of them was even at the peak of the false god realm. As for the remaining young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, her cultivation was not bad at all. 9-star War Emperor. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. The mysterious madam chuckled and waved her hand, bringing the 3 young ladies of the Dragon Phoenix house to Qin Feiyang's side. Mu family, Qin Feiyang, and the mysterious madam, these 3 parties are actually standing together? Could it be that they have secretly formed an alliance? Seeing this scene, the people from Great Qin and the main pagoda couldn't help but ponder. Lu Xingchen looked at the mysterious madam and the other 3 and frowned. They are the people you are waiting for? That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. These people are not easy to deal with. Is this really okay? Lu Xingchen asked, looking a little angry. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would actually bring the mysterious madam along. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It's more lively with more people, what's wrong with that? Finished. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly thunder flame and the ice frost flame appeared. All 10 types of pill fire had finally appeared. And just as the heavenly thunder flame and the ice frost flame appeared, the 10 types of pill fire seemed to have some sort of connection with each other. Boom! They recovered on their own, erupting with terrifying auras. Following that, a shocking heat wave swept through the heavens and earth. The entire Pill Pagoda square seemed to have turned into a huge furnace in an instant. Even Qin Feiyang, a 4-star War Emperor, was sweating profusely in an instant, let alone those below the War Emperor. Other than those who wanted to enter the miracle site, everyone retreated. At this moment, everyone stared fixedly at the 10 clusters of pill fire. Suddenly, the 10 clusters of pill fire rushed out at almost the same time, transforming into 10 huge dragons that roared towards the clouds, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Everyone followed the 10 huge dragons and looked towards the peak of the clouds. Boom! Finally, the 10 huge dragons rushed into the clouds. Kacha! Wallet! Boom! In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the wind howled. The loud sound was deafening. Moreover, the sky that was still clear a moment ago was now covered by dark clouds and pouring rain. It could be said that strange phenomena were occurring frequently. What exactly is a miracle? It's actually such a big scene. Everyone was bewildered. Qin Feiyang and the others were also looking at the sky. There was nervousness and anticipation. Boom! Time passed breath by breath. After about 100 breaths of time, a vast divine might suddenly erupted in the sky, covering the heavens and the earth as it surged in all directions. This divine might. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Because this divine might was too terrifying. Even Emperor Hong and Mu Changyun, these peak false gods, couldn't help but tremble in despair. Who created this miracle? The divine might is actually so terrifying? Could it be a real war god? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Clang. Suddenly, another loud sound exploded in the sky, causing countless people's ears to ring and their blood to surge. Look, there seems to be something appearing in the clouds. Following closely, a cry of surprise rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a blurry silhouette gradually appear in the clouds. It was a door. A very large stone door. The stone door was 999 feet tall, completely black, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. That divine might came from this stone door. It was like a towering mountain that stood at the peak of the clouds and shook the heavens and the earth. Is that the door to the miracle? People murmured, their hearts filled with desire. Emperor Hong, Lu Xingchen, the mysterious madam, the chief pagoda master, and the others were also wild with joy. There seemed to be 10 grooves on the stone door. Suddenly, someone was puzzled. Grooves? Everyone was slightly taken aback and hurriedly looked at the stone door carefully. Vaguely, there really seemed to be 10 grooves, but the distance was too far to see clearly. However, Emperor Hong, a peak stage false god, could clearly see it. The 10 grooves were all in the shape of flames, and each of them was only the size of a palm. They were arranged irregularly on the stone door. Lu Xingchen retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Put the 10 types of alchemy fire into the 10 grooves, and the stone door will open. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, grabbing the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame. He rushed towards the stone door. Elder Qin, Lu Jijin, and the mysterious madam followed closely behind him. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen, Emperor Hong, and the chief pagoda master also hurriedly grabbed the alchemy fire, and with their own people, they chased after Qin Feiyang's group like lightning. Let's go take a look as well. The onlookers also rushed up into the sky. When Qin Feiyang and the others arrived in front of the stone door, they truly felt the deterrence and pressure brought by the stone door. Chapter 1430. Prepare to open the stone door. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and walked out of the crowd. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen, the chief pagoda master, Emperor Hong also stepped out and landed beside Qin Feiyang. The 4 stood side by side, then looked at each other and raised their arms at the same time. 10 clusters of alchemy fire immediately flew out of their hands towards the 10 grooves. At this moment, the people behind couldn't help but hold their breath. After a few breaths, finally, the 10 clusters of alchemy fire each entered a groove. Buzz. Immediately, bolts of purple lightning shot out from the first groove. This purple lightning originated from the heavenly thunder flame. In other words, the first groove was the heavenly thunder flame. The purple lightning was dazzling and didn't dissipate for a long time. And, as if it was being pulled, the lightning rushed towards the second groove. Buzz. When the lightning rushed into the second groove, a dazzling white divine light suddenly rushed out of the groove. Inside this white divine light, there was a bone-piercing cold current. That's right. This was what the heavenly ice flame emitted. Following closely, the third groove, the fourth groove. One after another, a dazzling divine light burst out. Finally, the 10 grooves all lit up like a blazing sun. The divine light was boundless, illuminating the sky. And at this moment, the entire stone door was also suffused with strands of blood-red light, filled with an astonishing baleful aura. Wait! Look, the divine light of the 10 grooves are connected together. Don't they look like 2 words? Someone said in surprise. 2 words? Everyone was stunned and hurriedly checked carefully. Don't say it. It really looks like 2 words. The crowd was in an uproar. Qin Feiyang also looked at the 4 grooves suspiciously. Suddenly, his body trembled violently, and his face was full of disbelief. The divine light of the 10 grooves connected together didn't look like 2 words, but 2 words themselves. And these 2 words, he had seen them more than once. No sky. That's right. These were the 2 words on the stone door. Why would there be 2 words here? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. Not only had he seen these 2 words before, but he also knew that it was a name. This was because the name Wutian was written in the pill mantra. Moreover, the pill scripture was written by this person called Wutian. Was this a coincidence? If it was a coincidence, wasn't it too much of a coincidence? If it was not a coincidence, did it mean that the miracle was created by Wu Tian? Not only did he create the pill scripture, he even created this miracle that even the war god was jealous of. Just who was this person? Rumble. Just as Qin Feiyang's mind was filled with doubts, there was a deafening sound. A crack appeared in the middle of the stone door, and then it slowly opened. The miracle has begun. Lu Xingchen and the others clenched their fists in excitement. Qin Feiyang also temporarily put aside his doubts and stared at the door that was getting bigger and bigger. What on earth was inside? But in the end, a trace of disappointment crept onto his face. The gap in the door was already half a meter wide, but it was pitch black inside. Nothing could be seen, only the sound of wind could be heard coming from inside. And even the sound of the wind was very weak. He couldn't feel any sense of danger. Didn't they say that the entrance to the miracle was very dangerous? Why does it look so ordinary now? Could it be that someone is spreading rumors? Everyone was suspicious. At the same time, everyone's heart was also active. If there was really no danger, then without the alchemy fire, could they still enter the miracle? Clang. After dozens of breaths, the stone door finally opened completely, like a pitch-black bottomless pit. Standing in front of the door, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Although everything looked calm, experience told him that the calmer the place, the greater the threat. Whoosh! At the same time that the stone door was completely opened, the 10 clusters of alchemy fire swept out from the groove like lightning. As if they had a sensing ability, they flew in front of Qin Feiyang, the chief pagoda master, Emperor Hong, and Lu Xingchen respectively. And it was exactly the same as before. Floating in front of Qin Feiyang was still the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame. Floating in front of the chief pagoda master was still the heavenly dipper flame. In front of Emperor Hong was still the profound sky flame. This made Qin Feiyang, Emperor Hong, and the chief pagoda master a little stunned, but Lu Xingchen was not surprised. Brother Qin, let's meet in the miracle. Lu Xingchen smiled at Qin Feiyang, and then led the alchemy fire and Mu Zhongyun into the stone door without looking back. Everyone follow me. Seeing this, Emperor Hong hurriedly shouted. The people on Great Qin's side, including the imperial preceptor, immediately rushed to Emperor Hong's side. Emperor Hong grabbed the profound sky flame and swept everyone into the stone door. The chief pagoda master also did not delay for a moment and led Wang Su, Gong Sun Bei, and the others into the stone door like lightning. Without exception. As soon as the people of the 3 major forces entered the stone door, they immediately disappeared from everyone's sight. The whole process took less than 3 breaths, and now only Qin Feiyang and the others were left in front of the stone door. The crowd behind looked at the stone door and were ready to make a move. The mysterious madam turned her head and scanned the crowd, saying, "I'll kindly advise you all, it's best not to go in. I don't believe that you would be so kind. If you don't let me go in, I'll go in and take a look." It was fine if the mysterious madam did not speak, but once she spoke, the crowd became restless. There were even a few 1-star combat emperors who directly rushed into the stone door with a face of displeasure. However, after the few of them entered, there was no sound from the stone door. The mysterious madam said, "They've already lost their lives. It's just that outside we can't hear their screams." So fast. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The mysterious madam said, "Without the protection of the alchemy fire, they will die the moment they enter." Qin Feiyang was secretly speechless. Old Qin urged, "Let's quickly go in too." Qin Feiyang nodded. The mysterious madam suddenly said, "What's wrong?" Everyone looked at her suspiciously. The mysterious madam said, "Before you go in, I have to tell you one thing in advance, so that you won't be caught off guard." "Go ahead." Old Qin said. The dangers inside the divine ruin were unpredictable. The more they understood the situation in advance, the more insurance they would have. The divine ruin is randomly teleported. In other words, even if you go in together, you might not appear in the same place. So, after you go in, don't do anything. Look for your companions first. The mysterious madam instructed. Qin Feiyang's expression changed and asked, "How big is the first floor of the divine ruin?" "I don't know." The mysterious madam shook her head. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Haven't you been there before? How can you not know?" The mysterious madam said, "The size of the divine ruin is not something you can imagine. In short, no one in this world knows how big the divine ruin is." "Then how do we find it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Don't worry. There's a way that can let you find everyone easily. This way is the enslavement seal. The mysterious madam said. Enslavement seal? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. The enslavement seal can peek into the other party's inner thoughts and can also sense the other party's approximate location. Although it's not as good as Mu Qing's omniscient eye, it can save you a lot of time. The mysterious madam said. Is it really useful? Qin Feiyang expressed his aptitude. One must know that it was a divine ruin. The rule force inside was very likely to block the enslavement seal's detection. It's useful. When I first obtained the enslavement seal in the divine ruin, I immediately found someone to test it. The mysterious madam nodded. Didn't you say that the enslavement seal was created by you? You must have let it slip. Qin Feiyang smiled slyly. The mysterious madam was stunned and scolded with a smile. You stinky brat, remember that you can't fly in the divine ruin, nor can you send messages, let alone open a portal. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. This was still a big problem. In short, I don't care about others, but you have to protect my daughter well. The mysterious madam stared at Qin Feiyang and said gloomily before looking at old man Qin and Lu Jijin, as for you guys, Lu Jijin said, needless to say, it's impossible for me to sign the enslavement seal with you. Same for me. Old man Qin said. The mysterious madam said, you have to think carefully. If you encounter the state preceptor and the others, without us around, you will definitely die. I only want to help you because of Qin Feiyang. Everyone has their own fate. Lu Jijin smiled indifferently. In that case, I won't force you. When we have the chance to meet, we will join hands. After the mysterious madam finished speaking, she looked at Qin Feiyang and said, quickly go and sign the enslavement seal with the people in the castle. They want it too? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Even if they are in the castle, they will be sent to other places by the rule force. The mysterious madam said. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands in thanks and immediately entered the castle. Fortunately, the mysterious madam had told him this in advance. Otherwise, when he entered the divine ruins, everything would be too late. Not long later, Qin Feiyang signed the enslavement seal with everyone. Following that, Qin Feiyang left the castle and appeared beside the mysterious madam. He turned to look at the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion smiled sweetly. Qin Feiyang looked at the mysterious madam again. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was the mysterious madam's precious daughter. Even if the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion herself agreed, he did not dare to act rashly. It was better to ask for the mysterious madam's opinion first. The mysterious madam glanced at the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, after entering the divine ruins and finding my daughter, immediately remove the enslavement seal. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded, his hands formed a seal, and an enslavement seal instantly appeared, entering the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. So, the enslavement seal was completed. Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something as he looked at the mysterious madam and asked, Senior, can Mu Qing's heavenly eye and blood soul technique sense the other party's location in the divine ruins? Blood soul technique definitely can't. After all, it's just a battle technique. But I'm not sure about the heavenly eye, because there has never been a similar situation before. The mysterious madam said. Qin Feiyang nodded and laughed. Then let's go. He turned to look at the stone door, took a deep breath, grabbed the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame, and prepared to bring everyone into the stone door. Brother Qin, wait a moment. However, at this moment, a voice sounded from behind. This voice. It sounds familiar. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He turned his head and looked towards the direction of the voice, only to see 4 young figures rushing out from the gate of time and space like lightning. How could it be them? Chapter 1431. It was a man and 3 women. They looked ordinary, but they had an outstanding temperament. No matter where they were, they would be noticed immediately. Moreover, their auras were very strong. Even Qin Feiyang could not see through them. Swish! The 4 of them rushed to Qin Feiyang and bowed to the mysterious lady and the others. Greetings, seniors. You are? The mysterious lady was suspicious. The young man cupped his hands and said, I am Ling Yu. These three are my friends, Feng Ranran, Luoden, and Zhao Yu. The mysterious lady was stunned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. They're also my friends. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. But he was puzzled. According to Lu Xingchen, these four people had mysteriously disappeared. Why did they suddenly appear now? Moreover, their cultivation had become so strong? Ling Yu turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Qin, long time no see. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, It has indeed been a long time. How have you been recently? After leaving the temple, we have been carefree and relaxed. Naturally, we have been quite good. Ling Yu smiled. Elder Qin was surprised. You were disciples of the temple? Yes. We came to the capital together with Brother Qin. Ling Yu nodded. Then why did you leave? Elder Qin frowned. Ling Yu sighed and said, The temple is full of intrigue and intrigue. We really don't like this atmosphere. Elder Qin said, Which place in the world doesn't have intrigue and intrigue? If you want to grow, you have to experience this. Elder Qin is right, but it is naturally best to hide and relax. Ling Yu smiled faintly and looked at Qin Feiyang. I wonder if Brother Qin has any extra spots? You are also going to the miracle? Qin Feiyang was surprised. If not, why would we come to you? Ling Yu smiled. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. Okay, I have a lot of spots anyway. Thank you, Brother Qin. Ling Yu cupped his hands gratefully. Count me in. Suddenly, a faint laughter rang out. Boom. Following closely, a terrifying aura surged out from the gate of time and space. What is it? Everyone looked at the space-time gate in shock. Soon, a gigantic creature flew out of the gate of time and space and landed in the sky above the Pil Pagoda Square. It was a large dog that was over 30 meters long. Its fur was dark red, and its entire body emitted a monstrous evil aura. What was even stranger was, there were actually 6 dog heads on the big dog's shoulders. Each of the dog heads was as big as a dustpan, with 6 pairs of eyes. 12 eyes, as if they were made of blood, emitting a ferocious glint. Looking at its appearance, could it be the legendary hellhound? According to legend, the Hell God Hound is a divine beast that is responsible for guarding the gates of hell. It is extremely ferocious. The crowd immediately began to discuss. It really is the infernal divine hound. Old Man Qin and the others looked at each other. A smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face. Because when he saw the Hell God Hound, he knew who it was. Damn dog, can you wait for me? Why are you running so fast to reincarnate? With an angry shout, a young man rushed out of the gate of time and space, staring at the Hell God Hound, his face full of anger. This person had a slender figure and a thin body. He had a hooked nose and his eyes were like those of an eagle, emitting a sharp light. That's right. It was Tan Wu. Reincarnate, this emperor will also bring you along. The Hell God Hound snorted coldly, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Qin Feiyang and the others fiercely. Tan Wu's face twitched, and he shouted, Okay, if you have the ability, come with me, don't look for Qin Feiyang, directly break into the miracle. Get lost. This emperor won't do such a stupid thing with an idiot like you. If you want to die, go die yourself, don't drag this emperor into the water. The Hell God Hound snorted coldly and took the lead to fly in front of Qin Feiyang. He raised his arrogant head and glanced at the group of people. This pair of quarrelsome lovers really haven't changed at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head and couldn't help laughing. Kid, the last time I fell in your hands in the Magic Dragon Mountain range, it was because this emperor was careless. Why don't we fight again now? The Hell God Hound's gaze turned and landed on Qin Feiyang, laughing. Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head, not interested. Not interested? I think you don't dare to. The Hell God Hound looked at Qin Feiyang provocatively. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Damn dog, can't you behave yourself? Tan Wu flew over and stared at the Hell God Hound angrily. The Hell God Hound laughed, looked at Qin Feiyang and Tan Wu and said, Why don't you two come together? Bastard. Do you believe that I won't take you to the miracle later? Tan Wu was furious. TSK, You can only use this to threaten this emperor. The 12 eyes of the Hell God Hound were full of disdain. Tan Wu couldn't help but feel powerless. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with an embarrassed smile, "I've made a fool of myself. I'm used to it, it doesn't matter." Qin Feiyang held back his laughter and said. Hearing this, Tan Wu's expression became even more awkward. Qin Feiyang asked, "You guys are also going to the miracle?" Tan Wu nodded and said with a smile, "Of course, if you don't have any extra spots now, I won't force you." "Won't force you? Little scum, when did you become so open-minded? This emperor doesn't care about you. Anyway, this emperor must go to the miracle." The Hell God Hound said. Tan Wu's face was dark, his veins were bulging, and he said angrily, "With so many people watching, can't you leave me some face? You scoundrel, do you still need face?" The Hell God Hound was disdainful. Tan Wu was slightly stunned and roared, "Tell me clearly, when have I been a scoundrel?" The Hell Divine Hound said, "You shamelessly followed this emperor, isn't this called being a scoundrel?" "I shamelessly followed you? Do you still want face?" "Back then, when I went to see old Senior Qin, who was the one who insisted on following me, unable to be chased away? Coming to the miracle this time, who was the one shamelessly following me?" Tan Wu exploded in anger. He had really never seen such a shameless bastard before. Old Senior Qin. Qin Feiyang's heart turned cold and he sent a voice transmission. "You guys were at Uncle Yuan's place during this period of time?" Tan Wu nodded. "Is he doing well now?" Qin Feiyang secretly asked. Tan Wu smiled and said, "He eats well and sleeps soundly. No one is better than him. I really want to meet him." Qin Feiyang secretly sighed and looked at the Hell Divine Hound and said with a smile, "Stop arguing, I still have a lot of spots in my hands." "Who wants to argue with him? It's him looking for trouble all day long." The Hell Divine Hound said with a cold snort. "I'm looking for trouble?" Tan Wu pointed at his nose, staring at the Hell Divine Hound with a look of anger. All right, prepare to enter the miracle." Qin Feiyang hurriedly stood up to smooth things over. This pair of enemies he had long seen before. If he did not forcefully interrupt them, there would definitely be no end to it. Hearing that they were about to enter the miracle, the Hell Divine Hound also immediately became well-behaved. Tan Wu and Ling Yu, 4 people, also greeted. After all, they were also considered old acquaintances. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang looked at the stone door, let out a long sigh, and led the group of people into the stone door in large strides. The moment they entered the stone door, everyone's eyes fell into pitch-black darkness, unable to see their fingers in front of them. At the same time, a terrifying destructive aura enveloped over. In everyone's hearts, a sense of crisis and fear involuntarily welled up. But also at the same moment, Heavenly Thunder Flame and Frost Flame released divine light, condensing a barrier, protecting the group of people inside. At the same time, it also illuminated the path ahead. In front of them, there was a long passage with no end in sight. And in the passage, it was filled with gray storms, and the destructive aura that enveloped them before came from these storms. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "These are space-time storms?" "That's right. The power of the space-time storm is very terrifying. Even if it's a war god, it's difficult to escape death," the mysterious lady said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Tan Wu, the Hell Divine Hound, and Ling Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. The mysterious lady said, "There's no time to lose, let's go." Qin Feiyang nodded and led everyone to fly towards the end of the passage. "Help!" Suddenly, a cry for help came from behind. The group of people turned their heads and saw a few middle-aged men barging in, but they were instantly engulfed by the space-time storm and torn to pieces. This is the consequence of not listening to advice. The mysterious lady smiled coldly, without the slightest sympathy. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and flew towards the end while asking, "Will the stone door close?" Lu Xingchen, Chief Pagoda Master, and Emperor Hong should have already brought the pill fire into the divine ruins. When we bring the Heavenly Thunder Flame and the Ice Flame into the divine ruins, the stone door will automatically close," the mysterious lady said. Qin Feiyang asked. Then when we come out, how do we open the stone door? Between the first and second floor, there is a vacuum area, and there is a stone door that leads to the outside. To open the stone door, you also need 10 types of pill fire. So you must take good care of the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame. The mysterious lady warned. Qin Feiyang nodded. I will also tell you the location of the first and second floor's passageways in advance. The passageway is located in the southwest direction. You search along the way, and when you see a palm-like mountain range, you go to the highest mountain. The passageway to the second floor is on top of that mountain. But you have to be careful because at the entrance of the passageway, there is a giant python guarding it. The mysterious lady said in a deep voice. Then what is its cultivation level? Qin Feiyang asked. False god. The mysterious lady said. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. Tan Wu and the others also looked extremely solemn. Don't worry too much. That giant python is sleeping all year round. As long as you don't make too much noise, it won't wake up. Back then, we took advantage of its sleep to sneak past it and enter the passageway. But if it is in an awakened state, then you must not approach it. Wait until it falls asleep. Because it will not let go of any creature that appears in its sight. The mysterious lady said. Everyone nodded. Chapter 1432. The mysterious lady asked, Then what are you worried about? Qin Feiyang said, The last time you entered the divine ruins, it should have been 10,000 years ago. The mysterious lady nodded. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, Then have you ever thought that 10,000 years ago, it was a false god? Today, 10,000 years later, would it have already stepped into the war god realm? The mysterious lady was stunned and said with a wry smile, I really haven't thought about this. Qin Feiyang sighed. If it has really stepped into the war god realm, then we can only pray that it has been sleeping. Tan Wu and the others also had a heavy heart. The Hell God Hound said, This emperor is puzzled. Didn't they say that false gods can't enter the first floor? Why is there a pseudo-god level giant python? You have to ask the creator of the divine ruins. Because only he has this ability. Perhaps that giant python was left behind by that creator. The mysterious lady said. Creator, Wun, Qin Feiyang muttered. I really hope to meet this mysterious existence. While talking, 2 rays of light suddenly appeared in the passage ahead. Is it the end? Everyone stared at the 2 rays of light. But at this moment, a deafening beast roar sounded in front of them. Following closely, a huge black beast emerged from the storm. It was shaped like a violent ape, more than 100 feet tall. The pitch-black fur all over its body was like steel needles, emitting a bone-piercing cold light. How is this possible? Isn't the space-time storm able to kill even the war god? Why is there still a beast here? Qin Feiyang and the others turned pale with fright. Retreat! Tan Wu shouted. This giant beast was able to travel freely in the space-time storm. Its cultivation must have reached the peak of perfection, even surpassing the war god realm. Facing such an existence, even if there was Elder Qin and the other false gods, they would probably only die. Don't retreat. But before Tan Wu's voice faded, the mysterious lady shouted. The giant beast pounced towards Qin Feiyang and the others, roaring and baring its fangs. Both of his arms were as thick as buckets and filled with destructive power. It's not real. It's an illusion. The mysterious lady said. Illusion? Everyone was stunned. Everyone who enters will have to go through the test of this illusion. If you can't withstand the test and escape, you will be obliterated by the space-time storm even with the protection of the alchemic fire. So, don't run away now. You have to face it bravely. I remember that back then, 2 false divinities fled in fear and ended up dying here. The mysterious lady said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others broke out in cold sweat. If it wasn't for the mysterious madam, they would have really escaped. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, they were cursing the person who created this miracle in their hearts. For a ferocious beast to suddenly appear in such a dangerous place, anyone would be frightened. Wasn't this a deliberate trap? The giant beast roared as it raised its dustpan-sized giant hand and slapped towards Qin Feiyang and his group. This scene was too lifelike. Whether it was the appearance of the giant beast or that terrifying ferocious power, it was no different from the real thing. Knowing that it was fake, but looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and the others' hearts almost jumped out of their chest. When the giant palm came, Feng Ranran, Luo Dan, and Zhao Yu, these three women, even instinctively closed their eyes. But in the end, nothing happened. After the giant palm slapped down, it instantly dissipated like air. The giant beast in front of them also dissipated into nothingness. It's really scary. Ling Yu patted his chest with lingering fear. Yeah. If no one reminded us, we wouldn't be able to tell that this is just an illusion. Tan Wu said. Look at you guys, so what if it's real? If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. The Hell Divine Hound said disdainfully. Everyone rolled their eyes. This guy was more afraid than anyone before and even hid behind Tan Wu. Now that it disappeared, it ran out to show off? Tan Wu was indeed right. This guy was a shameless fellow. Everyone calmed down and looked at the two light spots again. The light spots had already become the size of a wash basin. There was a long distance between the two light spots. The mysterious lady said, "The light spot on the left is the entrance to the first level, and the light spot on the right is the entrance to the second level. Are you all ready?" Qin Feiyang and the others nodded, their eyes full of anticipation. For ordinary people, entering such a place where everything was unknown, they would definitely be nervous and perturbed. But for monsters like Qin Feiyang and Ling Yu, there was only anticipation in their hearts. 5 breaths later, the light spots had become the size of a dustpan. 20 breaths later, the size of the light spots was already more than 3 feet, like 2 full moons, emitting a dazzling light. Finally, they saw the situation around the 2 light spots clearly. Within 1,000 feet around the 2 light spots, it was a vacuum zone. There was no wind, but there was nothing else. Feiyang, I believe you can definitely become a god on the first level. I'll wait for you on the second level. Lu Jijin said. Qin Feiyang laughed. I won't make you wait too long. Lu Jijin nodded. A few breaths later, a group of people entered the vacuum zone. The barrier formed by the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame automatically dissipated. The moment the barrier dissipated, a powerful suction force emerged from the 2 entrances. Qin Feiyang, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, Tan Wu, the Hell God Hound, and Ling Yu immediately flew towards the left entrance uncontrollably. The mysterious lady, Elder Qin, Lu Jijin, the teacher of the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, and the middle-aged man flew towards the right entrance uncontrollably. Mother, teacher, uncle, take care. Following the shout of the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, the people on both sides entered the entrance and disappeared without a trace. On a vast plain. Suddenly, following a scream, a figure fell from the sky like a meteorite, heavily smashing into the center of the plain, causing dust to fly everywhere. Damn it, how could it fall like this? If his cultivation was a little weaker, wouldn't he have fallen to his death? An angry curse immediately sounded from the dust. Following closely, a young man in white limped out of the dust, rubbing his buttocks as he cursed. That's right. This person was Qin Feiyang. However, at this moment, his hair was disheveled and his face was dirty. He was in an extremely sorry state. Moreover, after that fall, his entire body felt as if it was about to fall apart. It was extremely sore. Originally, he thought that he would land steadily on the ground or be directly teleported to the ground. However, he didn't expect that he would fall from the sky. Wasn't this asking for his life? Fortunately, his cultivation was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have fallen to his death. Qin Feiyang exhaled, casually patted the dust off his body, and then raised his head to look around. Immediately, he frowned. This plain stretched as far as the eye could see. However, there was nothing on this plain. It could be described as not a single blade of grass growing. The ground was also covered with dry cracks, like a spider web. Moreover, looking around, he couldn't find a trace of a fierce beast or even a flying insect. Is this a miracle? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why was it so hot? He looked at his two arms. His skin was already dripping with sweat. Swish. He hurriedly looked up at the sky and his body suddenly froze. The sky stretched as far as the eye could see. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. However, there were actually 10 scorching suns hanging in the sky here. That's right. There were indeed 10 suns in the sky. The 10 suns were arranged in a row, like 7 stars in a row, emitting a scorching heat, burning this piece of land. No wonder there isn't even a blade of grass here. It turns out that there are 10 eunuchs. Qin Feiyang muttered. Sweat dripped down like rain, dripping onto the rolling ground, making a sizzling sound. Buzz. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and condensed a battle chi boundary to isolate the scorching sunlight. As the temperature here was too high, even if he was a 4-star combat emperor, if he didn't stop it, he would become weak due to lack of water and might even lose his life. However, after the boundary appeared, he didn't feel cold at all. It was still so hot. What's going on? This time, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. After repeated tests, he finally got a shocking result. The battle chi boundary actually couldn't isolate the sunlight. This meant that the boundary existed in name only and didn't have any effect at all. Isn't this too outrageous? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the most important thing now was to find a water source. However, would there be a water source here? On such a hot day, even if there was a water source, it would have dried up long ago. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He never expected that a 4-star combat emperor would actually have a day where he would be worried about water. Fortunately, he still had the ancient castle. The ancient castle could definitely avoid the high temperature here. Swish. Qin Feiyang had an idea and was about to enter the ancient castle. However, suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and scanned the empty space. In the empty space, he actually couldn't sense the existence of essence. Essence was something that all living things in the world needed. For example, humans and beasts needed essence to cultivate. However, Qin Feiyang used to refine battle chi pills to cultivate. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to essence. However, at this point, he couldn't ignore this problem anymore. This was because the battle chi pills would be used up sooner or later. Although he also cultivated a medicinal field, the medicinal field was in the ancient pagoda and the ancient pagoda was now in the hands of the old master. This meant that he couldn't count on the medicinal field anymore. Why didn't anyone tell me that there was a lack of essence here? Otherwise, I could have prepared more medicinal materials for battle chi pills. Qin Feiyang was extremely annoyed. He tried to fly, open the teleportation door, and revive the image crystal. However, none of them worked. The scorching temperature, the lack of essence, and all kinds of restrictions. For a cultivator, this is really a cruel place. Qin Feiyang sighed secretly. With an idea, he entered the ancient castle. Looking at this familiar place, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because once he arrived here, his whole body immediately cooled down. He couldn't feel the heat at all. However, as the mysterious lady said, Fatso, Lu Hong, Viper, Dan Wangkai, Lu Zheng, Wolf King, Winged Snow Eagle, and other beasts had all disappeared without a trace. At this moment, he was the only one in the entire ancient castle. Don't say. Chapter 1433. I have to find everyone as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang muttered. The conditions here were too bad, and everyone was wandering outside. He was very worried. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed through the slave seal. The first thing he looked for was the white-eyed wolf. A moment later, he finally sensed the location of the white-eyed wolf. It was in the northeast direction, estimated to be tens of thousands of miles away from the plain where he was. Too far. Qin Feiyang muttered and sensed the location of Lu Hong and the others, as well as the double-winged snow eagle and the other beasts. In the end, he found that everyone was in different directions. They were also very far away from him. The white-eyed wolf was the closest to him. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and carefully sensed the location of the miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. So, Qin Feiyang was stunned. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was actually near him. It was estimated to be only 500 to 600 miles away, located in the southeast direction. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang decided to find the miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion first. First, because this woman was the closest to him. Second, if something happened to this woman and the mysterious madam investigated, he couldn't bear the responsibility. After making the decision, Qin Feiyang immediately drove the castle and flew towards the southeast. However, he found that the scene in the void in front of him didn't move. The scene didn't move, which meant that the castle didn't move either. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded on the spot. Could it be that the castle couldn't fly? He quickly closed his eyes and sensed the situation of the castle. He found that the castle that had turned into dust was not floating in the void, but lying quietly on the dry and cracked ground. He tried several times, but the castle still didn't move. How can I play like this? Qin Feiyang frowned. He thought that with the castle he could avoid contact with the hot weather outside, but he didn't expect that the castle couldn't move. The castle that couldn't be moved in this environment, to be honest, wasn't of much help to him. Looks like I can't be lazy in this place. I have to do everything myself. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. He left the castle and appeared on the plains. The scorching heat instantly enveloped them. In less than 3 breaths, Qin Feiyang was drenched in sweat. But now, he didn't have time to think too much about it. Using the phantom steps, he turned into a stream of light and sped towards the southeast. He was the only one left on the vast plain. Qin Feiyang's heart gradually became heavy under the hot weather and the deathly stillness. His brows were filled with wariness. Because in such an unknown place, variables could appear at any time. After galloping for about 100 miles, they still couldn't see the end of the plain. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang felt like something was flying behind him with a gust of wind. Qin Feiyang, who had been tempered by life and death situations all year round, naturally reacted quickly. He immediately stopped and turned his head to look. However, he couldn't see anything in the void behind him. There was no movement on the ground either. What's going on? Could it be an illusion? Qin Feiyang frowned, turned back and continued to gallop forward, but secretly paid attention. About a dozen breaths passed. Suddenly, the wind blew. Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around to look. This move could be said to be lightning fast. This time, he caught a bloody light and jumped into the crack under his feet like lightning. When Qin Feiyang looked down at the crack, it had disappeared. What the hell? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That bloody light was only the size of a palm and didn't have any aura. It felt like a ghost, difficult to catch. Boom. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang's aura erupted. He stepped down and immediately retreated. Boom. Immediately, the place where he had stepped on before collapsed and sank crazily. In just a moment, a huge pit of hundreds of feet appeared. Dust and smoke filled the air. Qin Feiyang's eyes were like torches. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind whistled and the dust and smoke were quickly blown away. However, when the dust and smoke dissipated, there was nothing except for that huge pit. You really know how to hide. No matter what you are, you'd better not bother me again. Qin Feiyang scanned the huge pit and couldn't help but feel angry. He didn't want to waste any more time. With a cold snort, he turned into a stream of light and quickly left. As if hearing Qin Feiyang's words, that bloody light didn't appear again. So, Qin Feiyang sped for another 300 to 400 miles. However, he still couldn't see the end of the plain. It seemed to be really endless. However, on a small slope more than 10 miles away, he saw a person. It was a woman. She was wearing a light golden dress. Her figure was tall and slender, and her bearing was graceful. On her face, there was also a veil. Only a pair of clear eyes could be seen. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, giving off a sense of mystery. That's right. This woman was the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house. At this moment, she stood on the hillside and looked around, as if she was looking for something. However, at this moment, under the scorching heat, she was also sweating profusely, and her clothes were almost drenched. So, she also noticed Qin Feiyang, and a strange light flashed across her eyes, and she hurriedly rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Not long later, the two of them gathered together. Qin Feiyang asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House nodded and asked, "What about you?" Qin Feiyang said, "I didn't encounter any danger. What were you looking for just now?" The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House looked around and said, "I feel like something is following me, but every time I look back, there's nothing there." "You actually noticed this too?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "What is it?" "You've encountered it too." The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House was surprised. "I also saw a blood-red light, but because it was too fast, I didn't see its true appearance clearly," Qin Feiyang said solemnly. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House's heart sank. She scanned the plains and said uneasily, "I keep having an ominous feeling. Let's leave this place quickly." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Let's go find the white-eyed wolf first. It's in the northeast." "Northeast? We're in the southeast right now, isn't it the opposite?" The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "There's nothing I can do about it. The white-eyed wolf is the closest to me, so I'll definitely look for it first." "How far is it?" the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House asked. Qin Feiyang said, "According to my estimation, it should be 40 to 50,000 miles. 40 to 50,000 miles is the closest? The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House could not help but laugh bitterly. "Don't dawdle, let's go," Qin Feiyang urged. He then used phantom steps and turned around to go back the way he came. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House hurriedly chased after him. Just as she was about to catch up to Qin Feiyang, a shocking killing intent flashed across her eyes. His eyes instantly turned blood-red. Following closely, she raised her arm and slapped towards Qin Feiyang's head. There was no sound or aura at all. Even Qin Feiyang, who was right in front of him, did not notice it. "Qin Feiyang, be careful." However, at the same time, an anxious shout came from the left in the distance. This voice, Qin Feiyang was startled and immediately looked to the left, only to see a woman wearing a light golden dress, waving her hand and shouting as she rushed over. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded on the spot. That woman was actually the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House. Wasn't the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House behind him? When did he run over there? "Be careful behind you." The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House on the left, seeing that Qin Feiyang did not realize the danger behind him at all, shouted loudly, her heart burning with anxiety. "Behind me?" Qin Feiyang was startled. He immediately turned his head to look, and his expression immediately changed. How could there be two Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House? At the same time, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House behind him also struck out with her palm, her mouth also releasing a terrifying sinister smile. At this time, it was already too late for Qin Feiyang to dodge, because he discovered it too late. He had never thought that this Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House would sneak attack him from behind. However, after all, he had experienced countless life and death situations, and his battle awareness far exceeded that of ordinary people. In the nick of time, he tilted his head to the side, avoiding a fatal blow. At the same time, he activated the battle character art. His long hair and eyes instantly turned blood-red, and a monstrous battle intent surged out from his entire body. At the same time that she activated the battle character art, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House's palm landed, brushing past Qin Feiyang's ear and fiercely slapping his shoulder. Crack! Qin Feiyang's entire shoulder instantly shattered, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The excruciating pain caused his face to contort even more. Moreover, the ground below also shattered with a loud bang, causing dust and smoke to rise in all directions. Damn it! When the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House on the left saw this, she was instantly enraged. Bringing along a terrifying Emperor's might, she rushed over. As they approached, without hesitation, she attacked the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House who had ambushed Qin Feiyang with her palm. Tsk tisk. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House laughed sinisterly, and without dodging, she waved her palm. Boom! The two palms met in an instant. A world-destroying aura instantly surged out in all directions like a torrent with the two of them as the center. For a moment, dust flew everywhere. The rumbling sound of the earth collapsing was deafening. In less than 5 breaths of time, the land within a radius of a few hundred miles had turned into a huge sinkhole. As for the 2 myths of the Dragon Phoenix house, they were in a stalemate for a moment before spitting out a mouthful of blood and retreating a few hundred feet. Suddenly, a violent wind blew in this area. The dust that filled the sky immediately surged into the sky along with the violent wind. "Who are you?" Following closely, a sinister voice sounded. The 2 myths of the Dragon Phoenix house turned their heads to look, only to see that half a mile away, Qin Feiyang was half kneeling on the ground with a dusty face, his injured shoulder bleeding profusely. He actually didn't die? The 2 myths of the Dragon Phoenix house were surprised. "You want to kill me? You don't have the ability yet." Qin Feiyang slowly stood up. Like an enraged beast, he stared at the myths of the Dragon Phoenix house who had ambushed him and shouted, "Who exactly are you?" If he hadn't activated the battle character art in time, he might have really died on the spot. The myths of the Dragon Phoenix house licked her lips, her eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. "Feiyang, are you all right?" The other myths of the Dragon Phoenix house quickly ran to Qin Feiyang's side and asked with concern, "I'm fine." Chapter 1434. Although this woman looked exactly the same as the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix house, she was currently filled with hostility. She was completely different from when he first saw her. This meant that this person was very good at disguising himself. However, facing Qin Feiyang's question, the woman kept grinning sinisterly. Her blood-red eyes were like a demon that was choosing people to eat. Not getting an answer for a long time, Qin Feiyang was about to lose his patience. But at this time, the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said, "If I'm not wrong, she should be a ghost blood ant." Ghost blood ant. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled as he asked, "Are you talking about the ghost blood ant that is as famous as the ghost snake?" "That's right." The Dragon Phoenix house nodded. Qin Feiyang's face immediately darkened. He had read about the ghost blood ant in an ancient book in the Imperial Palace. This ghost blood ant was the same as the ghost snake, born without aura. However, the abilities of the 2 were different. The ghost snake's ability was to change the color of its skin and confuse one's vision. As for the ghost blood ant's ability, it was to transform. As long as it was a creature it had seen before, it could transform into the other party's appearance. Moreover, whether it was temperament or smell, there was no difference on the surface. The effect was even better than the illusory form pill. In short, the ghost blood ant was a creature that was very good at camouflage. Qin Feiyang calmed down the shock in his heart, turned to look at the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix house and asked, "You saw it just now?" Although the ghost blood ant's ability was heaven-defying, there was a prerequisite. Before transforming, it had seen the target of the transformation. In other words, since the ghost blood ant had transformed into the appearance of the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix house, it must have seen her before. "Yes. Not long ago, it ambushed me. However, I discovered it and it escaped. But I didn't expect to meet you and turn into my appearance to confuse you," the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said in disgust. "I was careless and didn't see any flaws." Qin Feiyang was also quite vexed. He looked at the ghost blood ant and asked, "How do you know that I know her?" Although the blood spirit ant could transform into the appearance of the Dragon Phoenix house's young mistress, before this, the blood spirit ant did not know that he was acquainted with her. Since they didn't know, how could the blood specter ant have done it so flawlessly? Firstly, you were the one who spoke to me first. Furthermore, you did not have the slightest bit of malice when you spoke. It's not hard to tell. You 2 know each other from before. Secondly, there is only one possibility for humans to appear here. The miracle has already begun. You are from the outside world. Outsiders who enter the divine sight are either friends or enemies. Do you still remember what you asked me when you saw me? You're asking me if I'm all right? His words are filled with concern. What does this mean? That means you're friends. The blood ghost ant sneered. "I see. I didn't expect you to be so smart. It's a pity that you didn't use the right path. Since your identity has been exposed, then quickly reveal your true self." Let me see what you look like, Qin Feiyang said. Although he had seen the blood ghost ant in ancient books, this was the first time he had seen the real thing. The blood ghost ant scanned the two of them, and its entire body was suddenly filled with dazzling blood light. The blood ghost ant was directly drowned by the blood light. Although Qin Feiyang and the other could not see the situation inside the blood light, they could clearly sense that a terrifying aura was awakening. Bang! The aura became more and more terrifying. The wind howled, setting off a sandstorm. At this moment, the earth began to tremble violently. Cracks appeared one after another. Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, they spread out in all directions. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the other looked at each other and could not help but become vigilant. Bang! In the end, the blood ghost ant's aura suddenly rose to a critical point. This critical point was the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. Not good. It should be the ant monarch. The young mistress of the Dragon Phoenix house's expression changed as she said in a deep voice. Ant monarch? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The ant monarch was more terrifying than ordinary blood ghost ants, because it could command all the blood ghost ants. The fact that you humans have entered this place is a joyous hunt for us. But it's different from outside. Outside, we beasts are the prey, and you humans are the hunters. But here, you humans are the prey, and we beasts are the hunters. Little ones, the hunt begins. The blood ghost ant's voice sounded in the bloodlight. Squeak, squeak. Immediately, the entire plane was drowned by an ear-piercing sound wave. Immediately after, blood-red waves emerged from the cracks on the ground. They were everywhere in all directions. Qin Feiyang and the other looked at this scene and could not help but feel their scalps go numb. There were too many of them. They were all blood ghost ants. Some were only the size of a palm. Some were the size of a pot. Some were the size of a dustpan. There were also many blood ghost ants that were more than 10 meters, dozens of meters, and even hundreds of meters in size. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It was extremely terrifying. They looked very similar to ants. Their entire bodies were blood red as they swarmed out. The entire ground was trembling and was soon drowned by the blood-red waves. So many. It seems that the blood light I captured earlier was one of them. Qin Feiyang's heart was extremely heavy. It turned out that there were so many blood ghost ants lurking underground. Hee, humans, you didn't expect that there would be a day when you humans would be hunted. The blood light quickly dissipated, and a huge monster appeared in Qin Feiyang and the others' line of sight. It's really an ant queen. The Dragon Phoenix house's young lady's face was as dark as water. This huge monster in front of her was the blood ant that pretended to be her. But compared to the other blood ants, this blood ant was too big. Its body was more than 1,000 feet long, like a huge mountain, standing in front of them, emitting a monstrous aura. The claws under its abdomen were even more terrifying. Each of them was more than 100 feet long, like giant blades, suffused with a dense blood light, revealing a bone-piercing sharpness. So ugly. Using the word ugly to describe you is a bit flattering. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The ant queen was stunned. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was stunned. The blood ghost ants that were swarming over from all directions also stopped in unison and looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. Was this person crazy? He was about to die, and he was still in the mood to criticize? Human, you must pay the price for what you said. Little ones, chop him into 8 pieces for this emperor. After coming back to its senses, the ant queen was furious. It raised its head and roared, its vicious aura soaring into the sky. Squeak, squeak. Immediately, the blood ghost ants from all directions swarmed towards Qin Feiyang and the others' direction. Their strengths were different. There were 9-star war emperors and 8-star war emperors. But without exception, none of the blood ghost ants that appeared now had a cultivation base lower than the war emperor. In other words, there were hundreds of thousands of emperor beasts charging towards Qin Feiyang and the others' direction. What are you doing? Do you think the trouble isn't big enough? Do you want to deliberately anger it? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said angrily. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, if we don't anger it, do you think it will let us go just like that? Then do you have any ideas? There are so many blood ghost ants, I can't kill them all. Even if I can kill them all, I will die of exhaustion. Moreover, the Ant Queen is a 9-star war emperor at the peak realm. The most important thing is, who knows how many more blood ghost ants are hiding underground? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said, "There's always a way out, let's take a look first." Boom. Before he could finish his words, the ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was shocked. She hurriedly grabbed Qin Feiyang and retreated. Just as the two of them left, a group of blood ghost ants swarmed out. The leader was the blood ghost ant. It was 50 to 60 feet tall, like a small mountain, and its ferocious aura was monstrous. And its aura had reached the level of a 9-star war emperor. "Lowly humans, how dare you offend our emperor, kill." The moment the blood ghost ant appeared, it raised its claws and charged towards Qin Feiyang and the other two. The cold light was oppressive. "Scram!" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house shouted. She waved her jade-like hand in the air and her battle chi roared, turning into a huge wave that rolled over. Clang! The moment the battle chi collided with the sharp claws, a deafening metallic sound was heard. Most importantly, facing the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house's all-out attack, the blood ghost ant's claws were not damaged at all. So hard. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was dumbfounded. One had to know. She was also a 9-star war emperor. You have to use a battle art to hurt it. Qin Feiyang said. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said in a deep voice, "Quickly think of a way, these beasts are stronger than expected, I can't hold on for long." As soon as she finished, she released her aura. Battle chi poured out. Clang! At that moment, sword shadows shot out one after another. In the end, there were a total of 50 sword shadows surrounding the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. Each sword shadow was more than 100 feet long. It was as if they were condensed from ice, and cold currents swept in all directions. This world suddenly seemed to have entered a cold winter, and the cold air was bone-piercing. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Why was the battle art that the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was using similar to the Guiyuan sword art? Ice sword art, / Following the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house's shout, 50 sword shadows cut through the sky, bringing with them a monstrous might as they slashed towards the blood ghost ant. The blood ghost ant did not retreat at all. It raised its claws and slashed towards the sword shadows. Clang! The sword shadows and the sharp claws clashed, creating dazzling sparks. Clang! Suddenly, accompanied by an ear-splitting sound, one of the blood ghost ant's claws broke on the spot. Blood immediately gushed out from the broken part like a fountain. "Human, you deserve to die." The blood ghost ant also let out a painful howl. Its huge body directly jumped up from the ground, and then pounced towards the 50 sword shadows and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. The dozens of claws under its abdomen waved crazily, like a meat grinder. Humph! Sword art returned to 1. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house snorted coldly. The 50 sword shadows suddenly merged together, transforming into a 1,000-feet-long sword shadow. Ooh! A cold wind blew. Frost appeared. The sharpness was even greater than before. Chapter 1435. I'll take your life with one strike. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion stared coldly at the ghost blood ant. The cold air emitted from her entire body was even more terrifying than the sword shadow. Clang! The sword shadow tore through the air as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. With a peerless sharpness, it slashed towards the ghost blood ant. Clang! Immediately, blood light surged. The ghost blood ant let out a wail and was directly split into 2 halves by the sword shadow. Blood flowed down like a waterfall, dyeing the ground red. Following closely, the sword shadow did not stop at all as it slashed towards the ant tide that was crazily surging forward. With a loud bang, the ground in front of him was instantly split open by the sword, creating a huge crack in the abyss. Large numbers of ghost blood ants were buried under the terrifying sword chi. The blood on the ground was like a stream, gurgling and flowing. But The dead ghost blood ants were nothing to the entire ant colony. It wasn't even an exaggeration. These ghost blood ants that died under the sword shadow were probably only 1% of the total. One could imagine. How many ghost blood ants were there on the plains? Looking at the densely packed and endless ant tide, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's heart sank to the extreme. She asked, "Have you thought of a way?" "There's nothing I can do." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "After thinking for a long time, this is the answer you're going to give me?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion glared at him angrily. Her battle chi surged out, turning into a frost storm that roared in all directions. Wherever the storm passed, a cold current swept across the ground. All the ghost blood ants were frozen by the ice. Following that, she waved her hand again. As the ice shattered, the blood ghost ants trapped within the ice mountain also shattered into pieces. In the blink of an eye, another large group of ghost blood ants died. This woman's methods are indeed not simple, Qin Feiyang muttered. However, there wasn't much point in doing so. This was because there were even more blood ghost ants pouncing on them. "Don't you have an ancient castle?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said anxiously as she fought with the ants. "The castle can't fly here," Qin Feiyang said. "Can't fly?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was stunned and asked, "Then what should we do? If this continues, I'll be exhausted to death sooner or later." Qin Feiyang said, "The only way is to kill our way out." "Kill our way out?" When the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's misheard this, she could not help glaring at him. There were so many blood specter ants, and many of them were 9-star battle emperors. Furthermore, there was an ant emperor eyeing them from the side. It would be strange if they could kill their way out. Qin Feiyang said, "Trust me, we definitely can." Seeing the confidence on Qin Feiyang's face, the people from Longfeng Pavilion calmed down. "I need a lot of fresh blood. Slaughter begin." Qin Feiyang scanned the surrounding ant tide. Suddenly his aura changed drastically, and a monstrous killing intent surged out. At the same time, a bloody kill character appeared between his eyebrows. That was right. It was the kill symbol art. As soon as the word kill appeared, a violent wind suddenly blew in this world. The blood on the ground turned into rivers of blood that flooded the sky and flowed into the space between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. Boom! Qin Feiyang's cultivation instantly soared to 5-star battle emperor. So that's how it is. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's miss came to a realization and attacked even more fiercely. Various battle arts continuously evolved, emitting a world-destroying aura. Woo! Squeak squeak. The blood specter ants that were crazily swarming died one after another. Not a single drop of blood was left, all absorbed by the kill character between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. Boom! His cultivation soared once again. 6-star battle emperor. What's going on? The ant emperor looked at Qin Feiyang, its huge eyes filled with shock. Previously he was fine after being hit by its palm. Now, his cultivation had broken through consecutively. Why was this human's performance so unbelievable? Another dozen breaths passed. Blood gathered into a river. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's entire body was drowned in blood. The killing intent emitted from his body was even more shocking. Boom! His cultivation had once again soared to 7-star battle emperor. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, the ant emperor made a strange sound. Seeing Qin Feiyang's change, it couldn't help but feel uneasy. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's miss looked at it in shock. The next moment, a surprising scene appeared. The ant tide that was surging from all directions suddenly stopped and burrowed into the ground without looking back. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the blood specter ants on the plain were gone. What is it doing? Could it be that it was frightened by Qin Feiyang's aura and is preparing to escape? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's miss frowned. But very soon, her imagination was swallowed up by reality. The blood specter ants had basically all burrowed into the ground, but there was still a portion left on the plain. There should be more than 2,000 of them. But, although there were only more than 2,000 blood specter ants now, each blood specter ant was 50 to 60 feet in size. They were like small mountains, waving their sharp claws, looking incomparably ferocious. And the blood spectre ants of this size were all 9-star battle emperors without exception. In other words, the ant emperor had already seen that Qin Feiyang's sudden increase in cultivation was related to blood, so it dismissed those weak blood spectre ants, leaving only these powerful subordinates. In this way, the two of them would no longer be able to kill wantonly. Without killing, there would be no blood. Without blood, Qin Feiyang's kill formula would not have much effect. To be able to see through the kill formula so quickly, one had to admit that the ant emperor was really smart. The ant emperor looked at the two of them and smiled contemptuously. It waved its claws and shouted, "Kill them for me!" Swoosh! The 2,000-plus blood spectre ants immediately moved on the plain. Although they were very big, their speed was extremely fast. Even Qin Feiyang could only catch their shadows. In less than 5 breaths, more than 2,000 blood spectre ants formed a circle, surrounding Qin Feiyang and the ant emperor in the center. Boom! Following closely, the ferocious aura of a 9-star emperor beast erupted in unison. Waves of blood qi rushed out from their bodies, turning into a blood-colored sea. With a destructive aura, it pounced towards Qin Feiyang and the ant emperor in the center. The ground cracked crazily, and dust flew everywhere. Seeing this, the heart of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house sank to the bottom. One had to know. These were more than 2,000 9-star emperor beasts. Even a 9-star war emperor at the peak realm would die in the face of such a bombardment, let alone her. She looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's entire body was still drowned in blood, and she couldn't see what he was doing at all. Although the other blood spectre ants had already retreated, there were too many blood spectre ants that had died at the hands of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. In a short while, Qin Feiyang was still unable to absorb all the blood. The blood-colored sea roared in the air, its baleful aura covering the sky and the earth. Just the baleful aura alone caused the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house to feel as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Her delicate body trembled, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in her heart. Drag it out a little longer. Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly came out from the blood. Heard of it? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house gritted her teeth, and waves of cold air continuously emerged from her body. Li water scripture, first move, weak water. She waved her hands, and the cold air around her immediately surged up, turning into waves of water that pounced towards the blood-colored sea. Crash! Boom! The waves surged into the sky, slapping the air and emitting a shocking divine might. Obviously, this Li water scripture was a divine art. Once the divine art was out, who could compete with it? The waves rolled forward with unstoppable force. The blood-colored sea continued to collapse, and the bodies of the 2,000 blood spectre ants in the surroundings were also trembling. Squeak, squeak. Finally, accompanied by wails, more than 2,000 blood spectre ants flew out in unison, spitting out blood from their mouths. It works. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was surprised. Originally, she thought that the divine art might not be a match for it. This was because there were too many blood spectre ants on the other side, but she didn't expect that the result would be so easy to destroy. In an instant, her confidence soared. Her slender jade-like finger pointed in the air, and the roaring waves in the air became even more turbulent and ferocious, pouncing towards the blood spectre ants. Squeak! But at this moment, the ant queen let out that strange sound again. The 2,000 blood spectre ants that were sent flying immediately became spirited and stabilized their huge bodies. Immediately, a bloody light swept out from the top of their heads. More than 2,000 streaks of bloody light soared into the sky and quickly intertwined. Clang! In the next moment, a huge sharp claw appeared in the sky. The sharp claw was curved and could be thousands of feet long. It was completely blood-red, like the scythe of a death god, its sharpness tearing the heavens and splitting the earth. Seeing the appearance of this sharp claw, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house's expression changed, and her previous confidence disappeared. This was because this sharp claw actually carried a strong divine might. Human, don't underestimate us blood spectre ants. As long as we unite, the strength we can unleash will exceed your imagination. The Ant Queen sneered. Die, you ant! The 2,000-plus blood spectre ants also roared in unison. Their sharp claws carried a peerless sharpness as they descended from the sky and smashed into the waves. Boom! A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The waves immediately exploded and dissipated into nothingness. Then, the sharp claw tore through the sky, creating an ear-piercing sound as it flew towards the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. At this moment, even the void was distorted. With the divine art broken, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was deathly pale. She stared at the sharp claw, a cold light flashing in her eyes. She suddenly roared, "Lee Water Sutra, second move, shocking waves." The cold air appeared once again, turning into a huge wave that rolled out. Boom! The moment the two met, the world trembled. A world-destroying wave of air crazily rolled out in all directions, and the land within 1,000 miles fell. Qin Feiyang also immediately swept up the blood around his body and entered the ancient castle. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was once again severely injured. Blood spurted out of her anger, and her face was completely pale. The 2,000-plus blood spectre ants were also trembling. It was very obvious. The second move of the Lee Water Sutra, shocking waves, was a level stronger than the first move, weak water. It's only so. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house sneered. Is that so? The Ant Queen cackled, and a monstrous blood light suddenly rushed out from her 1,000-feet-tall body. It streaked across the sky and fused with the sharp claw. Boom! The sharp claw suddenly shook in the air as if it had been injected with chicken blood, releasing a divine might that was even more terrifying than before. At the same time, the sharp claw expanded crazily, as if a peerless, ferocious creature was awakening. At this moment. Chapter 1436. Finally, the sharp claws that were originally thousands of feet long directly expanded to more than 10,000 feet, and their sharpness could destroy the world. The stalemate that had been going on all this time also collapsed at this moment. The raging waves that were blocking the sharp claws continued to collapse. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also kept retreating, blood gushing out of her mouth. Waves were surging in his heart. It was just a group of beasts. How could they unleash such terrifying battle prowess? The creatures in this miracle could not be looked at with ordinary eyes. Let's see if you can still survive this time. The Ant Emperor laughed sinisterly and waved his claws in the air. That sharp claw shattered the second move like a hot knife through butter and mercilessly charged towards the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Before it even got close, that terrifying aura came crashing down. The ground beneath the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion cracked inch by inch. That astonishing pressure made the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion panic. Lee Water Scripture's third move, Black Water. She gritted her teeth and once again evolved the divine art. The cold ice aura surged, and waves of water appeared once again. But what was different from before was that the water that appeared now was actually black, like ink. However, the destructive power emitted by this black water was several times greater than before. Crash! The black water was like a torrent as it aggressively collided with the sharp claws. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the two of them were in a stalemate in the air again. They were evenly matched. What? The Ant Emperor was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to have such a powerful move. But soon after, its eyes were filled with disdain, as if it was looking at ants. Little ones, come out for this emperor. It let out a long howl. Crack, squeak, squeak. Immediately, the earth shattered. The ghost blood ants that had sneaked into the ground earlier once again rushed out from the cracks. They were densely packed and innumerable. As soon as they appeared, they were led by the 2009 Star War Emperor ghost blood ants. Waves of blood chi rushed out from their bodies and continuously surged towards the sharp claws. Boom! The sharp claws began to grow larger again, and their ferocious might became stronger. The black water was already showing signs of collapsing. These damned beasts, are they done yet? Even with the temperament of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young lady, she could not help but feel angry and aggrieved at this moment. Lowly human, you can slowly taste despair. The Ant Queen laughed heartily. Like a king, she looked down at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. With the continuous addition of blood chi, the aura of the sharp claws became more and more terrifying. Boom! All of a sudden, the black water dispersed. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion spat out another mouthful of blood. There was a sense of weakness between her brows that could not be dispersed. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to endure the continuous heavy injuries. You've completely pissed me off. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a shocking light. Frost chi poured out like a waterfall, going against the flow and rushing into the sky. While the next moment, a vast ocean appeared in the sky above the plain. But the strange thing was, the other half was black water. Half of it was clear cold water. Other than the fact that it was a little cold, it was no different from normal seawater. As the wind roared, huge waves rose from both sides, covering the sky. Lightning of water. At this moment, the gaze of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion became incomparably sharp, like the edge of a blade. As her voice fell, the black water and the frigid water suddenly blended together. Kacha! Boom! Immediately, a miraculous scene appeared. The two types of seawater intertwined and actually turned into streaks of black and white lightning power. The sound of thunder resounded through the heavens and the earth. And every bolt of lightning contained a divine might that could destroy the heavens and the earth. All of you be destroyed. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion raised her head and roared. Her clothes fluttered and her black hair danced wildly. She was like an ice fairy that had descended to the world. Kacha! Immediately, the power of thunder and lightning that roared in the sky was like the curtain of the Milky Way, pouring down in torrents. Before the power of thunder and lightning landed, some of the weaker blood ghost ants screamed miserably. Under that terrifying divine might, their bodies exploded, and blood splattered in all directions. Emperor, her divine art is too powerful. I'm afraid we're not her match. The more than 2009 Star War Emperor blood ghost ants couldn't help but look at the Ant Emperor worriedly. Don't panic. We still have countless companions. As long as we work together, even if she has heaven-defying abilities, she won't be able to escape death today. Brats below, quickly support this emperor. The Ant Emperor roared. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled violently. Streams of blood chi continued to shatter the ground and rushed out from the depths of the ground. There were millions of them. If one were to look down from the sky now, they would definitely be stunned by this shocking scene. The entire plain was enveloped by blood chi, and all the blood chi was rushing towards the sharp claws. The sharp claws grew bigger and bigger. 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 4,000 feet. In the end, it exceeded 5,000 feet. It was like a huge mountain in the sky in front of the Ant Emperor. That monstrous ferocious aura had increased by several times. No matter how you struggle, you're destined to become a delicious meal in this emperor's mouth today. The Ant Emperor looked down at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Its fierce eyes were suffused with a bloodthirsty light. The other blood ghost ants also flashed with a fierce light and laughed sinisterly. Clang! As the Ant Emperor waved its claws, the sharp claws immediately rushed into the sky and faced the power of thunder and lightning. Kacha! Clang! The power of thunder and lightning crazily bombarded the sharp claws. Gradually, traces of cracks appeared on the sharp claws. However, the power of thunder and lightning immediately dissipated when it hit the sharp claws. How could this be? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's weak face was filled with disbelief. Even the fourth move of the Lee Water True Scripture was unable to break the killing move of these beasts. She suddenly lowered her head to look at the ground. Just how many blood spectre ants were hidden underground? Kacha! With the last loud sound, all the power of thunder and lightning was annihilated. The sharp claws were also shattered. However, with the continuous influx of blood chi, the broken parts were all repaired in less than 3 breaths. The aura it emitted was once again restored to its peak state. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. If it was repaired so quickly, didn't that mean that the previous battle was meaningless? She was already covered in wounds. How could she face this group of terrifying creatures? However, she was really unwilling to lose her life as soon as she entered the divine ruins. Qin Feyang, what are you doing, you bastard? If you don't come out to help, just wait to collect my corpse. She roared angrily. Even if that human comes out, to me, he is just a delicious meal. The Ant Emperor laughed sinisterly and waved his claws. The sharp claws immediately soared into the sky and charged straight towards the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Everyone is a delicious meal in your eyes. Are you that hungry? But at this moment, a playful voice suddenly sounded. Following closely, Qin Feyang appeared out of thin air in front of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and his killing intent soared into the sky, as if a god of death had returned. And the arm that was previously shattered had already been reborn. The Ant Emperor sized up Qin Feyang, his pupils constricting. He had actually broken through to the 8-star War Emperor. What kind of heaven-defying divine art did this person master? However, a mere 8-star War Emperor was nothing. The Ant Emperor laughed mockingly, looked at Qin Feyang and said, "That's right, this emperor is too hungry, because it has been too long since I tasted the flesh and blood of you humans." Hee hee. Qin Feyang smiled, looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion behind him, and said, "I'm sorry to have made you wait. Why did you only break through to the 8-star War Emperor?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion frowned. "The blood just now was only enough for me to stack my cultivation to the 8-star War Emperor." Qin Feyang smiled helplessly. "Then what should we do?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately panicked. Even she, a 9-star War Emperor, was no match for the Ant Emperor, let alone Qin Feyang, who was only an 8-star War Emperor. "What should we do?" Qin Feyang glanced at the Ant Emperor and the surrounding blood ghost ants. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he said, "Even if it's just an 8-star War Emperor, it's enough to kill them all." Boom. As soon as he finished, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, the divine dragon seal instantly appeared out of nowhere, and its mighty divine might shook the surroundings. Divine art? The Ant Emperor was slightly stunned. He looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and said contemptuously, "You'd better tell him now that it's impossible for the divine art to defeat me, not to mention that he's only an 8-star War Emperor. Don't waste your energy." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was silent as she stared at the divine dragon seal. Her heart was filled with great confidence towards the divine dragon technique. Qin Feyang also turned a deaf ear. He raised his hand and waved gently. The divine dragon seal immediately expanded in the wind and rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it grew to thousands of feet. It was like a meteorite, emitting a monstrous might. The sharp claws also came down. Boom! The two colossal creatures collided with a loud bang. The divine dragon seal shattered on the spot, and the purple-gold divine light illuminated the sky. A trace of blood also flowed out from the corner of Qin Feyang's mouth. But at the same time, the sharp claws also broke with a crack. The Ant Emperor was dumbfounded. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was in high spirits. Although the sharp claws were not directly shattered, one had to know that Qin Feyang was only an 8-star War Emperor now. If it was a 9-star War Emperor, he would definitely be able to crush them easily. This also proved that the divine dragon technique could completely defeat these blood specter ants. This was because the second and third forms of the divine dragon technique were more powerful than the first form. It also proved that the divine dragon technique's level was higher than her Li water scripture. "It seems that I've underestimated you. But it doesn't matter because no matter what you do, you can't completely destroy it." The Ant Emperor, who came back to his senses, smiled contemptuously at Qin Feyang. Blood chi surged and crazily rushed into the sharp claws. Clang! The sharp claws that were broken in two immediately began to repair. "This is a little interesting." Qin Feyang looked at the sharp claws curiously. Even though Zhang Xian had no idea how the claw came to be, he could tell from its current appearance that it was a god artifact. Strictly speaking, it was even more terrifying than a divine artifact. This was because divine artifacts were divided into grades and grades. With grades, there was a limit. However, this sharp claws did not have a limit. The more blood spectre ants there were, the stronger their overall cultivation, and the greater its power. There was no limit to it. It could be said that this kind of creature was favored by the heavens and envied by others. In the blink of an eye. Chapter 1437. You've been arrogant for so long. It's time to shut you up. Qin Feiyang murmured. Boom. His aura changed drastically. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were filled with blood-red light. He looked like a demon god. Seeing this, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house narrowed her eyes and quickly retreated. At this moment, Qin Feiyang gave her a great sense of danger. Supreme Emperor! Qin Feiyang roared. A statue suddenly appeared above his head. Purple-gold divine light illuminated the sky. At the same time, a terrifying emperor's aura spread out in all directions with the statue as the center. At this moment, all the blood spirit ants could not help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts. In front of the Qin Emperor, all are ants. Kill. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. His voice was like a bell, shaking the heavens and earth. Clang. The statue immediately raised the broken sword in his hand. The broken sword shone brightly, releasing a world-destroying sharpness. Clang. The sword fell. The sharp claws immediately broke. Then they cracked. Finally, accompanied by a deafening sound, the broken claws shattered into pieces in the void, turning into blood qi and dissipating between heaven and earth. Suddenly, the Ant Queen spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the more than 2,000 nine-star combat emperors also staggered back. Their eyes were filled with weakness. As for the other blood ghost ants, the backlash they suffered was even greater. Some of the weaker blood spirit ants even exploded and died on the spot. Blood splattered across the sky. The blood spirit ants in the depths of the ground were not spared either. They all suffered a serious backlash. This piece of land was instantly drowned in blood. The smell of blood was pungent. How is this possible? The Ant Queen muttered to herself. Isn't this completely destroyed? What's so difficult about it? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. An even more terrifying murderous aura rushed out from between his eyebrows. The Ant Queen hurriedly looked over. The word kill between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows was emitting a boundless blood-red light. The blood on the ground flowed continuously. Boom. In less than 3 breaths, Qin Feiyang's cultivation rose once again and broke through to the 9-star combat emperor realm. This, the Ant Emperor was dumbfounded. The other blood spectre ants were also dumbfounded. Following closely, their hearts were shrouded by a strong sense of unease. You will step into the abyss of despair. Just like how you dealt with my companions earlier. Qin Feiyang stomped on the ground, and with the help of the penetrating force, he leaped several hundred feet high. Although they couldn't fly here, they could still jump. The kill symbol formula was still absorbing blood, and his cultivation was still growing bit by bit. At this moment, he was like a falcon that flashed towards the Ant Emperor like a bolt of lightning. You're courting death. The Ant Queen was enraged. It raised the claws under its abdomen and slashed toward Qin Feiyang. A little ant dares to be arrogant in front of me? Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and punched out with his bare hand. Clang. The claw shattered on the spot. The Ant Emperor let loose a howl of agony as its massive body flew through the air. What kind of monster is he? He's actually so strong. Seeing this scene, the ants were incomparably shocked. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was also dumbfounded. A single punch had shattered the Ant Emperor's sharp claws, and it was even a bare-handed collision. When did this guy's physical fitness and strength become so terrifying? The massacre has officially begun. Qin Feiyang landed on the ground, scanned the ants around him, and suddenly grinned. The ants immediately became chaotic. The smile on Qin Feiyang's face, in their eyes, was like the smile of a devil, causing them to instinctively feel panic. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang used the phantom step and instantly landed in front of a 9-star War Emperor's blood spectre ant and punched it. A miserable howl. That blood spectre ant died on the spot. All the blood was absorbed by the kill symbol formula. So fast. Everyone run. The ant colony immediately fell into chaos. Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously and waved his hands. Divine might erupted. An invisible force roared out. The 4 moves of the void-returning art: landslide, earth-splitting, sky-splitting, and void-returning instantly appeared. Now is the time for you to truly despair. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he waved his hand. The 4 god arts immediately broke through the air like 4 meteorites. Divine might shook the sky and blasted towards the north, south, east, and west directions. Boom! Crack! The ground suddenly cracked, and ravines appeared everywhere. A large number of blood spectre ants, without any room to resist, were directly turned into ashes. Boom! It was also at this moment Qin Feiyang's aura skyrocketed once again. 9-star War Emperor, Peak Realm. The Ant Emperor roared. The swarm of ants immediately scrambled to escape into the ground. Eclipse. Mystic Moon. Eclipse of the moon. Qin Feiyang said coldly. The 3 god arts appeared, and the mighty divine might shook this world. Oh my god! How does he have so many god arts? The Ant Emperor's eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. A sense of despair arose in his heart. A casual wave of his hand and a god art appeared. How was he going to play this game? Rumble. The 3 god arts blasted towards 3 different directions, and a large number of blood spectre ants died on the spot. Don't kill them. I beg you, let them go. The Ant Emperor's body and mind trembled as he hurriedly shouted at Qin Feiyang. Weren't you very arrogant just now? However, it's too late to beg for mercy now. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, the 4 moves of the void-returning art, the 3 moves of eclipse of the sun and moon were instantly displayed. The 7 god arts floated above Qin Feiyang's head, exuding divine might. The void was violently distorted, and the ground was crazily collapsing. It was like the scene of the end of the world. No, the Ant Emperor murmured, and his heart was completely drowned in despair. He had never thought that this ant-like 4-star combat emperor would not only forcefully break through to the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm, but also master so many god arts. If he had known earlier, he would not have dared to be so presumptuous. The 7 god arts roared in the sky, and the surrounding 1,000 miles were shrouded in divine might. Those blood spectre ants that had not yet burrowed into the ground uncontrollably, and their hearts were filled with fear. I beg you, don't kill them. The Ant Emperor rushed to Qin Feiyang at lightning speed, and with a plop, he lay on the ground and begged, as long as you don't kill them, I am willing to do anything. No need. Qin Feiyang shook his head, and his expression was ruthless and cold. I am very familiar with this place, and I will definitely be of help to you. If you really insist on killing us, we will not sit still and wait for death. You should know that if we self-destruct together, even if you have heaven-defying abilities, you will not be able to escape death. The Ant Emperor did not give up and continued to beg with a trace of threat. Then why don't you try self-destructing? Qin Feiyang sneered. Back in the Endless Sea, even the self-destruction of Yiglao, a fake god, was unable to harm the ancient castle, let alone a group of war emperors. Do you really want to do this? The Ant Emperor slowly crawled up, his blood-red eyes filled with madness. Qin Feiyang looked at it coldly. But at this moment, the mists of the Dragon Phoenix house rushed over and stopped Qin Feiyang. Did you almost die in its hands just now? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. I know. But now we do need it. For example, the problem of water sources must be solved as soon as possible. The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and fell silent, his brows tightly knitted. Water source? The Ant Emperor's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I know where the water source is. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, Where? The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house also looked at it expectantly. The Ant Emperor said, "The water source is located in the northeast direction. It's a bit far from here, I can bring you there." Northeast direction, isn't that the direction of the white-eyed wolf? Qin Feiyang muttered. He looked at the Ant Emperor and said, "I can let you go, but you have to sign a slave seal with me first." Slave seal? He was doubtful. It's a divine art that can control your soul. If you dare to go against me, I only need a thought to wipe out your soul. Qin Feiyang said. What? The Ant Emperor's eyes trembled. In this way, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving his life to this human? You have no choice. If you sign the slave seal, you can either die. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said. The Ant Emperor's body trembled, and he hurriedly nodded. All right, I agree, but when you leave, you have to help me remove the slave seal. Sure. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house nodded. The Ant Emperor said, "Then tell me, what should I do?" Qin Feiyang said, "First, cripple your own cultivation." Cripple my cultivation? The Ant Emperor was stunned. These two couldn't be playing tricks on him, right? First, they would lie to it and make it cripple its own cultivation. Then, they would be able to kill it as easily as blowing off dust. It wouldn't even have the chance to self-destruct. Qin Feiyang said impatiently, "I don't want to waste my breath, hurry up and decide." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at the Ant Emperor and said, "Right now, you can only choose to believe us, because even if you self-destruct, you won't be able to pose any threat to us." Seeing how confident the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house was, the Ant Emperor gritted his teeth and directly crippled his sea of qi. Qin Feiyang also immediately dispersed the divine art, and then formed a seal. A slave seal instantly appeared, and rushed into the Ant Emperor's head. Oh! The Ant Emperor immediately howled miserably, rolling on the ground, and roared, "You humans really can't be trusted." But very quickly, the pain in its mind disappeared. What's going on? He turned around and crawled up, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Qin Feiyang said, "The slave seal has been completed. Quickly consume the spirit sea pill and repair the sea of qi." It's already completed? The Ant Emperor was stunned. Why didn't it feel any change? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and secretly activated the slave seal. The Ant Emperor immediately lay on the ground again, screaming in pain. The aura of death assaulted his face. When Qin Feiyang stopped channeling the slave seal, the intense pain instantly disappeared. "How do you feel now?" Qin Feiyang looked at it mockingly. The Ant Emperor hurriedly got up and said with a flattering smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely serve you honestly in the future." "That's for the best. Time is of the essence. Quickly consume the spirit sea pill." Qin Feiyang said. "Spirit sea pill?" The Ant Emperor was slightly startled and asked, "Are you talking about the kind of pill that can repair the sea of qi?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "I don't have one.